In UK also your business, in India also your business. Together you are calculating total tax. At 2 a.m. in the morning, if a call comes, we are like, sir, yes, sir, I was dreaming about you, sir. Yes, sir, you always come in my dreams, sir. Or the medicines or drugs what we exported to Africa, after consuming it, people or children have died. As you keep paying more, the price of all this will increase. Urea, etc. are the main fertilizer used by the farmers in our country. Everything will become costlier. The finance ministry recently described that the Indian economy as being in a Goldilocks situation. US tariff and how women are going to be affected by it. That is, imagine your car is going. Main brake has failed. There is no main brake. Main brake is gone. Only thing left with you is handbrake. But at the speed with which you are going, suddenly if you pull the handbrake and you hold it there, your vehicle will go ulta-malta. So what do? A quote when you say, it is not that when you get a quote, oh my God, Gandhi told I should support it. No. Hello everyone, we are here with another new initiative, and that is monthly current affair compilation. This monthly current affair compilation will contain all the major events, all the important points or topics from both prelims and mains perspective, and also a compilation of whatever classes we have taken so far. And this initiative we are starting from the month of August onwards. The notes will be available in the weekly current affair section of PW app. Don't miss it. Grab this opportunity because this is your one-stop destination for all your current affair queries. That's not all. We are here with Titan and Pinnacle batch offers. On account of Teachers' Day, this is the last chance for you to join the Titan batch, which has already started at 6,999. GS plus CSAT it is. Coming to Pinnacle batch, for those of you who have time with you, who are working professionals or in your college, you can go for Pinnacle batch, which is available for 12,499. Don't miss this offer, people. Take care. So as far as economics or internal security, some topics are there which you cannot clearly. Not Rajaji Nagar, Chandra Layout, Vijay Nagar. Chandra Layout, Vijay Nagar. That is where we are having it. Chandra Layout, as you all know, is the UPSC hub for in Bangalore. What is Rajendra Nagar to Delhi? That is what Chandra Layout is for Bangalore. So all of you, whoever are there, whoever are planning to join, etc., look no further. We are coming. And yes, I will be taking the polity and governance class in Chandra Layout. I will be teaching there offline. All right. So finally, I will also get an opportunity to see some of your faces at least. Because after a point, looking at the camera, you are like, what am I even doing? All right. So that is the point here. So anyway, so one suggestion which I received in the comment section was, sir, please segregate the topics, the articles according to the topic. I didn't do it purposefully. The reason being that when you put it under a bracket, you also confine your thinking to that level. You don't try to think beyond the topic. And this I will prove it to you from a very first topic, that is money laundering. If you see, yeah, it comes under economics also. It also comes under internal security. Getting the point here? All right. Data. So that is one topic. Then we have data, physical branches of banks, World Bank's income classification of countries, age of consent, international relations, we have connectivity, schemes, under schemes we have PAHAL, under environmental topic we have battery waste management, Supreme Court and Pollution Control Board, sustainable development. Under science and technology we have stable coins, NISAR, small update on it, which you can read. This I won't be taking any you will read for yourself. I won't be actually teaching this topic today. Please understand, because NISAR we have already taken last week. Those of you who have missed last week's class, again, you can find it in YouTube. You can watch it. NISAR was taken last week. But a small updates are there here and there. Nothing technical, but here and there some analysis that you can read it for yourself. All right. Then finally, we have biosimilars versus generics, SETA and technology. Then last but not the least, public administration, again for my PABAD students. So that I will be taking it up. All right. Taking it further forward, let us start with money laundering. So this current affairs session, it is also to tell you how the Hindu sometimes selectively gives data to suit their narrative. All right, we will see that first, because I know I have always suggested to you to read the Hindu newspaper, but reading the Hindu newspaper, the problem is they're too critical of the government, and ultimately you will feel, oh my God, we are not living under a democracy anymore. All right, things are not so good, nor are things too bad. It is somewhere in between. But it shouldn't bother a civil service aspirant simply because you're going to become a government servant tomorrow or a public servant tomorrow, and you will be working under the government. Clear? So let us understand this first. ED has taken up 5,892 cases under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act from 2015 to June 2025. 1,398 prosecution complaints have been filed before special courts. Special courts have framed charges in 300 prosecution complaints and have convicted 15 persons through 8 conviction orders so far. Low conviction rate and government action. Is it so? Let me tell you how conviction rate is actually supposed to be calculated. 100 cases are filed in the police station. Okay, but only one person got punished. 100 cases are there in a police station, but only one person got punished by the court. So can you say the conviction rate is 1 out of 100? 100 cases are filed in a police station. 100 cases. But in that, only one person got convicted. Out of the 100 cases, only one person got convicted by the court. Can you say that the conviction rate is 1 out of 100? Absolutely not. Because when you say conviction rate, it is always calculated on the basis of whether trial has been completed. Whether the trial is over. The trial is over and the court finds, oh, this case is a fake case. You are acquitted. Then you can say, oh, conviction rate is bad. Because the ED did not follow the process or the procedure. And then ED has simply, filed case after case, case after case. That is what it will look. Correct? So this is the news from the Hindu. Very low conviction rate, very, very bad. Despite nearly 5,900 cases, only 15 convictions highlight a very low conviction rate. This is what Hindu's analogy is. Is it so? Let us try to see what is the reality behind this. 2024 data. The Enforcement Directorate registered 5,297 money laundering cases in the past 10 years across the country, but trials have been completed in only how many cases? 43 cases. Got the point here? 43 cases according to a report by the central agency submitted to Parliament. Out of the 43 trial completed cases under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, the accused were convicted in 40 cases. And 3 cases of acquittals, marking the conviction rate at 93%. Conviction rate is not calculated on the basis of the charge sheet filed or the complaints filed. If that is the case, means even if you take a police station, any police station in India or any police force of any state, all their conviction rate will be less than 10%. Every conviction will come to less than 10%. Conviction rate should be calculated only on the basis of what? Whether trial has been completed. After the completion of the trial, did the court punish the individual? Or did the court acquit the individual? If you look at the track record of the ED, out of 43 cases where trial was completed back in 2024, 40 got punished. Only 3 acquittals were there. Getting the picture here? So automatically, what does this mean? It automatically makes ED one of the most powerful as well as a little scary agency of the government of India. Because if an arrest is going to be made by the Enforcement Directorate, there is more than a 90% chance that you're going to go to jail. Poor policing, Supriya. Anshika, not just ED, any government agency has to be pro-government. And because you asked that question, I will tell you, what is the conviction rate when it comes to politicians? Cases filed against politicians. What is the conviction rate? It is less than 1%. It is less than 1%. There is no doubt about it. Getting the point here. This is not the first time where a ruling party has used the police force for their own political gains or political vendetta. So we are talking about central government agencies. Are things all hunky-dory or all full of roses and sunshine when it comes to state police force? Former Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, Mr. Karunanidhi, was arrested at around 12 a.m. or 1 a.m. or 2 a.m. in the morning. And while they were making the arrest, they ensured that his dhoti was pulled. I don't know whether that video is still there in the YouTube or not. But this was done when Srimati Jayalalitha was the Chief Minister. Both of them have passed away now. But there was a time period where both of them never used to meet eye to eye. So that to that level, Indian politics has stooped down, using the cops or using the government machinery to take out vengeance, to take out revenge. There is nothing that we can do about it. Probably when tomorrow you people enter the service also, the same thing will happen. Clear? Naruto, please, if you are preparing for 2026, please sit and prepare for your NEET. That will be helpful. See, every other query with regard to mentoring, please reserve it towards the end of the class. Every time I spend at least half an hour for it, I want the chat section to please don't spam the chat section with your constant comments. Let others ask their genuine doubts with regard to the topic. Uttarakashi news, see, it is again a case of cloudburst. It is not something new. It will keep happening. Uttarakashi, Uttarakhand, Himachal Pradesh, these regions are very ecologically sensitive. So those things will keep happening. There is nothing that we can do about it now. We will wait. Next week, I will cover it in a little more in detail. Clear over here? Government claims investigations and enforcement case information reports have been initiated in nearly all cases. What is your ECIR report? Enforcement case information reports are basically the reports filed by, just like how you file an FIR by the cops, the same thing by ECIR. If trial rate be high, then conviction rate will fall. That will depend upon the type of case you have filed. If the case and the charge sheet filed by you is with solid evidence, then it is not going to happen. The conviction rate will be high only. As I told you, 43 cases where trial was completed, 40 of them got punishment. Poor policing, poor evidence collection, lack of scientific investigative procedures. Definition of money laundering and process as per PMLA, defined under section 3 of the PMLA as concealing, possessing, acquiring, or using proceeds of crime and projecting them as legitimate. So what do you mean by money laundering? Money laundering simply means that money that you have made through illegal means, prostitution, drug trafficking, maybe terror financing, kidnapping, smuggling, any illegal activity, that money you are using to buy legal assets, maybe a car, maybe property, anything. So that is what you call money laundering. The dirty money what you got from illegal activities, you are using it for what? You are using it for legal activities. Getting the point here? Ade Malayali placement. Introducing illegal money into the financial system, often by breaking large sums into smaller amounts. That is how they generally do it. Nobody will actually take entire 100 crore, 200 crore, whatever they made illegally. They will straight away go and invest in one place. No. They'll break it into small amounts, put it into multiple accounts, then redirect it, reroute it, fake address, fake ID. Multiple ways are there to do it. Layering, moving money through complex transactions to obscure its origin. That is going on, shifting it from bank to bank, bank to bank. Is it necessary that money used in money laundering is black money? Achyut Tiwari, black money, when you say, it is not necessary that it is illegal. It is from some illegal source. That is from some illegal activity you have earned it. Black money also means unaccounted wealth. Unaccounted wealth means you have not paid your taxes. That money, that is black money. Possibility is there. That money you could have made it from where? You could have made it from something illegal. That is a possibility, but not necessary. So black money simply means you have unaccounted wealth, where you generally try to evade the tax. You didn't pay the tax. That is what it means. You can get it from a Telegram channel. You can also get it from PW. The link will be given below. Conviction rate will reduce, Kushi. Simple. So if a person is arrested and a person goes for trial, but then, see, simple. 10 people got arrested. All right. Trial, everything got completed. Trial got completed for all the 10. But 9 got acquitted. The word is acquitted. Only 1 got punished. So what is the conviction rate now? 1 out of 10. For every 10 people that is arrested, only 1 is getting punished. Getting the point here? The biggest reason why rape happens in our country, people will say strict laws are needed. Strict laws are needed. Getting the point here? Strict laws, is it needed? Strict laws, is it needed? That is what everybody will say. It is not the strict law. It is the quick punishment. Quick punishment you have to deliver. Not that, like the old Sunny Deol's dialogue. Tariq par tariq, tariq par tariq. No. A crime is done. Immediately the trial should happen. Immediately the verdict should come out. This is one of the major reasons why rapes increases in our country. Because the conviction rate, I think it is, for rape cases, it is very, very low. Somewhere around it is only 62, not sure. 60-70% range it is. It is very fluctuating. That is, there is a very good chance that the person who is arrested under rape charges will walk away. Clear? See, listen, NDA aspirant, all the aspirants out there, SSC, CGL, NDA, banking exam, etc. Understand first thing, this is for UPSC oriented, number 1. And your NDA exam is also conducted by UPSC. In that, you have a round called group discussion, where you're supposed to open your mouth and talk. Pro-government supporting India. So for that, this channel is useful. Because I always deliver the content with pro-government only, not pro-BJP. Understand that there is a difference between the two. Pro-government. Whichever government it is. Getting the point here? So whichever exam it is, you can follow this. There is nothing wrong. Because ultimately from current affairs also, they are going to ask you questions. Getting the point here? Banking, SSC, CGL, etc. I would suggest you follow our NCRT series. Download the NCRT books from our website, which is available for free, and follow it up. Alright? Coming over here. So layering. Money I am moving around here and there. That is the first thing. Money I am moving around here and there. Then integration. Reintroducing laundered money into the economy through assets like real estate or businesses. That is the basic point. Same answer, Supriya Devnath. Same answer. Every exam. You can. Current affairs, it is always one source, people. Don't complicate things. Government exams also, current affairs comes from newspaper. So sit and listen. You're not going to lose anything. You're preparing for any competitive exam other than maybe NEET or IIT and JEE. If you're preparing for a government competitive exam for a job with the government, state or center or all India, attend it. You're not losing anything. Concept of laundromat in financial crimes originated from US, organized crime using laundromats to hide illegal dealings. What is a laundromat? It is a financial vehicle opened by a bank or financial services company that helps in laundering money, hiding asset ownership, evading taxes, and moving money offshore. So the point here is, agreed, Mr. IT? So, what is the point here? What is laundromat? Let me take you to USA. The whole idea of mafia, especially Italian mafia, crime syndicate, these terms and terminologies started coming out into the world from USA. It's from USA only first. Italians who had come to USA illegally, they settled in USA, became the citizens there, etc. They started with smuggling stuff here and there. Later it branched out into drugs, narcotics, and other businesses. So these people, they were mafia lords, bosses were there. For each city, one mafia family will be there who will be ruling one city. One city, mafia will rule. One particular family will rule. Then another city, another family. This used to be there in USA. And what they used to do there, whatever money they earned illegally, they never used to spend it in USA. They would rather divert it into offshore accounts. That is in other places. where you don't have to show what is your source of income. Example, Cayman Islands, Panama, Swiss account, Switzerland. So all these places, they used to divert their funds. Got the point here? Supreme Court in P. Chidambaram versus ED emphasized that hiding illegal money harms financial system and sovereignty. Burden of proof is on the accused under PMLA. This is one of the most controversial clause under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act. Normally, if a cop comes and arrests you, you can basically say what? You can basically say, okay, on what basis are you arresting me? Where is the FIR? I can demand. You also can demand. But ED need not show you the ECIR copy. If ED is coming to arrest you, ED need not show you the ECIR. On what ground they are making the arrest, they need not communicate it to you. That is the first controversy. Second controversy, cop arrests you. It is the job of the police to prove that you are guilty. You don't have to prove, I am innocent, bachao. You don't have to do any of that. You will be like, okay, you go and prove it in court, man. If I have done it, you go prove it. That's it. In ED, if ED makes an arrest, it is the ulta. It is the opposite. I have to prove it in the court that I am innocent. Burden of proof is on me. Normal police, when they come to arrest me, basically what it is, normal cops, when they come to arrest me, I have to prove what? Sorry, the state has to prove. The cops have to prove I am guilty. When ED makes an arrest, I have to prove it to the court that I am not guilty. Automatically, it makes what? My job very, very difficult. ED's job even more easy. ECIR suffices to initiate proceedings. No separate FIR is required. Under the Veerbhadra Singh versus ED case of 2017, it was ruled that a separate FIR is not required once ED files a case on you and ECIR report is filed. Aspirant Prince, you have proved it in more words than once that you are a royal Amul baby. Please stop spamming the chat section. All right? Don't feel motivated. Be a little disciplined and hopefully stop being so selfish. There are genuine people who want to attend this class. All right? This is also to all those morons out there who are spamming the chat section. Scheduled offense registration is mandatory for prosecution under Section 3, but not for property attachment under Section 5. So there are certain scheduled offenses mentioned under PMLA. And for that, mandatory for prosecution. For what? To register it. But for property attachment under Section 5, no need of any registration. You can attach the property. So that value also, you can Google and find it out. Whichever year you are going to write the exam, that year just go and find it out. How much property has been attached by the ED. Agreed, Kamal. Has been attached by the ED. What is the worth of it? You will get a nice shock. It is not an altu-faltu amount. It is a very big amount. All right, it will run into thousands of crores, if not lakhs. Clear? What is the economic impact of money laundering? Economic impact is very, very simple. That is, I will tell you, I'll take you back to demonetization days. When demonetization was done, even the government was initially pretty clueless. They initially told they are trying to deal with black money. Later, the government told, no, we are trying to bring in digitalization. Whatever, government kept on changing their reason. But let me tell you, November 2016, demonetization is announced. Till December 2016, this gap, this duration, from the date demonetization was announced to the date this was done, end of the year, 10 lakh people got added into the income tax bracket. Means From the date of demonetization till December 31st, within that short duration, maybe around 31 and maybe 50 days or something, within 50 days, 10 lakh people came under income tax. Highest ever increase in the history of India. Highest ever increase. Got the point here? What happens when you are having money laundering or black money in the economy? Very, very simple. First thing, land will become very, very costly. Very costly. So normal people, middle class people, lower middle class people cannot even afford to dream to buy a home in maybe cities like Mumbai, Bengaluru, Mysore, Pune, Hyderabad, Delhi, Kolkata. You can't even imagine it. Getting the point here? $10 lakh people got added. It is not 10 lakh rupees. 10 lakh people. 10 lakh people. I am not talking about 10 lakh rupee. 10 lakh people got added into the income tax list. Getting the picture here. 10 lakh people have to start paying the taxes now. Highest ever achievement for the income tax department. So if you actually look at it, what does these things do? It will increase money supply, causing inflation and monetary instability. What is inflation? Price rise. And obviously, your money will hardly have any value. Getting the point here. Moving on. A serious offense linked directly to terrorism financing, because money that is getting laundered, generally it ends up in the hands of terrorists. Clear? Following FATF guidelines to improve case handling, prevent misuse, and increase convictions. What is Financial Action Task Force? Financial Action Task Force is an international body that publishes grey lists, blacklist. Grey list and blacklist. Why? Why those two lists? Because they basically regulate, or rather, their main agenda is to prevent terror financing. Pakistan has always featured in the grey list. Every now and then they'll keep coming, and every now and then they'll keep going out. All right. In the black list, you have North Korea and Iran. These two countries are there. Getting the point here? Money laundering, how it will cause inflation is very simple. I have illegal money with me. Illegal wealth. Okay, I'll just tell you one simple example. I went to buy an Apple cover in the Apple store. Just went there to buy. This was in Noida. There, I saw a mother and the daughter had come there to buy a phone. The most expensive phone there. At that point of time, I don't know, iPhone 14, 13, whatever. She got it for her daughter. The entire payment was made in cash. That entire payment, because when the shopkeeper asked cash your card, entire payment, she took this one bundle, first batch of bundles she took, she sat there and counted it, handed it to him. Second batch she took, counted it, handed it. No credit cards, no debit cards, no UPI, nothing. There is a 90% chance that that money was illegally acquired. Maybe tax evaded, or maybe even through any money illegal activity, we don't know. But there is a more than 90% chance that it is not what we call tax paid, clear, transparent earning. Got the point here? They can easily cause what? Shortages, because plenty of money, right? I'm not paying the taxes, because when I'm paying the taxes, or when the money has come legally, I am not going to spend it that easily. But when the money is there, from illegal sources it is there, legal sources it is there, then I will do whatever I want. Who is there to ask? How will the government get to know? So wherever you have money is more in supply, but money is more in supply, but you don't have that level of goods, what will happen? Price will increase. Simple. As of now, both the areas, it is a little different. Anil Kumar Purohit, what I take on Saturday, I don't rush like how I'm rushing it over here. So last week as well as a week before that, my Titan batch students will be knowing, I taught them about how quantum technology, leptons, quarks, fermions, etc. all are interlinked. There in a little more detail I will be taking because that is obviously a paid batch. All right. Certain topics, obviously because of time constraint, I cannot take it in the live YouTube. Here we will cover all the other topics, but some topics which are like too vast, too deep, there is a limitation that we can not take it in YouTube. That is the only difference. All right. So this is for now. Eventually, there will come a time where it will merge. That is, whatever was taken for Titan will be taken here. But as of now, that is not the case because the current affairs is like too much in quantity. That is the reason. India has signed double taxation avoidance agreement with about 85 countries to promote exchange of financial and tax information to curb money. What is double taxation avoidance? Double taxation avoidance agreement means you are basically, you have to pay tax only in one country. That is, I am from India. Okay, we have signed a deal with UK right now. SETA, last week I taught you. So in that, basically what happens is, I'm going to UK. I'm doing a business there. But I'm from India. So whom should I pay tax to? Should I pay to India or should I pay to UK or should I pay to both? Any one country. Any one country you have to make the payment. So if I paid it in UK, I need not pay the tax in India. If I'm paying it in India, I need not pay it in UK. That is the point here. So double taxation avoidance when you sign means, what it simply means is the tax data will be shared between the countries. They will show who and all has business here, who and all has paid the tax. That is what it means. Cases registered against 193 politicians by ED between 2015-16 and 2024-25 with only 2 convictions. No acquittals reported from 15-16 to early 2025. ED investigates based on credible evidence regardless of political or other affiliations. All right. That is the point here. Any one area. If you have signed a DTAA means only in one place you need to do it. Only in one place. You need not pay it at both the places. That is why that is why you call it double taxation avoidance agreement. But if you have revenue generated inside India, then again you are subjected to the GST clauses, etc. Your business is there. In UK also your business, in India also your business. Together you are calculating total tax. Any one place only. Any one place only you need to pay the tax for it. We have only started the class, Bhavana. Very good. Is there any way to moderate this? Anybody who's listening there, there are too many Amul babies out there. At least moderate the comment section. Please ban the people who are unnecessarily spamming it. Physical bank branches. Now what is this? Basically data. That is, the physical bank branches number has started to increase. We are all moving into digital era, right? Then why it is increasing? That is the question. Physical bank branches are making a comeback in India, led by private banks, but with public banks also participating. Between 2022 and 2024, HDFC and ICICI Bank opened 3,284 and 1,341 new branches. Then again data. Traditionally, physical branches were essential for screening and monitoring borrowers. Clear? That is, physical branches were actually, why you created it? To find out who are your borrowers, who are your customers, to find details about them. But in the digital era, you really don't require it. Give your Aadhaar number, give your PAN card, give your mobile number. I can easily verify it online. But this need has been altered by the digital revolution, which allows many banking services to be performed online via smartphones and 4G internet. Between 2008 and 2023, number of commercial bank branches per 1,000 square kilometer doubled from 25 to 50, and the number of branches per 100,000 adults increased from 9 to 14. Why? Because of one single scheme, Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana. Because of that single scheme, bank branches increased. All right. Slowdown in branch growth occurred between 2016 and 2022. Why do you think it decreased between 2016 and 2022? Why do you think? I agree with that, net banking. But why is it that between 2016 and 2022, there was a slowdown in branch growth between these years? Demonetization, very good. Demonetization, one thing. Second thing was implementation of GST. Third thing was obviously, as rightfully said by somebody here, COVID. Getting the point here? Because GST also, what did it lead to? When GST was implemented, actually the economy went down. Because people were not sure, what is GST? How is it different from VAT? No idea. Wherever confusion is there, fear is there, what will people do? Okay, no need to do business. Let's wait. So no expansion. So 2016 to 2022, because of demonetization, GST, followed by that COVID, obviously what happened? Transactions took a dip. After 2022, things started picking up. A reverse of this trend began in the second half of 2022 with a significant increase in net branch openings. While public banks were responsible for most of the closures, private banks drove the post-pandemic openings. That is, many of the banks which closed during this time period, majority of them were public sector banks branches got shut down. Private sector banks, if you see, they took the lead in expansion after COVID. Between 2019 and 24, private banks added, okay, leave that, again data only, despite some PSB branches diminishing due to consolidation, they continue to serve a large population through banking correspondence. What do you mean by banking correspondence? Banking correspondence simply means it's like a bank's representative. That person will come to your house, especially in rural area, etc. That person will come. You need to withdraw money, you need to make payment, all that you can do by swiping on the POS machine and all of that. So even though physical branch was not present, banking correspondents were there. The next in line was basically payment banks. PhonePe, UPI, payment banks are there, through which they don't have any physical bank as such, but they will offer the facility. Airtel Payment Bank, you can put your money online, you can link it with your electricity bill, telephone bill, etc. Money will get deducted. Clear? Exactly, Himani. They are also a reason. All right. They are also a reason for reduced number of branches. In comparison, PSBs added 15,000 to 33,000 and private banks added fewer than 8,000. Again, data. The banking sector is entering a phygital era. Phygital means what? Physical plus digital. Both will be required. All right. Where banks combine digital services with a continued physical presence, indicating that proximity remains relevant even in the digital age. World Bank's income classification of countries. Let us look into that. The World Bank's income classification system categorizes countries into 4 groups. What are they? Low, lower, middle, upper middle, and high income groups. All right. No, Siddharth, just approximate it. Just approximate. Data, whatever I give, will be always higher in number. Choose a number which is convenient for you. Case in point being, this data you can try to remember because it's all perfect. 15,000 to 33,000 and then 8,000. Other data, say for example, private banks added more than 15,000 branches. Public banks added more than 8,000 branches. Finished. Or close to 9,000 branches. If the number is very close to the next whole figure, make it 9. Approximate it off. If it is something like this, more than 15,000, enough. Exact values are not actually required. Alright, let us see that. A country's classification is based on its gross national income per capita, which is average income of its residents, including income earned abroad, converted into US dollars. Gross national income earned by the residents, people who reside in India, not temporarily, permanently residing in India, including the money that is made from abroad. That comes under gross national income. Got the point here? That means money made by Hyundai Motors or Mercedes Benz, Audi, BMW, they won't come under GNI. Why? Hyundai is a South Korean company. Mercedes Benz, Audi, these are German companies. Money made by Samsung, no, won't come under GNI. Getting the point here? Money made by Tata by selling Land Rover, Range Rover, Jaguar in London or Britain, that is part of GNI. Why? Because Tatas are part of our country. They are Indians. Getting the picture here? So gross national income, when you say, it is the average income of the residents. Average income, how is it calculated? The income earned by all the residents divided by the population of a country. So that way, if you take, very quickly tell me, what is the GNI per capita of India? Very quickly find it out and tell me. Definitely it will include remittances. Every income. I already told you, foreign companies won't be calculated. Find out, tell me the number, correct number. 19 trillion. Gross national income per capita. That is the closer value, 2,540. Alright. So let us see now. The income thresholds were initially set in the late 1980s, aligned with World Bank's lending policies. That is, initially, when the World Bank had to lend money, World Bank used to decide how much money to be given to which country, how much money to be given based on this threshold. How much money are they making? The boundary between low income and middle income countries was based on the threshold for concessional loans. Loans which are given at concessional rate. The two more thresholds were added later based on the distribution of countries' incomes. These thresholds are no longer linked to the bank's operations but are updated yearly to account for global inflation. Classification is absolute, meaning a country's placement depends only on its GNI per capita. Gross national income per capita. Alright. The current thresholds are low income, $1,135 or less. Lower middle income, 1,136 to 4,495. So this is your answer. India comes over this. Upper middle income 4496 to 13,000. High income more than 13,935. A country's income classification can change over time due to real changes in income, shift in the exchange rate, or update to population data. Changes in income. Question. If top 1% has 10-fold increase in income, will the gross national income, will it increase? The top 1% in India, income wise, top 1% of the country, if their income increases 10 times, 10-fold means 10 times, 10 guna zyada, 10 vaati adhigam, 10 thavana koodudal. If it increases, will it increase the GNI? That is the question. Yes or no? Why, Monisha? Why no? Ulta question I will ask you. If Ambani, Adani, their revenue increased 10 times, will it increase the GNI? Will it increase the GNI or not? Anshika, you're not considering purchasing power parity. Nothing you're considering here. Now it is yes. Now it is yes. Residents, these, why Ambani and Adani became foreigners or what? It will easily increase gross national income. That means you must understand one thing here. Why GNI per capita, per population, is a poor indicator of economic growth. Why? If the rich becomes richer, gross national income will increase. That is the reality. That is the reality. Are we all of us? I'll put it in another way. $2,450. We will round it off. We will keep it at $2,500. Okay. For ease of calculation, let us place $1 is 90 rupees. 3 zeros, 5 nines are 45, 2 nines are 18 plus 4, 22. Everybody in our country is making this much money. Everybody in our country is making this much money. Everybody. Even the 81 crore population who is dependent on the government of India under National Food Security Mission for their ration, even they are making 2,25,000. Do you think so? Got the point here? This is why it is a bad indicator. Getting the picture? Shifts in exchange rate. $1. Today it is around, let us keep it 90 rupees. Tomorrow $1 becomes 50 rupees. Let us say now India is a superpower, this, that, etc. Whatever. 2040. What has happened to the currency value? Rupee, has it appreciated or depreciated? Exactly, it doesn't show the ground reality. Perfect, Mishti. Very good. There is no such good indicator. Depreciated. No fuzail. I'll tell you why. This is appreciation. Because when I have to pay less to buy the same good, what does it mean? My currency has gained strength. Don't look at the number. Don't look at the number. I'll put another example, which will be now familiar for most of the boys. Because for Valentine's Day, definitely at least you would have bought it. For that one girl who has always friend-zoned you because of your Amul baby behavior. Cadbury Silk Dairy Milk Chocolate was launched in 2012. Sorry, not 12. 11. To the best of my memory. 50 rupees that time. Today that same chocolate in 2025 is close to 80 rupees. Same chocolate. There is no change in the taste. There is no change in the quantity. There is no change in the quality. It is the same violet color, very romantic wrapper and all that. But price has increased. Why? Currency value depreciated. Currency lost its value. I am paying more to get the same good. Getting the point here? Paying more to get the same good. Ulta, if I was going to pay in 2040, let us say I only paid 20 rupees to get the same chocolate. Currency has strengthened. Got the point here now? When you pay less for the same good, currency is strong. When you pay more for the same good, currency is weak. Case in point being, proper example I will give you now. 2008 recession. Zimbabwe. 1 kilo rice. 10 lakh Zimbabwean dollars. Price of 1 kilo rice, 10 lakh Zimbabwean dollars. 10 lakh. You are going on paying more. Got the point here? Price of 1 kilo atta here, 50, 60, 40, 70, whatever, depending upon what quality or whatever it is you are buying, brand, etc., or whether you are getting it from, you are getting the wheat crushed and bought. 40 to 70, let us keep it, 1 kilo atta, depending upon the quality again. What is the price in Pakistan? 200 rupees, 300, Pakistani rupee, 200, 300. Exactly, Harsh. Got the point here? You are paying more. Wherever you pay more, only one conclusion, currency has low value. Currency value has depreciated. While most countries have moved up, some have moved down, particularly during times of war or economic crisis. For example, Syria and Yemen moved from low middle income to low income. That means both these countries' income has come down. The global population is not evenly distributed across the 4 income groups. For example, in 2004, 37% of the world's population lived in low income countries. The share has since fallen to less than 10%. And what is the current data? Over the same period, the share of the population in upper middle income countries increased from less than 10% to 35%. Is it hidden inflation? Not hidden exactly. Currency is losing its value. That is, if our imports are greater than exports. Imports are more than exports. So automatically, it only means one thing. Dollar will be in demand. Because I have to pay more dollars. Nobody wants Indian rupee. If I'm buying crude oil, if I'm buying coal, if I'm buying gold, why our imports are always so high? Gold, coal, crude oil, electronics. So dollar will be definitely highly in demand. Whenever dollar demand goes up, rupee value will come down. That is $1. When I remember when I joined for work and all, $1 was barely 40 rupees. Today it has crossed that and it is about to hit what? This is back in 2010. Today it is close to 90 rupees. So this is the scenario. Alright, 90 rupees it is. Rupee value is going on depreciating. You have to pay more and more and more. Can we stop importing this? Can we stop importing this for gold, coal, crude oil, etc.? Can we stop it? Absolutely not. This is basically very, very high. You cannot stop it. Gold you stop, that's it. Weddings will not happen here. Coal, crude oil, forget it. Electronics, all of us are owning foreign items. Alright, rupee value is going on, coming down. What is the next step after this? Rupee value, when it comes down to this level, what will happen to your production costs now? Because your laborers will demand, sir, we need high price. Your rent will increase. Wages will increase. Even the interest what you have to pay to the banks, that will also increase. That means, in other words, your cost of production will start climbing up. Cost of production starts climbing up, what happens? Production will decline. Many people will say, okay, this is too high. I'm not going to produce it. I'm not going to produce it anymore. This factory will not work. Let us shut down the factory. Production will decline. Production declines. What happens to the government? Government's tax collection decreases. That means government's revenue decreases. That means investments of government like roadways, railways, that will decrease. Investments decreases, automatically what will happen is, again your exports will decline. Why? No proper road, no proper port, nothing is there, no infrastructure. Who will be interested in exporting? Getting the point here. Who will be interested in exporting? So what will happen? Exports declines. But why is this not happening in India? Why is this not happening at all? What is the reason for it? Not just IT services, service sector, in which one of the major contributors is IT, tourism, medicine, medical, that is health, all of this. Next in line is remittances. That is the Indians who are staying abroad, they will send money home. They will send money home. These two are the major reasons that is pushing the rupee value up. Somehow it balances. Do dollar value increases timely? There is no guarantee on it, Rohit Raj, because I'll tell you another comedy here. It is not necessary that dollar value will only increase because our imports increased. No. Dollar value can also increase if internationally everybody starts buying dollar as an investment option. Rich people do that. When they know it very well, they will analyze the economy. They'll contact their chartered accountant and they'll ask, what is the chance of rupee falling again? So somebody has predicted in another 5 years, dollar and rupee will come to 120. $1 will become 120 rupees. So if I have enough money with me, what will I do? I'll buy some dollar and keep. Correct? But anything that you buy, anything that you demand, here take rupee, I want dollar. Anything that you say I want, value will go up. So internationally, when dollar value picks up, rupee will be aram se sitting there. Oh, hi, how are you? Oh, okay, everything is nice. Then rupee will be wondering, what is happening to me? What is happening to me? Rupee starts going down. That is why our Nirmala Sitharaman, our dear finance minister, told, it is not that the rupee value is going down. It is that the dollar value has strengthened. She actually, what she said is true. It has nothing to do with import, export, our policies, nothing. Dollar demand just went up. Getting the point here? Arey, nothing here, Ayush. It is not at all relevant. One madman. Give him his Nobel Prize and Oscar award also. He will be happy. Finished. Clear? Absolutely, Harsh. See, that is the only way. We are always talking about like, we should take China. China, we should defeat. Understand one thing. Chinese yuan or renminbi. It is an international currency today. Why? Because they are an export surplus country. They export more than what they import. More and more exports. Getting the point here? More and more. So, China is an international currency today. So, the only way for India to move forward is what? Make rupee an international currency. Everybody should trade in rupee. So, the currency swap agreement last week, what we dealt with, India Maldives currency swap agreement. That currency swaps agreement biggest advantage is what? We can make rupee an international, slowly, a currency of transaction. Got it? Exactly, but BRICS also the same thing. Getting the point here? Exactly, Ayushmati. When rupee value is low, it is depreciation. Getting the picture? Let us say India is exporting worth $100. India is importing worth $100. Okay, export and import balanced, ideal condition. Export also worth 100. Import whatever we are buying, we are getting 100. Perfect balance it is. Now, 2010, like I told you, $1 is 35. 2025, $1 is 90. 2050, let us keep. Let us say $1 becomes 20. All right. Imaginary scenario, mind you people, imaginary. Export and import are perfectly balanced. As much we are getting from export, that much we are paying. All right. $1 to 2010 35, 2025 90, 2050 20. Fine. The money that we made in rupees for export in 2010 is 3,500 rupees. This is also 3,500. This will be 9,000. This is also 9,000. This will be 2,000. This is also 2,000. Clear till here? What can we export to make close to equal? I'll come to that. I'll come to that side. Clear till here? This scenario. Any doubts? Leave it, Sipu. Ease of calculation. All right. I'm only concerned about the serious aspirants here. All right. I'll come to that. Now observe. $1 was 35. $1 became 90. I already told you when you have to pay more for the same good. Earlier I had to only pay 35 to get $1. Now I have to pay 90 to get the same $1. Currency has underwent depreciation. Currency has underwent depreciation. Why? Pay more. 90 I have to pay now to get the same $1. For 1 kilo rice, we are paying only 30. Zimbabweans are paying 10 lakh Zimbabwean dollars. That is depreciation. Getting the point here? So what has happened? if you observe, when currency depreciated, what happened to my exports? My export earnings went up. My import payments also went up. Correct? Export earnings went up. Import payments also went up. If you are an exporter, earlier you were earning 3,500, now you are getting 9,000. Will you be happy or not? When currency value depreciated, from 3,500 you have started making 9,000. Wow. Same amount of goods you are selling, you are getting 9,000. You will be very happy. You will be thrilled. At the same time, look at the import payment. You have to pay more now for every import. Getting the point? Exactly, Alia. Import. What is the point? You have to pay more. So you won't feel encouraged. You will feel very irritated. Buying crude oil from Saudi is so difficult. Then Russia comes. Why worry? I will give you for a very easy rate. Why rates are very less? Russia comes to you with a less rate. What you will do? Definitely you are going to buy from Russia. Got the point here? Definitely you are going to buy from Russia because your import suddenly became very costly. Where you are paying 3,500, now you are paying 9,000. So the only thing to do is what? Buy from the person where it is cheap. So you will do that. Getting the point here? You will buy from them. Export we are getting nicely. We are happy. In other words, if a currency value depreciates, it will encourage export. Exactly. It will encourage export. Why? It is so cheap to buy from India. So the answer to the question what you people were asking, what about Trump has put 50% tariff, Trump has put 100% tariff. That mega monkey, not MAGA, he's a mega monkey, mega comedian. I thought Shahbaz Sharif was a bigger threat to Kapil Sharma. No, this fellow is the father of Shahbaz Sharif, Mr. Donald Trump. That number one monkey has purposefully done two things. He has increased the tariff, agreed. One IT company from USA will not be ready to take the tariff route. Why? It is so cheap to hire an Indian. It is so cheap. IT services, whatever, IT engineering field if you take, the salary of our IT employees, when was the last time they increased it? Starting salary is still the same. Starting salary is still the same. Cost of living has gone up. Starting salary is still the same. Indian labor is cheap. American companies need it. American companies will crash before Indian economy crashes down. Understand that very clearly. We don't have to worry. And that mega monkey again, 50% I'm going to put. You can buy from tomorrow. You can buy oil from Pakistan. Pakistan can sell oil to India. Oy, you dig in Pakistan, you will get sewage water. Tattika water you will get, not oil. But again, leave him aside. Let us not give him more importance. The point what I want to tell you here is, tariff, everything he has done. Crude oil we are importing, right? Crude oil we are importing. Then what are we doing with it? Fractional distillation. After which you will get your petrol, diesel, kerosene, etc., etc. That petrol and diesel we are selling it to USA. Comedy is mega comedy. Russian crude oil comes to India becomes petrol and it is sold to USA. Zero tax. Zero tax. He has not put a single tax on the petrol that is coming from India, even now, because that much of sense is there for that monkey. That much of sense he is having. If I put tax on the petrol, then that's it. US economy, boom. It will become very costly. Getting the point here. See, para SF, 30 should be used wherever it is necessary. Some words are best suited for a certain situation. You use any other word, it will not sound, it will not give its impact. And the reason why I am doing it now, again, don't come. Faculty should not use such words. I am not here to promote philosophy or take a religious sermon. I want the concept to hit you hard so that you never forget it for the rest of your life. The idea is very simple. So all the mimicry, monoactory, buffoonery, even using those language is all part of it. All right? And I have every right to say that he deserves such words. Anyway, coming to... Understood this? So this is why India is required for every country. For all their internet, for Microsoft, for Facebook, for anything you talk about, the labor is cheap here. Putting duty on it is not going to favor anybody. And again, why I'm calling that mega monkey, the only reason is by putting all this import duty on India, what has happened? China is getting the advantage. Getting the point here? True. Come to the next picture here. The next picture is what? From 9,000, $1.90 became $1.20. Currency has appreciated. Currency has appreciated, increased in value, because earlier I had to pay 90 for $1. Now just pay 20. Paying less to get the same $1. What has happened to my export? Export earnings have gone down. What has happened to my import? Import has actually gone up. Ideally, when your currency appreciates, everybody will say, hey, appreciation is good, right? It is supposed to be good. But if it appreciates at such a faster rate, where your currency has a huge international demand, what will happen is, local manufacture will stop. Cheaper to buy rather than manufacture. Best example for this scenario is USA. US dollar value has reached such high levels that nothing is manufactured there. Other than defense, maybe nuclear energy, etc. Few items. Do they have any cars? Famous mobile brand? Okay, only Apple is there. But look at Chinese brands. How many China brands are there? How many Chinese brands are there? How many US brands are there? Got the point here? USA is the largest buyer in the world. Largest. The reason being that their dollar value is so strong that you cannot manufacture anything in that country. It is so expensive. That is the reason why the prediction is happening that NASA will probably get shut down in a few years. NASA will shut down. Why? It is easier to launch a satellite either through private players or ask ISRO. Our ISRO. Ask ISRO. Launch the satellite for me now. Why? Cheaper. Getting the point here. So this is what it is. Coming to this article here, this article is basically based out of the age of consent. Age of consent simply means center basically told that don't reduce the age of consent below 18 years. Don't do that. Because when you do that, what will happen is trafficking will increase. Trafficking means selling children for sex. Putting them into prostitution at a young age. if you bring down it below 18. What an advocate has told, Indira Jaising has told is, see, if sex is happening between two teenagers with a very little age gap, that is, the girl is maybe say 17, boy is also 17 or 18, very little age gap is there between them, then don't file rape charges. Don't file rape charges. Because both are young. Consenting or consensual relationship it was. So don't put rape over there. But center is not ready to budge. Center wants to keep one single framework of law. Center wants to keep nothing doing. Below 18 means rape. Finished. Let the courts decide. If it is not rape or whether it should be treated as rape or not, let the courts decide. Correct, Vivek? Dollar rate is so high, so I cannot hire anybody there. If I hire an American, the problem is after 5, he is not going to pick my call. He won't pick. Even if he picks us, he will say, this is after my office hours. Why are you calling me now? I'm at home. I'm at a party. I'm at a club. I don't have to pick your calls. Please understand. Maintain some professionalism. It will become an HR issue. The manager can get fired for the simple reason that the manager called you when you were in your personal time. In India, at 2 a.m. in the morning, if a call comes, we are like, sir. Yes, sir. I was dreaming about you, sir. Yes, sir. You always come in my dreams, sir. That is how we are. We treat, just like how we treat our parents, we treat the manager. Got the picture here? That is the difference. Now you can read this article. Next is connectivity. Connectivity means connecting Bairabi with Sairang. You are having 5 stations, 51.38 kilometer. Bairabi to Sairang, a railway line is being connected. All right. The Indian Railways has commissioned a new 51.38 kilometer railway track to Sairang, located 18 kilometer from Mizoram's capital, Aizawl. How 50% tariff will affect IT sector in India? See, I will tell you, economy is always connected. So if one sector gets affected, it will have a cascading effect. It will have a cascading effect. That is, if the products, one sector of India, it's not one sector, many are there. Whether that this products, etc., starts becoming costlier, the companies who are buying it from India, they won't be requiring any IT services then. They won't be requiring. They'll slowly shut down their website, everything. Right now, no need. Cancel the contract. It is not just Microsoft and Wipro. That is the IT company. There are small IT companies also. So if I have a website, I am buying leather goods from India and I'm selling it in USA. I have a website. But now I don't require leather goods from India. Why should I maintain the website then? Why should I maintain it? I'll probably give the contract to some other country because I don't know. It is Trump, mega monkey. Tomorrow he will say this or that. So I'm not sure. Uncertainty or fear also is enough what? Basically to end the thing. To create panic. Oh my God, India. Don't. Let's not deal with India. Whole sector will get affected. But why we need not worry? Thanks to our great grandparents who have been good doing one thing. No Instagram, no Facebook, nothing. The only thing that they did good for us was baby manufacturing. Production. Just look at our grandparents or great grandparents. How many children they had? 20, 25. Just like the overs of a cricket match. Or 2 football teams. Or a cricket India A team and India B team. Like that it was. Why? No entertainment. 145 crore people are there. I want to sell this stylus. If I want to sell 1% of the population, total population, which is 1.45 crore. I am keeping only 1 rupee profit. Still, I will end up becoming a crorepati. I don't have to look for US market, oh no, Europe market. Why? Sell it in India, man. Sell it in India. Enough. I don't even have to capture the entire market. Just 1% market if I capture, I am a crorepati with just 1 rupee profit. All the more reason to do business in India. Got the point here? This is the reason why people are coming to the country. Every business wants to set up, every foreign country, foreign company wants to set their business in the country. It is the population. And why are we all suffering? 37.5 crore population are young. That is the reason. 37.5 crore young population. So SSC scam, exam scam, question paper leakage, competition, all that will be there. But finally, when you crack UPSC, you can tell that dialogue. I always knew I would clear. As soon as I started writing the mains answer, I knew I will get first rank. That time you can tell. Clear? So this entire article, just geography only. What I want you to do is note the names. The interesting thing here is this marks Mizoram's first railway connection linking it to the national network. Imagine, 1947 we got independence. This is the first railway network directly linking it to the national network. He is mad, Aishwarya. US is imposing tariff because he is mad. He doesn't even know the basics of economics. And on top of it, he is fighting with everybody. He wants to pick a fight with everybody. Same channel. PAHAL scheme. Center's direct benefit transfer of LPG scheme, also known as PAHAL, has resulted in the blocking, suspension, or deactivation of 4 crore duplicate, fake, or inactive LPG connections. The government has implemented a common LPG database platform to identify and remove duplicate connections using parameters like Aadhaar numbers, bank account details, ration card information, names and addresses. I told you in one of our earlier classes, that is, we are moving into an era where complete digital monitoring or digital surveillance will be there. Getting the point here? Completely it will be there. So, look at how we have controlled the fake beneficiaries of LPG. Aadhaar number, bank account, ration card, name, address. Already government is monitoring it. Silently government had cut down my LPG subsidy. Silently they did it. They did not give me any information. Initially it used to come. Later it got stopped. You know why? I'm an income taxpayer. I'm paying the income tax. So somebody who is capable of paying income tax, why should they get a subsidized LPG cylinder? That is the point here. Corruption will decrease. Grassroots corruption will decrease. Clear? All domestic LPG cylinders are sold at a non-subsidized price, means market price. And the subsidy amount is transferred directly to the consumer's bank account under the direct benefit transfer of LPG scheme. Public sector oil marketing companies have been instructed to conduct and complete biometric Aadhaar authentication for beneficiaries of both PAHAL and Pradhan Mantri Ujjwala Yojana schemes. As of July 1, this month, biometric Aadhaar authentication has been completed for 67% of the existing Pradhan Mantri Ujjwala Yojana scheme. Clear? All new PMUI consumers are required to undergo biometric authentication before the connections are released. That means biometric authentication using your fingerprint, etc. Oil marketing companies, basically your Bharat Gas, Indian, ONGC, all of that, Hindustan Petroleum, HP, all those companies. Absolutely. Absolutely. See, let me tell you, don't be that one officer who will listen to all politicians. Are sir, are sir, are sir, are sir. Stand there with your firmness. Stand there with your firmness where a politician also says, Ghamand dekho uska. Look at his attitude. But even he will respect you for your spinal cord. So be that officer. Rather than living like a sheep for 100 years, it is better to live like a lion for one day. Death is going to come to everybody. We are all going to die one day. So leave a mark and go, so that the coming generation can follow you. Battery waste management. India is rapidly adopting electric vehicles and battery energy storage systems, storing the energy, whatever you are making from solar, to reduce carbon emissions. Lithium battery demand in India is expected to grow from 4 gigawatt hertz in 2023 to nearly 139 gigawatt, sorry, not hertz, hour, gigawatt hour by 2035. This increase in battery use leads to more battery waste, with lithium batteries alone making up 7 lakh tons of the 1.6 million tons of electronic waste generation in 2022. To manage this, India introduced the battery waste management rules in 2022 based on extended producer responsibility. Pretty much explanatory. We are going to have a large number of electric vehicles, batteries, etc. will be there. And because of that, battery waste will increase. To manage it, we have passed a rule based on extended producer responsibility. EPR means producers must collect and recycle battery waste and meet recycling targets, often working with certified recyclers who earn EPR certificates. All right. Certified recyclers who earn EPR certificates. The current minimum price paid to recyclers for their services is too low to cover real costs, making it hard for legitimate recyclers to operate sustainably. I'll tell you what is the problem here. Problem in our country is electronic waste you take. Forget battery. Electronic you take totally. We don't have a proper electronic waste collection mechanism. In the formal sector, you have very less companies who are actually collecting the electronic waste. Electronic wastes are generally collected, segregated, handled informally. And who are these informal sector? Kids. Children are sent with one bag early in the morning to the dump yard. There they will collect all these old phone, broken TV, broken monitor, laptop, this, that. They will take it all, they will put it. They'll carry it, they'll bring it. They'll dump it on the ground. They will get some chiller for it based on kilo. In all these electronic items, you will find some amount of gold is there for the chipsets. Some little gold is there. Nickel is there. Cadmium is there. Vanadium is there. All heavy metals which can be reused. All that is extracted and again it is resold. This is how that whole business works. But there is nothing scientific about it. There is nothing healthy about it. The children are easily exposed to all these harmful metals, plastic. They don't have any gloves, face mask, nothing. Hell, they don't even have even a chappal in their on their leg, not even a sandal. Nothing is there. This is the reality of our waste collection in the country. Why is it that no companies want to come here? The reason is the rate at which you can recycle or even extract these rate is the rate to collect this waste, electronic waste, and then whatever, recycle or reuse or whatever it is, that rates are so low in our country. That is, if I want to start a business where I want to recycle the electronic waste, it is the worst decision to make. Because the price at which I can get these electronic waste, it is so low. UK pays about 600 per kilo to recycle EV batteries over 4 times India's current floor price. 4 times means what? In India, it is just 150 rupees per kilo of EV, electric vehicle battery waste. Just 150 rupees I will get. That's it. Nothing else. No use. What am I going to do with the 150 rupees? UK it is 600. UK, where the waste generation is less, there it is 600. Here, where waste is there, in any city you go, village you go, electronic waste is there everywhere. This is the reality. Who will want to be a part of it? No company will come. Got the point here? Floor rate means minimal rate. It is that minimal rate below which the price shouldn't go. So in India, it is just 150 rupees. Got the point here? This is the idea. So battery waste, forget it. What about electronic waste? Can we do anything about it? In May 2025, India accepted a proposal for a repairability index for phones and appliances, rating them on ease of repair, spare parts availability, and software support. That is how easy it is to repair a phone, how easy its parts are available, how quickly you can update. New e-waste policies now require minimum payments to encourage formal recycling. That is, you make a payment for recycling. Then money will be reimbursed back to you when you return your phone there. When you go put your old phone into the recycle bin, you will get that money reimbursed. I think it is 1,000 rupees or something. India has a large informal repair sector that helps extend device lifetimes using tacit knowledge, skills learned by doing and mentoring, not formal education. We all would have tried repairing our smartphones. Certain smartphones carry a sentimental value, so we don't want to change it. We want it to be repaired. We take it to the local shop. In Bangalore, I think it is GB Road or something it is called, where any phone you can get it repaired. But is there any formal training, school or institution for it? Nothing. You just go there, they will repair and give. How do they know what to repair? One look at it, they will say, ma'am, this better it is you buy a new phone because the whole screen is gone. So better it is if you get a new phone because screen alone will come to some 70 to 80% of the total value. Better you buy a new phone. But then you say, no, sentimental value, you reduce the price and give. Then he will say, okay, original screen, if I get it is this much price. But I can get a Chinese screen for you. But I cannot guarantee, I will not guarantee you. If your luck is good, it will come. So you ask again, but are you sure will it come at least for 6 months? Then he will say silently with a smile, he will say, listen, so far it has worked for up to 2 years. No complaints have come so far. But still it is China product, so I don't know. He will repair and give. The $1 million question is, when we talk about Skill India mission, Kaushal Vikas Yojana, why are we not making all these skills part of the curriculum? Part of the curriculum where phones can be repaired easily, you teach them now how the parts can be accessed, how it can be brought into the country cheaply, and how that can be utilized again. If somebody knows how to repair it, don't you think they will eventually know how to manufacture it? I told you earlier, why we are a high import country? Gold. Wedding. Kerala will take the lead. For every wedding, a girl compulsorily has to be given what? 1 kilo gold. That is a standard rate there. 1 kilo gold minimum. So gold you cannot touch. Crude oil you cannot touch. Coal, electricity you cannot touch. Last one, electronics. At the minimum, if I have people in my country who know how to repair it, don't you think if you give a formal training to them, they will eventually understand what is the science behind it, how to manufacture it? Slowly, they will combine different parts. Chinese processor, screen from Foxconn, interconnecting different parts. Finally, you have what? Your Desi phone, manufactured in GB Street, Namma Bengaluru. Hegidira? Got the point here? This is the logic. Simple things only you need to do. You need not do complex things and all to make the country grow. Just teach a man how to fish. He will fish for a lifetime. Got the point here? You can continue reading it. Time is running out. That is the only reason. Just continue reading it because I've already given the gist of it. Supreme Court and Pollution Control Board. Supreme Court gave a verdict. What is the verdict? In a judgment ordered by Justice P.S. Narasimha, the court held PCBs can impose fixed sums of money or require bank guarantees as a preventive measure for potential environmental damage under Section 33A and 31A of the Water Prevention and Control of Pollution Act and the Air Prevention and Control of Pollution Act 1981. You can take an advance amount from them. If you know that, hello, brother, you are going to conduct what there? We are going to conduct one function. Okay, wonderful. That area is environmentally sensitive. Do one thing. Pay this much money or give me a check. Because in the event you pollute that area, I am going to encash it. Supreme Court has given that power now. Getting the point here? Supreme Court has given that power to the Central Pollution Control Board. That is the article. Please read it. These rules must also incorporate the basic principles of natural justice. What do you mean by principles of natural justice? Principles of natural justice simply means you don't just simply look at the law, you look at the whole scenario. Principle of natural justice just basically means that much. That is, you don't just read or interpret the law. You look into the whole aspect. This is especially important for environmental cases where environment is involved. Why? Because we cannot say, okay, as per Central Pollution Control Board, if water is polluted, you need to pay 50 rupees. Give 50 rupees. When you go there and see, the whole of Yamuna is floating with garbage. You are like 50 rupees for this much of pollution. That is not at all balancing. So you need to balance it out. So basically then they will give a ruling where that much level you have polluted, pay 50 lakhs fine. Can I go and challenge it in the court? Hello, where is the law? As per Indian law, it is procedure established by law. Where is it? Where is the procedure that it says that I have to pay 50 lakhs if river is polluted? There is no law. There is no law in our country which says that this much money you have to pay when the river or the air is polluted by my industry. There is no law. But as per principles of natural justice, forget 50 lakhs, they can even ask me 50 crore. So Central Pollution Control Board, National Green Tribunal or any tribunal for that matter, they will basically look into what? They'll basically look into principles of natural justice. Case in point, tomorrow let us say you are, like I told you, no nonsensical officer. The moment any politician starts talking nonsense, you are like, after that. This is your attitude. Alright, arrogance at its peak. They transferred you. It was only 2 months since you joined the district. They immediately transfer you. You also are not ready to leave it. You go and challenge it in CAT, Central Administrative Tribunal. Normal law court will be what? Normal court, High Court, Supreme Court, even a normal civil or criminal court. They will only see what? Can the government transfer a civil servant? Yes. Therefore, case is dismissed. Go. Your petition is dismissed. They'll dismiss your petition. Because they will only see whether the provision is there in the law where the government can transfer an IAS officer. It is there. Case khatam. But a CAT will basically look into what? What was the situation there? The circumstances under which an officer who has just entered the district for 2 months, within 2 months he got a transfer. What was that circumstance there? Getting the point? Getting the point here? What was the circumstance? No circumstance means end of it. CAT will say, hello, this order is hereby quashed. Bangalore, Stadium, RCB, Stampede. They had suspended the IPS officer. Correct? He went and challenged it in CAT. CAT gave a verdict in his favor. CAT quashed the Karnataka government's order suspending him. CAT quashed it. Siddaramaiah government was basically planning to move to the High Court, challenging the CAT order. Challenging it. No, we won't let it. Later they understood it will become a very bad political move. Very bad it will become. So finally they close the whole chapter. How? Entire responsibility on RCB. Royal Challengers Bengaluru. They are entirely responsible for this. End of the discussion. Getting the point here? Sustainable development. This I will teach you like this. From the diagram. Again, somebody had basically told that, sir, please use images in your PPTs. I'll explain it with this, just 2 diagrams. This is your great Indian bustard. And to be very honest, there is nothing great about this gentleman here. Papa Prani it is. If we to put it in Kannada. Or Ayyo Pavam. Papa. Even in Tamil also it is Papa. In Hindi, Masoom. First of all, this fellow is partially blind. Doesn't have full vision like your eagle and all. And size is like huge. It can fly. Alright, it can fly. That is there. But because blindness is there, this gentleman here doesn't know the difference between, cannot see even an electric line that is running like this. And because he is huge, he's huge in size. Don't look at the diagram. Hey, sir, it is only this much. He is huge actually. Easily he will get entangled here. What will be the end result? Keema. Great Indian bustard, Keema. Thanks to the electricity board. Getting the point here? First issue. So as it is, this is an endangered species. Their numbers are very, very less. And they have other threats also. Because they are very blind, they cannot see things properly. They are easily hunted by dogs, which are again more number in our country. They will also eat them. So their numbers are very, very less as it is. Now in Rajasthan, they basically found out that it is where you have windmill. As it is, this fellow cannot see these lines. Windmill is there. He will be coming. Ooh la la, ooh la la. And then windmill will come and hit. It will die. End of the story. Maximum number of birds, great Indian bustards, have died because of windmill. Highest in the world. Highest in the world. We are keeping windmill why? So that we will reduce our dependency on coal, we will reduce our dependency on crude oil, we will try to become energy sufficient, all of that. But our bastard is like la la la, topak, down. La la la, down. La la la, bow 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 bow. Done. That means this fellow has been born basically to die. That is the point here. So, you have 2 flyways, Central Asian flyway, East Asian, Australasian flyway. What you see in green is the Central Asian flyway. East Asian, Australasian flyway is this. That means this is the path taken by the birds when winter season is there, coming from the north to the south. When it is summer, going back again. This is the pathway. Your great Indian bustard actually uses the Central Asian flyway. All right. Now the data part. Wind capacity that we have been adding year on year, 3.5 gigawatt. Year on year growth in wind sector, 82%. Every year we are increasing. Total installed capacity, 51.3. Then, what is the bird mortality in Thar Desert? 4,464 birds per 1,000 square millimeter per year. Just 1,000 per year. Bird mortality, TAR, per turbine per month. 1.24 birds are dying per turbine. That is little more than 1, but less than 2. Bird mortality in Kutch and Davangere region. Davangere. Where is Davangere? Leona Mutum, class 3A34, 916 Malayali. All right. So the point here is we are trying to grow completely green. That is, we will try to do only renewable energy, this, that. Environmentally, what is happening? And don't be surprised here. In California, even more bigger crazy thing is happening. So California, you know, it has very vast desert region. Okay. So what they decided to do was they decided they will install solar power panels there because empty land is there everywhere. So they decided, okay, we will install solar power panels, maximum sunlight. So they decided they'll put the panels in a circular manner so that east or west with the sun's movement, you can capture energy. But because the panels were kept in this format, complete, okay, you have kept it completely, circular you have kept. Heat was so high. Heat will get reflected, right? Solar light is hitting, sun's light is hitting the surface, it will get reflected also. The region where solar panels were kept, temperatures were so high. Small birds, when they come, their wings will get burnt. Slight burn is also enough. They will come crashing down, hitting on that panel. Death. Got the point here? So again, the question is, we are planning for global offshore wind capacity. That is, put it somewhere close to the coastal area. There also we need to see, you are installing it. Great. Will it affect any of the local aquatic or avian species? Getting the point here? Stable coins. Stable coins are basically your cryptocurrency. It's like a cryptocurrency only, but there is a difference. Stable coins, as the word says, its value is determined based on an asset. Asset could be anything. It can be land. It can be a foreign currency. Maybe gold. Whatever. Value of stable coin is determined by an asset. It is linked to it. Could be dollar. It could be euro. Maybe it could be Japanese yen. Anything. Anything it can be. It is not like your Bitcoin. Bitcoin is not pegged. This stable coin's value being determined by an asset. In economic terms, it is called pegging. Pegged means fixed. Value is determined or fixed based on an asset. Bitcoin doesn't have anything like that. Bitcoins is pure and pure based on what? Demand and supply. Nothing else. There is nothing else. Got the point here? So Hong Kong has basically decided to bring some law. The stable coin currency, it is coming from Hong Kong. They decided to bring a law to stabilize it. All right. It is based on blockchain technology. Blockchain technology means it's like each block is there. They are all interconnected like a big chain. Last week, I had told you maybe with regard to what? With regard to electronic voting, I told you it is based on blockchain technology. So you have your EPIC, Electoral Photo Identity Card, which will be verified by the Election Commission of India. Once that verification is done, then your Aadhaar card will be checked, correct? Which is your Aadhaar. Your Aadhaar will be verified by UIDAI. This will be done. Then obviously, they will cross-connect these two. How? The photo that is there. In your Aadhaar, you will be looking like one that is full of oil is there on your face. Something like this, your expression will be. That is what Aadhaar is. Election Commission of India's electoral photo ID card, that will be like one chapati. This. Where your own mother also won't identify you. They will basically check the photograph. Computer will identify. Why? Computer will basically cross-check what is called nodal points. There are some things in the face which you cannot change. Eye to eye distance, eye to nose distance, nose to lip, lip to chin, chin to forehead, forehead to eyes. This you cannot change. Even if you go to your ex and meet her father, even if he slaps you 100 times also, this shape is not going to change. Got the point here? That the system will cross check. Once it is verified, this link becomes a permanent link is created. First step. Next step is what? Next step is your mobile number. Your mobile number, which I will verify from. Obviously, try. Again, Aadhaar is also there. Correct. Aadhaar is also linked to your mobile. So that link also I will check. So yes, OTP is coming. Now these three are verified. But it doesn't end there. Electronic voting it is. Plastic surgery also, Rajkumar. You can only put plastic here, here, here. Not change the space between your eyes. You cannot take your eyes out and keep it somewhere here. That you cannot do. Trust me. That is where I will ask you. Please open your front camera. Smartphone camera. Smartphone is there, camera is there. All this now gets verified because here itself my face, they verified that they cross verify here. Everything is linked. In other words, obviously. Not just Election Commission, Anshika. Here you have, there is no one single source of failure. Means, if I want to tamper with this data, if I want to hack it, at the exact same nanosecond, I will have to hit 4 places. Nanosecond. I have to hack Election Commission of India. Simultaneously, Unique Identification Authority of India. Simultaneously, Telecom Regulatory Authority of India. And similarly, even the mobile phone camera. With the current available technology, it is impossible. 1 or 2 you can do, not everywhere. That is why this is considered to be foolproof. Blockchain technology's feature is that data is distributed. 1, 2, 3, 4. Finally, it will create one single block. One single block will be there, where on it you will be having try, ECI, UIDAI, camera, end game. Got the point here? One single block. Nobody can touch it. Nobody can touch it. Because how are you going to hack 4 places at the same time? And this will happen either by 2029, some states at least where internet connectivity is very good, some constituencies where internet connectivity is good, on a trial basis this will happen. Because election results will come out in the same day. Easily. No need of sitting and counting the EVM machine, and no more claims of I have a bomb. I have a bomb evidence I have, which will shake the foundation. 2024 election was rigged. Where is the evidence? Got the point here? Those days will be over. Electronic data will be available. Oh, take, go and verify. Nobody can enter it. Same principle, same concept. In what? Digital currency. Which digital currency? Central bank's digital currency. How does that work? How does that work? Central bank's digital currency. So, Rajiv is... Wait a minute. So, Rajiv wants to give me money. I will take... He will open his purse. He will take his money. He will give it to me. I'll take it from him. I'll put it in my purse. Same thing, but in digital. That is, Rajiv will have a digital wallet. I will have a digital wallet. Our transaction will be what? Wallet to wallet. No bank, no UPI, nothing. Most of the UPI apps, if you actually see, are owned by Chinese. Most of the UPI apps are owned by the Chinese. I don't want them. I want them out of the equation. And this digital wallet, how is it verified? Simple. Rajiv will again give the same details. Phone number, Aadhaar card, PAN card, bank account. When he verifies everything, it will create one digital wallet for him. Same thing I will also have. And monitoring all the digital wallets, you will have only one individual there. Dum 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 dum. What did I tell you in electronic voting? No single person will control all the data. In electronic voting, we saw data is distributed. But in central bank digital currency, RBI will be standing and watching. That is, Rajiv gave 50 rupees to me. In that 50 rupees, 49 rupees was taken away by my wife because her money is her money and my money is her money. So, 49 rupees taken by my wife. With that 1 rupee, I am sitting there like this. RBI is able to see. Every last rupee will be kept a track of. Every last rupee. Already UPI transactions are monitored by the government. Entire UPI transactions. Best example, how the Karnataka government sent GST notice to vendors. How did the Karnataka government get to know that the vendors are making more than 40 lakhs, 20 lakhs or whatever? How did they get to know? The vendors didn't go and tell, na, hello, 40 laksha. No, they will never say. Government is keeping a track. The same thing will happen with what? RBI now. RBI will pass the information to whom? Obviously to income tax. Obviously to GST. Over. It will slowly come to a stop. That is the only form of corruption that will be possible is you can go to a hotel and basically, let us say now tomorrow, I am a very corrupt officer. I can basically ask Nancy. Nancy has come. Sir, my file. I will say, Nancy, I love mutton biryani. Treat me to mutton biryani. So she will think, oh, one mutton biryani, what is the big deal? But she doesn't know, right? I eat around 5 to 6 mutton biryanis. So she will be like, what the hell? Only that thing you can do. Other than that, taking money, building asset, buying asset, game over. So it is the explanation here. Nisar updates, just read and revise. Okay. Time is there. Biosimilar. Will there be complete demonetization than a paper currency? That will happen. Right now, 500 rupees is the highest denomination, right? 500 will go out. Then it will be only 200. Eventually, 200 also will go out. Then it will be 100. Then it will be 50. Finally, it will come to just 20 rupees maximum. All this are going to go out. Take it from me. Take it from me. Based on a hunch, I had taught this when I was taking classes in Mangalore, I guess. Mangalore or somewhere. When I was taking offline. I was teaching economics that time. That time I had predicted it. Because I was looking, see, it is not a big deal. I'm not telling that only I did it. I'm very intelligent. Nah. When you look at a pattern, when you look at certain news, you will feel, isn't this all leading to this? Because when the first time when we heard demonetization, how dare you take away my 500 and 1000? People were angry. Oops. Everybody thought, this Modi government. That was a reaction. Did we react when 2000 rupees went out? Public didn't even bother. Whole thing will come out. Got the point here? 2000 rupees, did we go? Hey, oh, I want my 2000. Nothing. Because who will keep a 2000? Who will keep a 2000 note? Nobody. Will you keep a 500 note with you? Because getting a change, where will I get a change for this? That is a reaction. We don't feel 500. That we don't feel. Making a change for it is a nightmare. Got the point here? Next is this. After that, this. After that, this. Who will do it? P. Chidambaram. The poor lady who is selling tomato for 2 rupees 50 paise. How will she use digital? Does she know to use a POS machine? That is what our Chidambaram Saab told inside the parliament. Today, 86% of the transactions, Pani Puri, Bel Puri, chai, tea, coffee, anything you buy, everything is UPI. So today when I tell you that we will move into central bank digital currency, you will say, "Arey sir, what sir? It is not going to happen, sir. Kerala, sir, 100% literacy, sir." What is CBDC as an idea today? What we find, oh my God, CBDC, the same reaction people used to give for UPI before 2016. Before 2016, we used to give that reaction for this. This is the future. End game. All right. Biosimilar versus generics. First thing, small molecule drugs. Small molecule drugs simply means drugs which are very small. Very, very small. Easy to make. Not much of complications, etc. Low molecular weight they have. All right. They regulate biological processes by binding specific biological targets, typically chemically synthesized. They attach to your this thing, different parts of your body. Where you need the medicine. So it is calculated, the size is calculated as less than or equal to 1000 Daltons. Dalton is defined as 1/12 the mass of a carbon-12 atom, a unit used to express molecular weight. Okay. Disprin, molecular weight is 180 Daltons, most common pharmaceutical. Something like your paracetamol, same thing. They are simple chemical structures with fixed forms during use. Stable. It is usually orally bioavailable, easy to store and administer. That means break it, bring water, end game. Paracetamol, what you keep? Some people are there who will keep taking paracetamol every now and then. Headache, paracetamol. Fever, paracetamol. Cold, paracetamol. Break up, 2-3 paracetamol. If you are in the habit of taking paracetamol for every now and then, don't worry, your kidneys are about to go kaput. Okay. Their production costs are very low. They are lower priced and generics after patents expire. Means what? Lower priced generics. Clear? Lower priced generics means generic medicine is something where, so any medicine that is manufactured, it will generally have what is called a patent on it. Patent means you cannot manufacture this drug in a small part or in its full form You cannot do it. Till a certain time period. It could be 15 years, it could be 10 years, depends what type of drug it is and how many years you have applied. Generally, for small molecular drugs, patent years are generally less, maybe 5 years or less than 10 it will be. Less than 10 years, patent will be there. After this is over, Indian companies will come. This is manufactured by a foreign company after doing so much of research, development, etc. What the Indian company will do is, Indian company will wait, let the patent time period get over. Moment 10 years gets over, what they will do is they'll buy this drug. They'll do what is called as reverse engineering. They find out what are the chemical components, chemical properties, everything. And what they do later? They make the generic version. That is called a generic medicine. It is very, very cheap. It is very, very cheap. Getting the point here? That is the idea. So if this is priced very high, this will be very cheap. That is a generic medicine. Then you have what is known as biologics. Large complex molecules produced by biological systems, often proteins like antibodies or hormones, molecular weight much higher than small molecules. Got the point here? Protein like antibodies. Best example, your insulin. They are typically injected due to poor oral bioavailability. You cannot actually take insulin like this. Insulin is injected. There's a more targeted action binding specifically to one protein. Insulin is basically taken to control what? The sugar levels. Complex to develop, requiring rigorous quality control and specialized manufacturing facilities. It is more expensive. All right. Generics versus biosimilars. Generics, I told you. What is biosimilar? They are copies of biologics. That means insulin is manufactured. Insulin is there. Naturally produced in the body. Then there is insulin, which is injected. This is manufactured inside a laboratory. That is what you call a biosimilar. Getting the point here? Now, what is the whole point? Why are we manufacturing generics? That is, be it small molecule drugs, be it biosimilar drugs. For both of this, we have a generic version. Why are we doing it? Reason is pretty simple. It is the cost. For example, Sovaldi costing $84,000 in the US. It is a drug. All right. Indian generics reduce the price of Sovaldi to around $1,000, greatly enhancing patient access. Getting the point here? Greatly. What is it? Enhancing the patient access. Because reduce the price. It was initially what? 84,000. 84,000, it came down to just $1,000. UK SETA, the relationship, I thought I will take it today. But what I will do is some more articles have to come. It is going on in news. So I will club everything. Even put the Trump tariffs impact on it. UK SETA, then USA also we are dealing with the trade. That I'll take it in the next class. Don't worry. All right. That I will take. I'll finish it off next week because it is still coming in the news. One day, one thing is coming. I will send the notes with you, but we will discuss it in detail in the next class because UK SETA talks about two things. I'll explain it in short here now because of time constraint. One is compulsory licensing. That is, if there is a medical emergency is there, you need to manufacture a drug which can save lives. Government of India can give direction to any company, any pharmaceutical company. Listen, I'm giving you compulsory license. Here, take it. Take this license, manufacture this drug so that we can save lives. What we did during COVID-19. That is the reason why we were able to manufacture it so fast. Number one. The second issue is to do with what is called as source code. Source code. This was mentioned when we were taking SETA. This requires a little more explanation. In one line, one word, if I tell it to you now, you won't understand. That I will take it up in the next class, definitely. Clear? Public administration now, my optional subject. Government agencies must coordinate to get rid of cities' garbage. Clearly highlighting that this is the Chief Minister of Delhi who is telling this. Poor coordination among departments. No cooperation. After cases of drinking water poisoning, standard operating procedure issued for Karnataka school headmasters. What does this mean? This simply means always poor monitoring and evaluation. To the old PAHAL students, I'll tell you, link it with double loop learning from paper 1. Link it. That is the key. Here, coordination it is. You can basically talk about, this is basically the drawback of classical thinkers or bureaucracy itself. Delhi LG approves proposal to make Aadhaar card mandatory for issuing income certificate. Caste cum income certificate, for that Aadhaar card mandatory. Like I've always told you, you see the evolution of public administration from classical thinkers to human relation thinkers to the behavioral school, then the motivational school. This is basically the whole thinkers line. Around the same period, NPA, 1968, 1988, 2008. NPA 1, NPA 2, NPA 3. Around this time period only, NPM started. From 80s onwards. From 2000s onwards, basically what started? NPS started. New public management, new public service. Where are we standing today? Then we moved on to NPG, new public governance based on digital governance, etc. After that, from 2025, we have WhatsApp governance. That is where we are headed to. Social media governance also, you can call it. Social media governance. PAHAL paper 1 theory is here in a nutshell. All right. UPSC plans to send recruitment alerts to institutions through email. That is to certain institutions now, educational institutions, college, etc. They have not specified whether they will send it to coaching academies or not. But most probably it is possible. That is, why are they doing it? Because many people doesn't get to know which type of exams are there conducted by UPSC other than the civil services and NDA. So UPSC is collaborating. That means what? A constitutional body is ready to collaborate with other agencies academies or government institutions or whatever. You are ready to collaborate with them to pass on information. Got the point here? Now let us look at the topics. Unlike the earlier days, we have only very limited topics this time, and there is a reason for it. Most of the topics are heavyweight topics. Biosimilars versus generics, which we had started off last week, but we couldn't complete it properly. Then we have climate change, we have Supreme Court judgments, we have India-US tariff, we have state of Indian economy, satellite internet, biochar, and defense, which is just for you to read and understand. For your information it is. All right. So, all right, I'll do that, Dharani. Thank you for reminding. Whatever questions you have, which once again I'm announcing it to all the people out there, whatever questions you have which you have not, which has got nothing to do with the current affairs here, please reserve it towards the end of the class. For the next 2 hours, 2.5 hours, we are only going to do current affairs. All right, people. So biosimilars versus generics. Very quickly, let us try to take a recap of this. So small molecule drugs are there for which they have a low molecular weight, usually less than 1000 Daltons. They are organic compounds that regulate biological processes by binding specific biological targets, and typically these are chemically synthesized. These are small drugs like your paracetamol, vitamin tablets. All right. Dalton, Da, is defined as 1/12 the mass of a carbon-12 atom, a unit used to express molecular weight. For example, Disprin has a molecular weight of 180 Daltons, most common pharmaceutical. What are its characteristics? They have simple chemical structures with fixed forms during use. In other words, it's not very complex. It is pretty easy to make them. All right. Stable, usually orally bioavailable, easy to store and administer. That is the most important criteria here. Just look at your paracetamol tablet itself. You can easily store it anywhere you want. And expiry date is also not a very big issue. You don't require special room temperatures and all. And you can easily just open it up, put one in your mouth, and then take a glass of water. Job is well done. Manufactured by chemical synthesis, allowing predictable production. Again, it's pretty much easy to produce. That is the idea here. Clear? Lower production costs leading to lower priced generics after patents expire. So even to produce these small molecular drugs, what the thing is like, you have something called as patent. And what is a patent? Patent simply means it gives me exclusivity. What does it give me? Exclusive rights. With regard to the brand name, even the colors, the symbol, and in the case of drugs especially, the chemical formula. These things only my company can use it, no other company can use it for a certain time period. Let us say 10 years, or in some cases it can be 15 years. For 10 to 15 years, nobody can touch the brand name, color or symbol, whatever it is. You're not supposed to copy it. You're not supposed to even confuse the consumer. But with the chemical formula, after 10 year or after 15 year, once the patent dies, once the patent's timeline is over, I can manufacture it. Me being an Indian company, I can manufacture it. So why am I manufacturing it after the patent is over or after the patent duration is over? Because the cost will become cheap. Why is the cost cheap? Because I am not at all spending, I'm actually spending 0 rupees in research and development. Because after this 10 years, what happens is all I have to do is take the drug that is already there in the market. Take the drug that is already available in the market, do reverse engineering, find out what its chemical formulas are, then remanufacture it. So slight change in color, etc. will be there. But does it mean the quality is compromised? Does it mean it's therapeutic? Therapeutic it is called. Therapeutic means, will it compromise on its ability to cure your illness? Absolutely not. So if you go to any doctor, your Jan Aushadhi Kendras, which are out there, pharmacies are there, Jan Aushadhi Kendras are there, where you will get these molecular drugs at very, very low rate. For example, if you're talking about a vitamin D tablet, if you go to a normal pharmacy, maybe it will cost, depending upon the brand, just for 4 tablets, it will cost you 300 rupees. Again, it is dependent on the type of the brand. But if you go to this Jan Aushadhi Kendras again, you will only see the Prime Minister's photo there. Prime Minister's image will be there in that pharmacy. You approach the same pharmacy, for just 10 rupees, you may probably get an entire strip of vitamin D tablets. One, two, three, four, five, 6. 6 into 4, 24. 24 tablets you may get for just 10 rupees. For 4, 300. For 24, just 10. Getting the point here? That is, generic medicine has literally changed the affordability of healthcare in India. And government through these Jan Aushadhi Kendras have also ensured that they are available. But what is the catch here? The catch here is that the quality sometimes is not so great. That is, consuming the Indian generic drugs. Alright, the drugs which are manufactured like this. That is, after the patent is over, I manufactured its generic version. Its Desi version I manufactured. Alright. Either this will not have the necessary quality or its expiry date is over. These complaints have come on Indian manufactured medicines. And we have had casualties in Sri Lanka as well as in Africa. That is, the medicines, whatever we exported to Sri Lanka, or the medicines or drugs what we exported to Africa, after consuming it, people or children have died. Bringing again back the whole question or the whole concept that, oh, the quality of Indian medicines is not good. The idea behind generic medicine to promote it to this level extensively is to promote health tourism. That is all said and done. We may feel that, oh, our health infrastructure is very poor. But to be very honest, it is comparatively really good when you take Asia as a whole. Cost-wise, service-wise. That is the reason why people are coming to India for their treatment. Even from our Kujliwala neighbor, Pakistan also, people come here for their treatment. Then they will go back there again and then they will say, we want Kashmir. That is a different story. But that is the reality. Clear over here? Moving on. Generics are exact copies produced without original R&D and marketing costs. There is very less marketing cost and research and development cost involved here. Molecular weight cutoff for small molecules is approximately 900 Daltons to allow cell penetration. That is, the size limit is there. 900 Daltons is the maximum size, so that it can penetrate the cell and do the treatment. Correct, Anshika? Correct? Chemists are spreading rumors that they are not safe. Sonali, obviously they have to do it right. So if I am running a pharmacy, why will I sell Jan Aushadhi tablets there? Because I am not going to get any benefit out of it. If I conduct 50 sales or 100 sales, I am not going to get any gifts from the pharmaceutical companies. Got the picture here? So the idea behind this is, even the hospitals if you go to, the doctors if you go to, none of them will do it. In fact, doctors again will give a Kathakali expression. They will be like, generic, I don't know. Maybe it depends on your luck. Once a doctor does that, then who will actually go and take a generic medicine? Getting the point here. They'll probably sell their remaining kidney and go and buy that expensive medicine. Usage. Primary treatment source for many diseases can cross biological barriers and modulate multiple targets. Like I told you, taking everything orally, that is for loose motion or even for vomiting or maybe for fever, cold, cough, for all of these diseases, you generally consume what? Small molecular drugs. Biologics, large complex molecules produced by biological systems. Often proteins like antibodies or hormones, molecular weight much higher than small molecules. What are these? Often proteins like antibodies or hormones. These are like your defense mechanisms, what is necessary for your body. You cannot consume it. You cannot simply take it orally because these things are highly unstable. You cannot make it in the oral format. So what you have to do, you have to inject it. Case in point being, in the military, war zone, etc., generally the medic will carry an adrenaline injection. That is, if a person's heart rate is rapidly falling, you need to give urgent medical attention or treatment. You cannot allow the person to go off to sleep or maybe even, go into a state of medical coma. You cannot allow that. So to awaken the person, what they do is they'll take an adrenaline syringe and they will put it directly into the heart, pump the adrenaline there. Why not in any other part of the body? Not any other part. I want it to go immediately to the heart. So what happens? The heart starts beating faster. That is what you call biologics. Similarly, insulin is also injected. Very good question, Rajadurga. Can a company extend their patent? Generally, companies do that. So what companies will generally do is, so they know it is going to end in 10 years. Then what they do after this is, this is their drug, right? This is what the company produced. My company produced it. All right. NRK tablets. Now I know that patent is about to get over. What will I do is, I'll simply make some small cosmetic changes to the tablet. Some very small changes to the tablet, chemically. Very small changes. Whereby which small changes I will make. But the original chemical formula, whatever is there, or that its treatment capacity, all of that is the same. Just superficially, I have made some changes. And I will again apply for what? Fresh patent. This phenomenon where predominantly you are not doing anything, you are just making some surface level changes, that is called evergreening of patents. Evergreening of patents. That is, every 10 years or after every 15 years, you keep applying for a fresh patent. Correct? It is part of intellectual property rights. Got the point here? India doesn't allow this. India doesn't allow evergreening of patents. That is, even if I am a company based out of USA, I have applied for patent and I got it also. That is, first 10 years, I got this patent for this. Next 10 years, I get a patent for this. But Indian authorities, on doing a closer examination, found that there is hardly any difference. The therapeutic effects are all the same. India will not accept it. India will not accept the second patent what has been applied for. India will easily give permission to the generic manufacturing companies here inside India. Go ahead and manufacture it. Got the point here? Evergreening of patents we don't tolerate. We will only tolerate it when there is a change in its therapeutic effect. That is, its effect on the human body has some new change different from the original one. Only in that scenario we are going to accept the new patent. Otherwise, we don't do it. Got the point here? Key difference between branded and generic medicine, if it is asked in an interview. Generic medicines are basic, doesn't involve research and development. Generic medicine doesn't involve marketing. Generic medicine straight away takes off-the-shelf chemical formula. Off-the-shelf chemical formula, that is a technical word to be used there. Because it is already available in the market. You are just taking it, doing reverse engineering and manufacturing it. Insulin. monoclonal antibody Remicade. That is the size of insulin. As you can clearly see, it is around 5,800 Daltons. Original molecular, small molecular drugs is just 900 Daltons, maximum size. This is around 5,800. That is the reason why you have to inject it. Characteristics. Structural variations can arise during biological production, but these usually do not affect stability or efficacy. Typically injected. Due to poor oral bioavailability, example heat-sensitive enzymatic degradation. Because, like I told you, it is not at all easy to store it for a long period of time. You cannot store it that easily. You need special conditions for it. So, if slightly the temperature goes here and there, the whole chemical formula will undergo a change. That is the reason why once you take up, even when you take up insulin, when they take it from the bottle, they immediately inject it. You cannot take it and say, after 5 minutes, I will give it to you. You cannot do that. Once you open the seal, you take the insulin from the bottle, you have to inject it to the patient. That is the idea. Agreed. More targeted action, binding specifically to one protein or cell type, reducing off-target effects. In other words, see, there is a reason why people will always say, don't take paracetamol for anything and everything. Or don't take, wait for 24 hours when you get fever, when you get cold, when you get cough, when you get running nose, or even for that matter, loose motion, vomiting also, wait for the first 24 hours. Yeah, it is a totally different scenario if your loose motion is continuous, if your vomiting is continuous. 4 or 5 times you're vomiting or you're having loose motion, definitely get admitted to the hospital. Don't even go for self-medication. But once or twice you had. So you just need to wait it out. First 24 hours, wait it out. Because having loose motion, having vomiting, or even having fever or cold, cough, these are not diseases. These are symptoms. So when you randomly take these tablets, what happens is you're suppressing the symptoms there. So wait for 24 hours first. And if you keep on consuming tablets like that indiscriminately, it can affect your kidneys very fast. But not your biologics. Biologics will have a specific target. They will only go there. And for that, again, you need to inject it at the right place. That is also important. So that is why the insulin injection also, it is taken at certain specific parts of your body. Adrenaline injection also, like I told you, it is injected right into the heart. More complex to develop, requiring rigorous quality control and specialized manufacturing facilities. They are more expensive with longer development times and higher manufacturing costs than small molecules. Patent protection tends to last longer due to its complexity. That means this will be a little more longer than your small drug molecules. Because manufacture is not easy. You will have anywhere between 15 to 20 days for it. Correct? Uses. Treat conditions difficult for small molecules such as cancer, autoimmune diseases, anemia, and diabetes. Basically, the non-communicable diseases. And in the case of autoimmune disease simply means everybody have natural immunity in their body, correct? Natural immunity is there. But sometimes what happens is your immunity will see your own body as a villain and will start attacking it. That is what you call an autoimmune disease. Rare it is, very, very rare. Autoimmune disease, anemia, even to some extent diabetes as well as cancer. I told you these are non-communicable diseases. But simultaneously, these can also be what? Rare genetic disorders. Very rare. That is, it is there in the family. That means if your father and your grandfather had sugar or have sugar, don't worry, you're also going to get it. That is the point here. Clear? Generics versus biosimilars. Generics. Copies of small molecule drugs made after patent expiry, chemically identical to original, lower cost due to less R&D and marketing. What about biosimilars? They are copies of biologics produced by different biological systems thus not identical to original but highly similar in efficacy and safety. All right. Regulatory challenges. Biosimilars require more elaborate and expensive testing than generics to demonstrate similarity. Biosimilars, once you manufacture it also, you require extensive testing. Extensive testing means what? You need to test it on different animals. That is one thing you need to do. Rat, maybe even the other little more higher variants, other animals you need, monkey, ape, and all this you need to try before you can actually say that, yeah, now you can use it to test it on human beings. Then, regulatory trends. Biosimilars expensive in India than any other foreign country. It's way affordable there. Ishika, it is largely because in India, the health sector, we have privatized it. We have government hospitals, but we have private hospitals also. We don't have any common insurance scheme. In USA, etc., why is it that people are so hell-bent on becoming a US citizen? Because once you become a US citizen, your medical insurance gets taken care of. You become a UK citizen, your medical insurance gets taken care of. So there, when you are employed and you are a US citizen, medical insurance will take care of a lot of things. So you need not worry about the cost of the drugs or anything there. Getting the point there. You need not worry about it because it gets covered. Insurance will cover all these things. In India, unfortunately, that is not the case. So obviously, when we say here that, okay, we went to a private hospital, and I had my baby there, foreigners will wonder, how are you trusting a private player with health sector? Foreigners will be wondering. They are like, how can you do that? When you ask them, where do you go? No, we go to the normal government hospital. The government hospitals in USA offer the same service what is there in India. What services are offered by a private hospital? That is their priority there. That is easily because of the GDP that they spend there. That is the amount of money that they spend on health sector. I think that is around 4 to 5% or something. In India now, very recently only we had just crossed 1% of GDP just recently. So that is the difference. The money that we spend in India, majority of that is if you're talking about health sector expenditure, when you talk about, more than 80% of the expenditure is what we call OOP. Out of pocket. You spend it out of your own pocket. If you have insurance, that is another ball game. If you're employed, your company is taking care of your insurance, means yes, cost will come down. But otherwise, or an average Indian family will go into debt if they visit the hospital. That is the reality today. Clear? Regulatory trends. US and UK working to simplify biosimilar approval using modern analytical and human relevant methods. Example, organoids instead of animal trials. India is considering case-by-case waivers of animal studies, but has not yet updated its regulatory framework. That is, when it comes to biosimilar, nothing like that. It is not that it has the worst medical cost and all. Nothing like that. It is different. It is definitely better than what you see in India. Do you think what happened very recently? Babies dying inside a government hospital. Do you think it will happen in USA? Babies dying inside a government hospital. Babies dying because, or mothers dying because of the quality of the vaccine that was used, the medicines that was used. Getting the picture here. If the same incident, I think it happened in from a company based out of West Bengal, they provided some medicine, and the mothers who had just given birth to new babies, I think in Karnataka, they died. If the same incident would have happened in USA, what would have happened, That company would have been sued. That company would have been sued for hundreds or 200 or $300 million. And that company would have got shut down. In here, what would have happened? What has happened maximum? License would have got suspended. After 1 or 2 years, when the media, when the public, everybody forgets about it, that company will come back. That is what happens in India. Got the point here. Here, accountability is not there. Cost, I will agree. Cost is high. That is why I told you, you are US citizen, you are employed, then it is heaven there. Otherwise, definitely it is costly. Nobody is denying it. Nobody is denying it. Why it is costly there? Simple logic. There they don't have generic medicine. Their medicines are sold at the original price. $5,000 for just one tablet. Imagine. $5,000 for one tablet. Who can afford it? That is easily more than 4 lakh Indian rupees for one tablet. How many people in USA can afford it? Very less. Getting the point here. This is the difference. So why it is costly in USA? The medicines are costly because they are having patent system is considered important there. Why it is not costly here when it comes to medicines in India? Because we have generic medicines here. But that is it. That is the only advantage you have it in India when it comes to the tablets. When it comes to overall quality of treatment, the overall quality of infrastructure, medical infrastructure, USA, UK, etc. does a far better job than India. Got the point here? So India is basically thinking how to regulate the biosimilars. For that, what USA and UK is doing is they are planning to go for organoids. Organoids are basically structures that behaves like an organ. You extract the cell, you wash and purify it, and then you take these cells, make it into small tissues, and you apply those drugs there, apply those medicines there, and then you see what is its effect. So you're not killing any animal, you're not endangering human life, you're only trying to see what is the effect of the medicine on that particular cell or on that particular tissue of that organ. That's it. Nothing guarantees anything. There is nothing called as 100% successful. When Harpic also has a very low success rate. I mean, 99.97. Economic and healthcare impact. Without competition, originator companies price small molecule drugs very high. Example, Sovaldi costing 84,000 US dollars in the USA. This is what I told you. There is no competition, no regulation. Drugs will be very expensive. That is the reason why health costs are very high. Moving on. Indian generics reduce the price of Sovaldi to around just $1,000, greatly enhancing patient access. The availability of affordable generics or biosimilars helps maintain access to essential medicines in countries like India, which we are again exporting to nations like Africa. And this exporting affordable medicines is also part of our diplomatic efforts. Because finally, when it comes to, when we are competing with, let us say, when it comes to Africa at least, we always have this tussle between India and China competing with Africa. India can never compete with China in terms of the money that is being invested by China inside Africa. $30 million, $50 million, etc. China keeps throwing in money there. India cannot do that. What India can do is generate goodwill, create a very good opinion. And how are they doing it? Through the generic medicines, through affordable healthcare. Affordable drugs. And then we are also giving them cows. Yeah, we are also sending cows to Africa. Especially the dwarf breed, etc. We are sending it there. And what is the idea behind it? The idea behind it is, okay, when that cow gives birth to that first baby, given birth by the cow, should be given as a gift to the neighbor in Africa. So if I'm an African, one African coming from one of the countries there, I get a cow. When that cow gives birth to a calf, that calf I am supposed to gift it to my neighbor. This is basically done to reduce the tribal conflicts in Africa and also to improve their nutrition levels. That is the idea behind it. More affordable biosimilars are needed to increase treatment options while ensuring safety and efficacy. No doubt about it, because the non-communicable diseases burden in our country is rapidly rising up. Talk about diabetes, talk about cancer, talk about cardiovascular diseases, all these, even hypertension, cholesterol, all these are on the rise. Price comparison now. This is in one single go, how to look at it. If normal drugs are priced 100%, okay. Normal drugs, that is normal drugs when I say branded drugs. The generic drugs are priced at 40%, up to 40% lower than the drugs it will be. All right. When you talk about biosimilars also, which are made like non-branded, that also, if you notice, it is 70% lesser than the branded ones. This is the idea. NCRT video is on Thursday, Amit. Couldn't understand, be specific, Akshaya. What you didn't understand? UK SETA. So why we discuss this much in detail is because, again, this discussion is important in the UK India SETA background. Comprehensive Economic Trade Agreement. The India-UK Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement includes Article 13.6, which promotes voluntary licensing as the preferable and optional route for ensuring access to medicines. What do you mean by voluntary licensing? It is an arrangement where the patent holder voluntarily grants permission to another party to produce a patented product, often with restrictions. It does not require the patent holder's consent, but depends on their willingness. That means in the recent deal what we signed, it has a provision called voluntary licensing. So if I have manufactured a drug and somebody wants to make its generic version, I should give my willingness, not consent. Consent means obviously I have to write and give it. Here it is willingness should be there. All right. Now let me tell you, whenever India has been investing in these generic medicines, UK and USA has never liked it. They have never liked it. Multiple reasons are there. Because most of these pharmaceutical companies, if you see, they are actually based out of China. Even though the owners are staying in USA and UK. So, they are having their factories here. They are doing investment, etc. They are producing the drug. But what happens finally? India, comfortably sitting in India, India actually produces its generic version. And here comes the next comedy now. Ideally, now because USA and UK has invested in China, USA and UK are producing their medicines, but India is manufacturing what? Doing jugaad and manufacturing generic medicine. Correct. China should have a problem with it, but China doesn't have a problem. Why? To manufacture this generic medicine, you need something called as API, which means active pharmaceutical ingredients. That means the basic chemicals necessary for manufacturing any drug that comes from China. Getting the picture here? The basic chemicals that you need to manufacture the drug, that comes from where? That actually comes from China. So China is happy. Whether you sell the original drug or whether they sell the API, China controls the market ultimately. So China is all happy about it. China is like, I'm okay. But India and USA and UK are not at all okay with it because their companies are suffering. So in the recent trade deal, they inserted this voluntary licensing clause. That means I should give my willingness if another company wants to manufacture my drug. This provision is seen as a departure from India's traditional support for compulsory licensing, which is a legal mechanism allowing a government to authorize a third party to produce a patented product without the patent owner's consent under specific conditions. So compulsory exam is there. Chandan, you're already proving that you're unfit to become an NDA officer. All right. One of the first qualities that a soldier requires is a little bit of discipline and to have that thing to wait. I already told at the beginning of the class, wait till the whole class gets over for your non-current affairs related doubts. Stop acting like an Amul baby. Concern under specific condition. That means government can actually ask a company, even when the patent is still on, that is patent time period has not got over. Indian government can tell you, manufacture this drug. On what conditions? Maybe the prices are too high or the supply is too less. Got the point here? Compulsory licensing aims to improve access and affordability of patented medicine. For example, in 2012, India granted a compulsory license to Natco Pharma for the anti-cancer drug sorafenib tosylate, reducing the monthly treatment cost from 2,80,428 to under 8,800 rupees. Are you getting the point here? This cancer treatment drug, I'm not sure what it was, intestinal cancer or stomach cancer. For that, this drug is used. But the monthly expenditure will come to 2,80,428. And in which year are we talking about it? We are talking about 2012. That means today it will be easily, in today's money value, this will be more than 5,60,000. Easily. We asked a company, Desi company, to manufacture it. Even when the patent time period was still there, we asked them to manufacture it. They manufactured and brought down the monthly cost from 2,80,428 to just 8,800. Got the point here? This is the advantage of generic medicine. All right, moving on. And this is like a classic feature of Indian health system. We see a medicine is becoming costly, we can immediately tell a company, you go and manufacture it. Or we see a medicine is too much in short supply, we can tell any company, you start manufacturing it. That we have let go. Instead, what we have done is we have actually brought in voluntary licensing in this agreement. Getting the point here? Felix, everything is important. Number, year, etc. You need to give an example, 1 or 2 examples you will have to give in your answer if you need to score. If you just write the general points there, nobody is going to give you marks. Those days are over. After 2017 especially, your answers should have data, your answers should have examples, your answers should have maps, your answers should have schemes as the way forward. So much we have to study. Definitely. That is the reason why you don't have, in every gully, you don't have an IAS officer. You only have a handful of you every year. This is the reason for it. All right. Generic medicines no need patent, then why should we consider this? Generic medicine, you don't require patent. I agree. But it is only because you wait till the patent is over. Then you manufacture it. But here, that is not the case. Under compulsory licensing, even when the patent is on, I can ask a company to go and manufacture. All right. So they are telling this is a violation. This is a deviation from all of that. Hindu's article. Can't expect anything else from them. But what is the reality here? The reality ultimately is, like as pointed out by, who is that gentleman there? Abhi. As pointed out by Abhi. So what if the patent gets over? Once the patent is over, do we need consent? As per voluntary licensing? No. You don't require it. Once it is done, you can easily finish it off. No need, Shravan. Exactly the point. Once the patent is over, you don't require any permission, any consent, any willingness. Getting the point here? India's Patent Act complies with World Trade Organization TRIPS, Agreement on Trade-Related Aspects of Intellectual Property Rights Agreement, and permits compulsory licensing 3 years after a patent grant if public need is unmet. 3 years immediately after the patent has been given, if public need is unmet, prices are unaffordable or the invention is not commercially exploited. Commercially exploited means I am not selling it for profit. I am only putting my bare minimal cost price on it. Slight cost, that is cost price, transportation. That is all I am putting on it. It is not at all for profit. Getting the point here? The requirement for patentees to report annually on the working status of their inventions has been diluted under SETA, changing the reporting period to not less than 3 years, which may reduce grounds for issuing compulsory license. Again, the key word is which may reduce. No, it is not going to reduce. Basically, these articles, again, whatever is coming in the Hindu, they always want to write what? Things are looking bad, things are looking bad. That is why they are doing this. It is not like that. This provision has been only made just so that to pacify the UK-based companies. Can Indian government still go ahead and actually ask a company, go and manufacture this? Absolutely yes. Why? Because as per TRIPS policy, India's Patent Act complies with World Trade Organization. So we need not worry. Voluntary licenses may not ensure affordable access because domestic companies in developing countries often lack bargaining power compared to large pharmaceutical firms. These licenses can impose controls on the supply of active pharmaceutical ingredients and other restrictions, which is again not true. Because the problem here is, when you read the Hindu paper, etc., you will feel generic medicine is done in some, near the toilet of a public bus stand. People are holding lanterns and some people are there mixing drugs, putting their sweat, and that is how they are making the drug. Manufactured it. No. These generic medicine manufacturers also, they are proper companies. They are proper companies. They also have a factory. They have all the conditions met. Everything is there. That is how they actually manufacture it. Getting the point here? It is not at all true. That is why I have put it in red here. An example illustrating this limitation is the anti-COVID drug Remdesivir, where an Indian company's price under a voluntary license was higher than that charged by the patent holder Gilead Sciences in the US. In a short duration, that drug was manufactured and we were selling it off. So that cost price was actually kept. And if it was actually very costly, again means Remdesivir, if it was really costly means, then world countries would have not taken up Indian drug. Got the point here? It won't be cheaper in quality. By emphasizing voluntary licensing, India potentially weakens its role as an advocate for compulsory licensing at the WTO. The Doha Declaration on the TRIPS Agreement and public health granted developing countries the right to issue compulsory licenses to protect public health, which we still have. We have not let go of it or anything. This is more like a cosmetic. This is more like a cosmetic thing, that is to give something to the UK. That's all it is. It is not at all illegal. SETA also affects India's stance on technology transfer, which means the sharing of technological knowledge, skills, or manufacturing capabilities from advanced to developing countries on favorable terms. So the next thing that the article is telling is, it is basically against technology transfer also. Which one? The India-UK SETA. No, quality is not compromised. We don't have question regarding TRIPS. Question regarding TRIPS had come earlier. Here again, I think you can expect a question in the background of India-UK trade deal. In that background, you can expect a question. Not directly on TRIPS anyway, but yeah, India-UK SETA or India's proposed free trade agreements with other countries, how it will affect the health sector, how it will affect the economy, how it will affect the education, the farmers, how when India signs a free trade agreement, how it will affect each sector. That is what you need to focus on. Joint sector. No, it's nothing called there is nothing called as a joint sector. It is basically that these are again normal companies, private companies only that will manufacture it. They are in the business of manufacturing generic medicines. India first advocated for favorable technology transfer in the 1974 UN General Assembly resolution on the new international economic order. India's fourth biennial update report to the UNFCCC states that barriers such as slow technology transfer and intellectual property rights impede the adoption of climate-friendly technologies. What does this mean? See, actually, the developed countries were supposed to spend every year, transfer close to $100 billion every year to the developing countries. For what? For what purpose? For actually helping the developing countries with the adoption of climate-friendly technologies. This has not been coming. Why? What is the reason for it? Again, the reason for it is the intellectual property, that is patent. Because the companies who have produced it, they are asking, why should I give my hard-earned research simply for free to India? So one of the key demands of many of the South Asian countries especially, see, we will follow all your greenhouse gas emission, compulsions and regulations. We are ready to listen to it. But give us the technology, give us the money so that we can buy it, we can afford it, we can implement it. Developed countries are not ready for it. That is the reality. By compromising on technology transfer provisions in SETA, India's ability to demand climate-friendly technology from developed countries may be diminished. Again, wrong. It is just from UK, not from entire. The SETA has only been signed with UK. Look at the language of the Hindu. This is why I have a problem with this newspaper. And that is also the reason why I take this newspaper again. Because when people keep reading it, they'll say, UK deal, what? It is stupid deal. Oh, that is also stupid. Everything is stupid. It is almost as if only the Hindu newspaper and Mr. N. Ram knows how the country should be run. We have only signed a SETA deal with UK. How can the Hindu blanketly come and tell that it is for all the developed countries? Have we signed a deal with USA? Or have we signed a deal with France? Have we signed it with Italy? No. Then how did they come to this grand conclusion? SETA and technology. India-UK Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement is described by Union Commerce and Industry Minister Piyush Goyal as a gold standard with no compromise on the digital sector. Sorry, this is continuous sentence. On the digital sector, which is highly sensitive, has been overlooked in official comments and media scrutiny. It is claimed that compromises in the digital sector have profound consequences for India's digital sovereignty and represent a reversal of India's long-held position at global forums. The key concession is India's surrender of its right to seek ex-ante access to the source code of foreign digital goods and services, which is a 180-degree turn from its stance at the WTO and other forums. European Union. So, what does it mean? Source code. Any software is there. That is, even when you talk about PW, even when you talk about YouTube, for all this, there is a source code. You have to do coding right to make this program completely. There is a source code to it. So, India has been asking, whenever if you're selling any software to India, we want the source code. UK was like nothing doing. We won't allow you to do that. Why you need a source code? That is the next $1 million question. Sharing source code. First thing what it does is it helps in collaboration. Because once I know what is the source code behind YouTube, what is the source code behind Facebook, what happens? Now I can actually manufacture it. I can use that same source code and make a Desi version of YouTube, make a Desi version of Facebook. Number two, it improves the code quality. Definitely. Because you can actually find out, this code, if I make these changes, I can make it even more better. Yes, they have renewability, Madi. But again, depends from condition to condition. With UK, we have signed SETA. With European Union, okay, I missed out that point. Coming back. Reduces development costs. Very, very true. Once I get the source code means I don't have to again spend on research and development here. I don't have to invest on specifically the coders here. There are people who will code, right? Python, Java, etc., etc. So I need not pay them anything. Cost also will come down. Obviously, it will accelerate innovation. Once you get to know the main source code of a main computer program, be it YouTube, Facebook, Snapchat, Insta, whatever, from there you can develop other codes. It enhances security through peer review. That is also true. You can actually ensure better cyber security when the code is shared. Builds community trust. Is good. In a way, you can actually ensure community trust. These are the advantages if the source code is shared. But what is the disadvantage? Disadvantage is, now if I made a code, I made a computer program, all right, there is a code for it, and that code is worth billions. Let us say now that code is basically based off artificial intelligence. Art AI enabled most powerful search tool ever to come out in the history. Images you want, whatever you want, it will do it for you. But I have not revealed how the code works. The moment I share it for free, what will happen? Anybody can use it. Anybody can develop any code that they want. What the Chinese did with DeepSeek. The DeepSeek AI code, they have released it out there. What is its or underlying code out there? They have released it out. So what happens here? Gemini, which is Google's AI search engine, they have invested crores together, billions of dollars together to develop that Gemini AI tool. ChatGPT, even they have invested, what is the billions of dollars to develop ChatGPT 5. What did China do? China just spent $1 or $2 million. That's it. And they made this code and they released it to the public. They are like, here, this is the source code. Use it however you want. So in a way, if you look at it, when source code is shared, it becomes more democratic. But when it is not shared, it becomes capitalism. That is, I can sell it now for a profit, or I can rent out the services for a profit. That is the idea. So if UK is not sharing it with India, you must understand one thing. Even India is not going to share anything with UK. It's a two-way street. It is not that India, if we make a code, we will have to go and share it to UK and UK won't share it with us. No. Simply means no more sharing. Exactly, Janvi. Why will they do it? Why will anybody do it? When there is no economic advantage, why will UK do that? But according to the Hindu, even that is a flop now, because India is not going to get it. That is also a flop. Which country will actually sign any trade agreement which will go against their own financial interests? Which country will do that? Source code is the core software code that makes a digital product or service function. Ex ante means beforehand or in advance. Ex ante access to source code means India was demanding the right to examine or review the source code of foreign digital products before they enter or operate in India. Now, in this particular case, UK. This access is typically sought for cyber security, data privacy, national security, or to prevent surveillance and hidden vulnerabilities. India has now given up its demand for the right to inspect the source code of foreign digital technologies in advance. That is what the Hindu is reporting. But let me tell you the reality. The reality is that if Indian data is being taken by any UK company, if they are taking Indian data, they have to maintain that data inside Indian borders. You cannot take Indian data and go and store it in USA, or you cannot store it in UK. You cannot store it in Singapore. If you are using Indian data, it has to come to India only. It shouldn't go anywhere else. That is a standard rule there, which conveniently this author, whoever wrote this article, has forgotten. You have to keep it inside the borders. You don't keep it, you put somewhere else, we can fine you. We can cancel out your services. It is as simple as that. Clear? This concession weakens India's ability to regulate or scrutinize foreign digital services. Absolutely wrong. At the WTO and other international platforms, India had consistently opposed digital trade rules that restricted its right to regulate technologies. India had previously blocked e-commerce negotiations at the WTO. Why it was blocked? Why India blocked it? The main reason was this, the data part. Data, you have to store it in India. That was the main condition. The data, you have to keep it here. No other go. So what will happen now? Amazon, Google, even Flipkart. Flipkart, okay, maybe it's a part Indian company, fine. MasterCard, Maestro, your debit card, credit card, etc. All these companies, they have Indian data, Indian customer data. Now, when I tell them, listen, I don't have a problem with you running your business here, but I want you to keep your entire data inside the country itself. Just give me a minute. All right. So what will happen now? What will happen now is, basically, I will have to invest. I will have to invest in hard drives. I will have to invest in data centers. Data centers you have, you need employees. Automatically employability will increase. That is what happened here. India previously blocked e-commerce negotiations at the WTO. We have no problems if a foreign company is coming over here and setting up their own Amazon, their own website. Do whatever you want. But data, you keep it in. This is the reason why we came out with RuPay. I hope you people are familiar with this. RuPay, debit card, credit card, etc. We have come out with it. And right now, we have overtaken the number of RuPay cards that are there in the Indian economy today. It is much more than Maestro, American Express, MasterCard, etc. Which means what? Indian data is inside India. Got the point here? Ultimately, the whole deal is what? Indian data should not go out. Because that is the new warfare. No access to data means data is safe. Getting the point here? The ISRO data is different, Monu. That is different. I am talking about individual demographic data. Getting the picture here? Individual demographic data. So if I want to start a business in India, all I have to do is what? Go and slowly bribe maybe the internet companies and ask them, where is your maximum customer base? Just let me know. So they will look at it and say, this part of the city, we have this many customers are there. So once I got that data, okay, that many internet users are there in this particular part of the city. What will I do? I'll go start my restaurant there. Why? For Zomato, Swiggy. Because if you are using internet, you will download these apps. You will download Zomato. You will download Swiggy. You will use it. Got the point here? India has argued for policy space to protect its digital economy. India opposed rules that prevent governments from requiring data localization or source code access. Anyone. So, if you are not ready, so some companies were telling, see, we are not taking away your data. We don't take away your data. India is like, okay, if you are so sure that you are not taking away your data, give me the source code. If you cannot share the source code with me, put your data center inside India. This change is described as a 180-degree turn because it completely reverses India's earlier position. Don't take it just like that. It is no reversal because either one it is. Either you localize or you share the code. One of it. Foreign companies, especially in the US, want protection for their source code as it is commercially sensitive and proprietary. By agreeing not to demand source code access, India may attract more foreign digital investments. More and more company will come here. More and more company, when they come here and invest here, what will happen? Obviously, employment, etc. will increase. And automatically, our condition remains the same. Data, you have to keep it here. So, you will require data centers. Clear? This shift may also limit India's regulatory oversight and create risks for cyber security or data sovereignty. This source code prohibition applies to all software, unlike in some other agreements, and is a right the US itself has recently withdrawn. Again, they are unnecessarily dragging US into this. Another major concession is granting UK parties equal and non-discriminatory access to open government data, which today is a critical resource for AI and could erode India's competitive advantage and pose security risk. That is, whatever is available openly. Open government data, UK agencies, private as well as public, will get access to it. You can utilize that data. On the issue of free flow of data and data localization, India's commitment to consultations to extend appropriate equivalent disciplines to the UK if it makes concessions to another country is seen as a dangerous regression. Again, chuck it. Again, chuck it completely. Free flow of data refers to the unrestricted movement of data across borders, especially for commercial and digital services. Data localization means requiring that data related to a country's citizens or operations be stored and processed within that country's borders. India has historically supported data localization to protect privacy, ensure law enforcement access, and safeguard digital sovereignty. In this context, India has made a commitment to the UK that if it grants any concessions to another country, it will hold consultations with the UK to offer equivalent treatment. What does this mean? That is, hypothetical scenario. Tomorrow, India tells USA, okay, India tells USA that you need not share the source code. You also don't have to maintain data at the local level. Okay. India gives these two permissions to USA. Then India will have to extend the same to UK also. This is the demand. This is the demand. Got the point here? Why will India give this to USA? And with the current mega monkey as the president, don't expect anytime soon we will sign any deal with USA. This means India is agreeing to consider extending the same relaxed rules to the UK if it gives them to someone else. This clause may limit India's future policy flexibility in negotiating data rules with other countries. Critics view this as a dangerous regression because it undermines India's earlier strong position in favor of data localization and data sovereignty. It risks creating external. Look at their sentences. Critics view. This is almost like that auntie, sab log keh rahe hai. This is what is happening. Everybody are talking about your son only. That your son is not studying. Your son is simply wasting. That one auntie will come, right? Just to give validity to her argument, she will say, everybody are saying. Who are these everybody? It is only her and her image, mirror image. Nobody else. Just like that, they will use these words. And the moment you read it, you will also feel, oh my God, India has done everything wrong. Absolute bollocks. And look at it. The commitment could reduce. Could. Maybe. It can happen. Or it cannot happen also. That is the point here. It may happen, it may not happen. That is how they put it. But we will never read it like that. We will be like, commitment could reduce India's. Oh my God, India is suffering. This is the feeling it generates. The US, the original proponent of free flow of data and prohibition on data localization, withdrew from these stances last year. Not at all a surprise. Mega monkey and his atrocities. Climate change. I know that article was really huge because like I told you, you are going on getting update after update on UK SETA. That is the reason why we went with it. The next article is pretty much short and sweet. I mean, the topic itself is not so great. Time period from June 24 to July 23, 2025. Rainfall intensity 10 to 15% heavier due to human-induced climate change were in Pakistan. 300 plus deaths, 700 plus injured, 1,600 plus houses damaged. Worst hit areas were Rawalpindi, where 230 millimeter rain was reported in 24 hours. Karachi, Lahore, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, Punjab. Observed 30-day maximum rainfall, 22% more intense than without any warming. Absolutely biased. Heavy rainfall. Where? Pakistan. This may suddenly look like maybe, almost the construction also looks like one place from Mumbai actually. Mumbai also has a similar building like this going in V shape. I mean, almost everywhere it is there. Hyderabad everywhere. But this is basically a scene from Pakistan. This was basically because of unprecedented rainfall. Monsoon basically. More than 22% more than the normal. Getting the point here. Then Obviously, that very sad video you would have seen, cloud burst, river coming in, water rushing in, wiping out an entire village in seconds. Location, Dharali village, Uttarkashi district, Uttarakhand. Event type, cloud burst, which created flash flood. Flash flood, like the name says, flash, how you flash a light, just like that, immediate, instant. So cloud burst is something like the clouds will gather from the valley. They'll get pushed upwards through the mountain. And as they go upwards, they'll be carrying moisture. And as the temperature starts lowering, suddenly what happens? Sudden drop in temperature, the cloud releases the entire water. So intense rainfall it can bring. Maybe within a few hours, it will receive rainfall what it will normally receive in a month. And that can trigger a flood. If there is a river body, water body, etc., it can trigger a flood. Then it will cause catastrophic disaster. 210 millimeter rainfall in 24 hours over small area. It is being said that because of this cloudburst, it could have even triggered a glacial lake outburst and landslide. Glacial lake outburst, I have told in my, okay, not here, in my Titan Current Affair weekly class, there I have told. So you have a mountain, let us say, you have a small hill, obviously Uttarakhand, etc., you have mountain. So this is the place where you have glacier. Okay. You have a glacier, which is melting. And because of that glacier's melting, you have water collected here. This is the lake. This is the glacier. Sometimes what happens is that entire glacier also would have melted, and you will only have what? You will only have small thin layer of ice and that water there. That water is filled here. On this region, suddenly when you have a cloud burst, the result will be what? That water will rush down. It will come out and it will destroy everything in its path. At least 5 killed, 50 to 100 plus missing, 164 people airlifted to safety. More frequent extreme rainfall events in Himalayas due to warming. Atmosphere holding more moisture. Geological Society of India, increase in extreme rainfall, cloudburst, flash floods in Uttarakhand post 2010. That is, extreme weather events are happening everywhere. Small area, see, we cannot predict it again. It's like a very small area means what I would say is maybe within a small district, or like here within a small village. So what rainfall they are supposed to get maybe in 1 week or 2 weeks or maybe in 1 month, they get it in a single day. Single day. That is what it is. 705 deaths in 10 years from flash floods and landslides in Uttarakhand. That means 70 people die every year on an average in Uttarakhand. 70.5 die every year in Uttarakhand because of flash floods and landslides. Remember that data. And that is strictly because of climate change. Now observe, people. This is the before image. That is when the water came rushing in, destroying this entire village. All right. These are the buildings. Observe this building here. Observe this building here. That is the same building what you see here. All right. Whatever was there in front of it, that is wiped out. And this green building what you see here, that is the green building here. All that in between wiped away. Getting the point here. See, Uttarakhand, why government is not taking any action? It is always a question of what? Should I go for development or should I go for should I go for ecological protection? And whatever you do or you don't do, Himalayas are rising still. So landslides will be there, flash floods will be there, cloud bursts will be there, goes without saying. Goes without saying. The only thing to do is what? Remove the people from the entire region. You are going to remove means you will have to remove people from entire Uttarakhand. You will have to remove people from entire Himachal Pradesh. Is it possible practically? Then where will we go and keep them? That is the issue. Cloud burst, you can never predict it in weather forecast. Who asked it, by the way? Mahesh Bunge Patil. You can never predict it because it happens like that. Just like that, it will happen. So sometimes what will happen, you may expect, because, okay, weather is becoming very cold, maybe you can expect cloudburst. They can give such warnings. But when you expect it, when you think that it is going to happen, it will not happen. When you think everything is safe, that time it will happen. So you can never predict it. Global temperature rise, if you see, warmer atmosphere holds more moisture. All right, especially in the valley level, etc. Temperatures will be little more higher than the mountains. So there it will grab all the moisture. And as these winds keep climbing up the mountains, they will become cooler, 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 cooler. And it will reach a point where they will release all the rain. Increases probability and severity of floods and cloudbursts. Unplanned development, deforestation, poor drainage, settlements in high-risk zones amplify the damage. Both events reflect a rising trend in extreme hydro-meteorological disasters across South Asia. It is everywhere this is happening. That is the reality. Two Supreme Court judgments here. The first one, Tata Power Delhi Distribution Limited versus Delhi Electricity Regulatory Commission. Delhi High Court, August 2025. The Delhi High Court directed the Delhi Electricity Regulatory Commission to reassess and clear pending regulatory assets owed to DISCOMs. What are DISCOMs? DISCOMs are basically distribution companies. They distribute the electricity. So the High Court basically told, listen, whatever money you have to pay to the distribution companies, pay it. Don't delay it further. Why? Court held that long pending dues were negatively impacting the financial health of DISCOMs and indirectly the quality of electricity supplied to consumers. Case in point being, so basically when you generate electricity from any power station, that is you have a power station, maybe the coal, hydel power, whatever. In Delhi, because it is Delhi, it is largely coal or thermal power station. All right. Electricity is generated. And then it has to go to where? It has to go to a household. So you supply it through these lines. When you supply, distribution companies do this job. They supply it, DISCOMs, distribution companies. But the quality of the DISCOMs in our country is such that we have loss, electricity loss in the range of 20 to 25% just to take the electricity from the power station and to transmit it to the household. You end up giving what? We end up losing 20 to 25% under distribution loss. The same value for USA and China. For US and China, if they are distributing the same electricity, the loss is less than, the distribution loss is less than 5%. Getting the point here? The DERC was ordered to prepare a time-bound plan for liquidation of regulatory assets balancing consumer interest with DISCOM. Regulatory assets are costs incurred by DISCOMs but not yet recovered from consumers due to tariff restrictions. That is the next thing. So most of the distribution companies, if you are talking about Delhi, Mumbai, etc., these distribution companies are generally what? Private companies. All right. So private companies should be allowed to increase the electricity charges. But who will not allow it? Delhi Electricity Regulatory Commission will not allow it. They will not allow the electricity charge to go beyond a certain point. Why? You increase the electricity charge, people won't be happy. It will affect the next election. So they artificially keep the prices low. So High Court intervened here and told nothing doing. Whatever they have to get, whatever you have to pay to the DISCOMs, pay it. Accumulation leads to cash flow stress, impacting maintenance, infrastructure upgrades, and renewable integration. The ruling pushes for a faster resolution mechanism, ensuring DISCOM sustainability while avoiding steep tariff shocks for consumers. This has implications for India's renewable energy transition, as financially healthy DISCOMs are essential for green energy procurement. A classic case of, this is a classic case of judicial activism. This is not actually the job of the judiciary. It is the job of the government to ensure that discoms get their dues. Get their dues cleared. Whose job it is to ensure? It is the job of the government, the Delhi government. But who is acting now? Who is telling the Electricity Regulatory Commission of Delhi that clear the money, whatever you have to pay to the discoms? Judiciary is telling. Classic case of judicial activism. Next case related to mental well-being. X versus Union of India and others. Supreme Court of India, August 25. Supreme Court upheld the right to mental health care as part of Article 21, right to life. Supreme Court has been expanding the provision of Article 21 since the 1980s. From telling that right to life does not mean an animal existence, but it means access to a clean environment, especially clean air and clean water. Then through the Puttaswamy judgment, they came out with what? Right to privacy comes under Article 21. Then later, again it came out with what? Now very recently they have said that right to mental health care is also part of what? Article 21. Directed the union and state governments to implement mental health policies in workplaces and educational institutions. Stressed on the Mental Health Care Act 2017 compliance, ensuring access to affordable therapy, suicide prevention programs, and reducing stigma. All said and done, ours is a country where suicide rates among youngsters are pretty high. Like I told you in my shorts again, one guy basically, I think in Pune or somewhere, he committed suicide, telling that, I'm not a good son. What made him say that, God Almighty knows. Ours is again a country where in the name of an exam, just for getting a few lesser marks or not clearing an exam, students again commit suicide. What for? What for? Because that only means that you are leading a zero-sum life. Ye mili to sab kuch hua. It is like that chapris will be there, right, on the road. With all the multicolored hair, going in Duke bike, very thin. Ek brake laga diya to wo udkar, what is it? He will reach space. Those chapris will be there, who will basically say that, agar ye tu meri hai, tu meri nahi hai, to kisi aur ki bhi nahi hogi. That chapris, that same mentality it is. If I don't clear this exam, then I will die. If I don't get this, then I will die. Why? That means your life doesn't have that value of one job or one exam. You have reduced your value to be confined to that one single exam or that one single thing. I'm not just talking about UPSC here. I'm talking about 10th standard, 12th standard, NEET, IIT, JEE, CDS, SSB, every interview. Every exam out there. So the fact of the matter here is we are all actually what? Mentally sick, to be very honest. Because if you're not valuing your own life, then why are you even alive? You have attached importance too much to an exam. That is the point here. God has given you this life. You explore. Amitabh Bachchan was rejected by All India Radio. Why? They basically told your voice is too flat. It does not have power. He would have probably reacted. My voice. Same All India Radio, when Amitabh Bachchan became the Amitabh Bachchan, they invited him back. Please come and, give your, read our news. Amitabh Bachchan felt very disheartened. Mr. Shah Rukh Khan wanted to be an Indian hockey player. But because of his knee injury, he was not selected into the team. So everybody has such a story. Everybody has such a story of rejection, of getting ignored, etc. But if you stop living your life just for that one rejection, what is the whole point? Maybe God has kept something better for you. Who knows? So learn to love yourself. Learn to respect yourself. It is of paramount importance, people. Because one thing that is guaranteed in life is you'll keep getting challenge after challenge. Only if you love yourself and respect yourself, you will be in a position to handle anything. Aja beta, aja. I am yahin par hu. Aja. This attitude you should have. Otherwise, what is the whole point? recognizes mental health as a public health priority on par with physical health, moves towards mandatory institutional mental health audits and employee assistance programs. Whatever mental health you talk about, never go and tell it to Indian parents. I am feeling a little depressed. I want to go and meet a psychiatrist. That again depends, because if you go and tell your parents this, they will have $1 million solution for it. Marriage. Very few parents are there who will actually understand, okay, let us take her to a counselor. But otherwise, no. Otherwise, most Indian parents, the moment you go and tell, I want to meet a counselor, they will basically come to the conclusion, ये पागल हो रहा है, इसकी शादी करवा दो, सब सही हो जाएगा. Shadi ke baad, after marriage, if you are having a trouble, you are like, no, basically, I'm not at all feeling good, this, that, etc. They'll come with the next $1 million solution. Bachcha paida karo, sab sahi ho jayega. Because it is not enough that we are having one person with insanity. Let us manufacture a few more children and spread the insanity. Brilliant idea. Strengthens India's global position on human rights, aligning with whose recommendations could lead to corporate policy changes, especially in high-stress sectors like IT, law, and healthcare. Obviously, we really need in these firms, because these are obviously the high-stressed sectors. Now, obviously, our mega monkey, US, India tariff. US tariff on many Indian products announced increase such that duties on some Indian exports will rise to as high as 50%, effective 21 days after announcement. That is, in another few days it will happen. India-US merchandise exports is roughly worth 79 to 87 billion. US imports from China is around 439 to 462 billion. Getting the point here. 79 to 87 billion dollars is what? That is the exports what we are having. That means we are having a trade surplus relationship with USA. Trade surplus. That means we export more to USA than what we import. Where our value hardly touches 100 billion. What is China's value? 439, 462 billion. That is roughly, you can put it as $450 billion. When people say, right, we will overtake China tomorrow, forget it for another 20 years. All right. Please discuss about vote chori. Rajiv, is it proved? I'll quickly tell you. Is it proved? Number one. Number two, with whatever evidence which has been presented by Mr. Rahul Gandhi, he has given an example from Karnataka also about within a particular constituency. So that means, and Karnataka right now, who is in power? It is a Congress party in power. So this is what you call to shoot your own foot. The first time when somebody gets a gun in their hand, they will be very happy and they will end up shooting their own foot. This is what it is. So should we cancel the whole election that took place in the state of Karnataka and conduct a re-election? And based on this one public, whatever, media interaction what we had, should we cancel all the elections in the country and then straight away go for, straight away we should put another fresh election? It is understood that there are many fake voters in the country. There is no doubt about it. There are many duplicate voter ID cards in our country. There is no doubt about it. There are illegal people from Bangladesh, Pakistan, etc. have got citizenship in the country and they are voting in the elections. There is no doubt about it. So with all these so-called evidence, whatever he has presented, whatever elections have taken place, nothing can be done about it. Correct? What can be done in the future? You can go for e-voting, electronic voting. Even faster than what I thought. Maybe electronic voting, I was expecting it to happen by 2034. But going by the current trend, I am feeling at least electronic voting will be taken up on a very larger scale in the 2029 election itself. With that, the whole thing will come to an end. The whole thing that we didn't get this, we didn't get that, etc. Because if I was the ruling party and I was able to manipulate the votes means, I will ensure that I have a criminal majority in Lok Sabha. I would have ensured that I easily get 400 plus seats in Lok Sabha. Easily. I will be stupid to actually not allow, that is, I am, botching up the election, and I am ensuring that I don't even have the 50% mark. I should be stupid of Himalayan proportions. That's it. On the other hand, as an opposition leader, if I was the opposition leader, what I would have done is I would have gone and sat along on the road along with the students who are protesting for SSC. Captured the imagination of the students, been with them, inspired them, get arrested, get it covered by the media, so that 2029 at least, if not the government, I will be the single largest opposition party. Simple. But unfortunately, my fate is to teach you all current affairs. Got it? I am telling this only because I know. Now many will be wondering, why is he talking political? I am not talking political here. This news will keep coming in. As if, oh my God, it will keep coming in. Nothing. Finally, what is the conclusion? Can you cancel the elections? Can you dismiss the government? Is there any provision in the constitution to dismiss an elected government in the country before its tenure of 5 years? Just on the basis of a media conference done by one particular party's political leader. There is your answer. So you need a solution. What is the solution? Electronic voting. You go for electronic voting. What does it mean? Complete digital surveillance. Today's current affair. IT bill has been passed. The new income tax bill 2025 has been passed, which simply means what? Government henceforth will be monitoring all your social media accounts. That is, in other words, Rahul Gandhi's press conference has only done one good thing. And what is that good thing? We are going into complete digital surveillance. You turn, you sit, you stand, anything you upload in social media, everything is going to be captured. Every data is going to be monitored. End of the story. Got the point here? Estimated GDP impact for India. Market reports or bank estimate a hit in the range of 0.6 to 1 percentage points of India's GDP growth. How Indian tariff shock compares with the US-China episode. That means long ago, a little long ago, maybe 4 or 5 years ago. Yeah, exactly. 4 or 5 years ago, when during Trump's first presidentialship. No, it is income tax bill. It is not information technology. Please read it again. It is not information technology. It is income tax. All right? Income tax bill it is. Because income tax authorities are being given the power to actually monitor your social media account. Just like how an income tax officer has the power to, on mere suspicion also, that if you are having black money, they can come and search your premises, your house, your office, etc. The same powers have been given to the income tax officials from inspector rank upwards to monitor your social media account. All right. This is smooth, Holly, act on which they did, but I am not going to depreciate how to tackle this, sir. Opinion. We'll come to that. So basically, earlier, US and China had this issue when during Trump only. When Trump was the president the first time, before Biden. Getting the point? It was there. But that got solved immediately. Why? Because this level of money was involved. US increased the tariff. China increased the tariff. Now, why did that war happen? Why did that trade war happen? So last week I told you, if depreciation of currency occurs, then what? Which sector will it benefit? Export or import? Which sector will it benefit? Export or import? Please wait till the completion. There is no such thing. Puttaswamy and all will go outside. Puttaswamy and all will go out. Because ultimately national security matters more than any fundamental right. Export, very good, Monu. It will benefit export. We saw this last week. When a country, that is, let us take China. China exports more than what it imports. Correct? China is exporting more than it imports. What will happen to the Chinese? What will happen to the Chinese renminbi? If exports are more, what will happen to Chinese renminbi? Will it appreciate or will it depreciate? A or D? Wrong, Balaji. Whenever I feel like to end it, that time I will end it. You can leave if you want. Appreciates. You're all clear on it. So what? But if a currency goes on appreciating, all right. Remember what happened with US dollar. US dollar went on to appreciate, and finally what happened? US became a very large importing country. Because it is easier for USA, because of dollars very high value, it is easier for USA to buy things from outside rather than manufacture it in their country. There are not many American car companies out there. Americans don't buy American cars. That is how it is. Everything they are outsourcing. Why? Dollars very high value. China knows this. So you know what China did? China is exporting more. They cannot stop their export because their market is so huge. Their renminbi is appreciating. So what China did was something very incredible, very chalak. What they did is purposefully devalued. That is even when the Chinese renminbi, that is if I allow free market economics, China is exporting more means renminbi's value should have gone sky high. For $1, it should have become easily 1 renminbi, or 1 renminbi's value should have been so high where you give 1 renminbi, you will get maybe $3 or $4. Like that it should be, because look at the value here. Look at how much China is exporting. 439 to roughly around $450 billion of export. That is happening. Correct? So Chinese currency should have appreciated to another level. But what China is doing? China is purposefully keeping that value low. Kept it low. When you keep it low, it behaves just like depreciation. That is, as if your currency's value is less. And when you depreciate, what will happen? Export will increase. Getting the point here. Automatically, what will happen? China's export will increase. USA will suffer. Our mega monkey did not like it then. What he did, he imposed tariffs on China. China also did not stop. China put tariffs on USA. So between these two fights between our mega monkey and the Chinese dragon, what ended up happening was India got the benefit of it. Because some of the products what China used to sell it to USA, it is manufactured even in India. We started getting better exposure there. We got access to US markets better because China's products became very expensive. So automatically now, if I cannot buy Chinese goods, if I'm a US citizen, I cannot buy Chinese goods. What is the next other alternative? Buying Indian goods. It benefited us. But in the current scenario, whether what is going to happen with India? Same thing. Indian goods have become costly. Automatically now, the US buyers there will look for alternates. They may buy it from Vietnam. They may buy it from Malaysia. They may buy it from Singapore, or they may buy it from any other Asian country. And the problem in trade relations is that, let us say I was buying from India. Suddenly I stop it, and now I started it from Malaysia. Now I get used to the Malaysian goods, right? Correct, I will get used to it. Even tomorrow, if you remove the tariff, I may suddenly not come back to India. I'll continue to deal with Malaysia only. I may come back if Indian goods are competitive, cheaper when you compare to Malaysia, but otherwise I won't come back. So, Which sectors will be affected here? Gems and jewelry, textiles and apparel, seafood, leather and footwear, electronics and components, auto components, and engineering goods. Least affected sectors will be our pharmaceuticals, because that is not our major market. USA is not our major market. Number one, IT and IT enabled services, again, they are not subject to merchandise tariffs. This is basically for merchandise. All right, but this will demerit to domestic currency, increase inflation, slow economic growth. Correct, Anshika. Analysis is correct. Pharmaceuticals. If it excluded from the tariff list or protected for policy, immediate exposure is low. Otherwise, some lines could face exposure. Capital goods and complex machinery serving domestic investment. Less immediate exposure unless specific HS lines for exports to the US are targeted. As of now, these three sectors are largely insulated. But again, like I told you, we need to wait. We need to wait because we don't know. New updates can happen. All right. Estimated GDP effect. All these. Okay, 1 minute. The other news, whatever is there, which I have skipped here. This is part of history, what I already explained. Okay. It is just for your information. Just read it. What we really need is this point, whatever I have ticked here. All right. Comparative dynamics, again, this is all for your information. We cannot compare ourselves with China. The only reason USA finally decided to actually stop their trade war with China was $462 billion, man. And nobody can actually provide a good as cheap as China. Technologically, they are very superior. Number one, their manufacturing base is very, very strong. Number two. Number three, their labor is even more cheaper than what it is in India. So because of these three reasons, any product from China will automatically become what? Cheap. Just go through it. Read these. Just read this because we need to wait. All right. Now, coming to the main analysis part. So, right now, exports to USA worth around $87 billion, or let us put it as 100 only for ease of calculation. This is no more there. At the same time, if I look at my imports, I am importing gold thanks to the big fat Indian weddings. I am importing coal because we are an electricity starved nation. I am importing crude oil because again we don't have petroleum. And I am also importing electronic key components. Because of all these factors, obviously my import bill is very, very high. That is, my import bill is much, much higher than my export. Andre, 86 years, Beku Idu reality. I wouldn't deny that, K. Shivkumar. Import is much beyond that, much more than export. You call this condition as current account deficit. This is what you call CAD. CAD is a condition where your imports are much, much higher than your exports. CAD goes on increasing, let us say. Current account deficit goes on increasing because import is higher than exports. Trade deficit widens even more because your import bill is high. You don't have, USA is your major export market. So this is high time that India starts venturing out and look out for new markets, new places to compensate for this $100 billion roughly. Why do you have wider trade deficit? Because you have higher import. Okay. Oh, 1 minute. Sorry. Just a minute. So current account deficit is there. Import is greater than export. What will happen when imports are higher than exports? Definitely rupee value will depreciate. All right. And as rupee value depreciates, what will happen to your imports and subsidies? Your imports will become costlier. Subsidies also will increase, especially urea, natural gas, crude oil, coal, all these prices will increase. Price increase, that is a natural corollary. Imports is much higher than exports. Rupee value depreciates. You will have to pay more now. As you keep paying more, the price of all this will increase. Urea, etc. are the main fertilizer used by the farmers in our country. Everything will become costlier. So automatically, when agricultural sector becomes costlier, it will spread to other areas. Higher government expenditure also will happen, because when prices increases, or in other words, when inflation increases, you will have inflation because of currency depreciation. Government will have to increase the salary. Government will have to pay more, which will also increase what? Government's expenditure. So fiscal deficit, if you see, it is expenditure minus the receipts. Expenditure of the government increases, you will have fiscal deficit. That means this is the classic case of current account deficit leading to fiscal deficit. Okay. Ulta scenario. Fiscal deficit of the government is high. Fiscal deficit of the government is very high. That is, government is spending, let us say, more money on freebies, subsidies, free electricity, free travel, free this, free that, free cash for women, children, this, that, etc. What will happen? Expenditure goes up. Fiscal deficit as it keeps increasing. That is, government increase the salary of government servants. Government is giving cash, free cash to people. What will happen to the overall domestic demand? It will increase because people are having more money. They will demand more. More demand means demand will be what? Demand will be there for both domestic goods as well as foreign goods. That is, obviously people will consume more, be it electricity, be it gold, be it food, chocolates, whatever. Foreign products also they will consume. That will lead to what? Higher imports. More imports means trade deficit increases. More trade deficit means you will have current account deficit. This is how CAD will lead to FD. FD will lead to CAD. Together it is known as twin deficits. In other words, if current account deficit increases, definitely it will lead to what? An increase in FD. Or if FD increases also, it can lead to an increase in CAD. Correct, Shivakumar. So automatically, if your fiscal deficit goes on increasing, then automatically people will not feel confident about your government anymore. People will be like, I am not going to come to your country. Your country is not at all looking great. Got the point here? Let us get right into it. State of Indian economy. The finance ministry recently described that the Indian economy as being in a Goldilocks situation. What do you mean by a Goldilocks situation? All right, Goldilocks situation, when you say, it means moderate growth, low inflation, and favorable monetary conditions coexisting. What and all is there? Moderate growth will be there. Then your inflation will be low and monetary conditions favorable it is. That means even when you talk about the interest rates, monetary conditions, when you say, we are referring to the interest rates in a bank. So automatically a question. If interest rates are high, How many statements are correct? A, only one. B, two statements. C, three statements. D, all statements. All right. Question is, if interest rates are high, it indicates monetary tightening policy, high liquidity in economy, exports are decreasing, dollar is depreciating. How many statements are correct? That means we are not, when I say only 1, 2, 3, etc., it means the count of it. The count of it. That is one statement correct, or two statements are correct, or three statements are correct, or all the four are correct? Ignore. Whoever is spamming, just ignore. We'll come to that, Anshik. I'll come to that. Ankit is telling A. Taran is telling 2. Kennedy is telling 1, 2, and 4. So that means 3. 3 statements are correct. Spurti is telling B. Okay. Sai is telling all the 4. 2 statements are correct. Monisha. The answer is 2 statements are correct. Interest rates are high. When the interest rates are high, will people borrow more or will people borrow less? That's the question first. Just tell that much. If in a bank, a loan is being given to you at a very high interest rate, will you go borrow more or will you stop borrowing? Put it up in the chat section. You will borrow less. That much clarity you are having, right? If the interest rate is high, you will borrow less. Correct? Now, understand one more thing. In an economy, if the interest rate for loan is high, understand the interest rate for FD is also high. What is FD? Fixed deposit. You'll never have a situation where for loan the interest rate is high and FD is low. No. If interest rate increases, interest rate will increase together. For fixed deposit also it will increase. For loans also it will increase. If interest rate decreases, then for everything it will decrease. Got the point here? So if I go to the bank to take a loan to buy a car, but I got to know the interest rate is so high. So I simply ask them, okay, what is the interest rate for your FD then? I got to know that is also high. So what will I do? Even whatever money I have got with me for down payment, that I will park it in FD. Whatever additional money I will have, now I'll put it in FD because interest rates are high. It will give me a better return. Got the point here? So, what money I had also, I put it in the bank. The money with me has reduced. When the money with the public starts reducing because of interest rate, because the interest rate went up, then you call it what? A monetary tightening policy. Why tightness? Because automatically what is happening is you're left with less money. Got the point here? If interest rates are high, it indicates high liquidity in the economy. That is true. When will interest rate generally increase? Let us say government decides to put 10 lakhs in everybody's account. 10 lakhs is put into each and everybody's account. What will happen to the money available with the people? The money available with the people will increase. Everybody is having money. And when everybody has money, what will naturally happen after that? Demand also will increase. And if demand also increases, then what will happen? Price also will increase. And price increase is nothing but inflation. High liquidity means everybody is having money. Everybody is having. There is too much, not everybody, there is too much of cash in the economy. Too much of money. That could be because of any reason. That is suddenly, let us say, government decides to reduce the GST taxes now. Or government decides that people, okay, we will increase the tax base. That is only about 12 lakhs people should pay the tax. So I am left with money now. I can spend it. Getting the point here. So automatically what happens? Automatically prices will increase because everybody is having money. Because in all our accounts, if money is there, let us say instead of 10 lakhs, we are having 3 crore, 4 crore. What will end up happening? We will start spending that money. Demand will start going up. Prices also will increase. So the case where you are having too much of money supply in the economy, that is actually called what? Liquidity. It simply means there is surplus cash in the economy. Too much of cash is circulating. Got the point here? That is the meaning of a high liquidity. If it is there, very high liquidity is there, means what is the only solution now? High prices there, inflation is there. I need to suck this out. Take out the liquidity from it. The only way to do that is what? Increase the interest rate. Because when I increase the interest rate, what happens? There will be an increase in the interest rate for fixed deposit. Whoever is having additional money, what they will do? They'll park it in the bank. Got the point here? So if interest rate is increasing, yes, it does indicate that there is high liquidity. Or it is a monetary tightening policy. What about the other points there? Exports are decreasing. That has got nothing to do with inflation. Exports are decreasing could be because of multiple factors, starting with what? Very low global demand. Global demand for Indian goods are less. Or what is happening right now? America actually increased the tariff by 50%. So automatically demand for Indian goods in USA will come down. So exports will decline. What has that got to do with inflation? Nothing. Next, dollar is depreciating. Dollar depreciation, again, what is its impact on inflation? Nothing. Dollar may be depreciating, but we need to understand, is dollar depreciating with respect to rupee? That is the next question that I did not add it over here. Number one, I only said dollar is depreciating. Where is it depreciating? With respect to which currency is it depreciating? I did not mention. Even if you say it is with respect to rupee also, if dollar is depreciating with respect to rupee, what it only means? Rupee value is increasing. That rupee value is appreciating. That and inflation has got nothing to do with each other. So automatically, what is the answer to this? Only these 2 points. Only 2 statements are correct in this. So what is this Goldilocks situation then? Means it is a situation where things are looking a little favorable in the economy. There is a moderate level of growth, and then there is inflation is low. At the same time, interest rates are also not high. Getting the point here? GDP growth for financial year 2024 stood at 7.6%. Interest rates were at their peak. Corporate earnings were stable, and India ended financial 2024 as a 3.6 trillion economy with an underlying growth rate above 7.6%, suggesting a positive outlook for 2025. Despite this optimism, economic analysts highlight underlying structural imbalances that challenge the idea of a perfect equilibrium. Let us go through a few definitions here. GDP. What is GDP? GDP is the total value of all the goods and services produced in an economy in a year. Most of the times we calculate in a year. So the Goldilocks claim, if you see, what are the positive sides? Positive sides, if you see, a strong GDP growth is there, which is good news. You also have low headline consumer price index. That means inflation is also less. Okay. But then what are the underlying problems there? One is food inflation is high. Number two, there is income inequality. Number three, stagnant real wages. High public debt. These are the underlying fragilities being highlighted in the article. Underlying fragilities. That means these are problems that they are highlighting as far as Indian economy is concerned. We are going to see whether these problems are genuine or not and to what extent. The consumer price index fell from 4.8% in May 2024 to 2.82% in May 25 within the Reserve Bank of India's comfort zone. What is this comfort zone? Comfort zone simply means, so inflation, when we talk about, what is the range of it? What is the comfortable range? It is 4 plus or minus 2%. That means minimum value should be minimum value should be 2%, maximum value 6%. If inflation is within this range, it is good. This shows that economy is pretty healthy. There is a reasonable demand there. All right, there is a reasonable demand in the economy. We'll come to that. Anything above 6% means what? You remember in the last class I told you, when recession took place, 1 kilo rice price in Zimbabwe was 10 lakh Zimbabwean dollars. So anything more than this, it will actually lead to what? It will actually lead to overheating. Of economy. Because prices will increase like anything. Common people will not be able to afford it. Our manufacturing costs, etc., will shoot up like anything, where people will literally stop buying Indian goods. Got the point? Next. What if it goes below 2%? Then it clearly shows what? Poor domestic demand. There is no demand in the economy for the goods. There is no demand. Goods are not being bought. No demand is there. So no demand means what? Automatically, prices will come crashing down. Economy will get shut down. This is a case of disinflation. Sorry, not disinflation. Deflation. That means no demand. This here, on the other hand, is a case of high inflation. Means too high a demand. An economy has to be maintained within this. Goldilocks, again, it is that, I don't know how many of you have read that story. There is a story which we would have, which you should have read actually in your small age. So there is this girl who will enter a bear home. So there is a papa bear, there is a mama bear, and there is a baby bear. So she will sleep in each bed to see which bed will suit her the most. So she will sleep in the papa bed, try out the papa bear's bed first, but that won't work. Then she will go into the second bed. That also doesn't work. Then she goes and sleeps, tries out the third bed, which is the baby bear's bed. That she feels very comfortable. And automatically what happens is she ends up sleeping there. So Goldilocks zone, when you say in any parlance, that is even when you use it in space technology or when you use it in science or any other field, even in economy, it simply means a comfort zone. So Indian economy is right now in a comfort zone where inflation is low, moderate growth is there, interest rates are not high. So what is the advantage when you have low interest rate is people will borrow. People will ideally borrow. That is especially business people, businessmen, companies, corporates, etc. When the interest rates are low, that is when they will borrow. Nobody will run a business by taking money from their home. They'll take money from the bank, they'll put it into their business, get return from it, pay the interest. There are other ways also. I'm just giving you a crude example. So Goldilocks zone, when you say, it simply means you're in a comfort zone now. That is the purpose here. Got it? The consumer food price index remained significantly higher than general inflation for much of 2024. Example, in October 24, CPI was 6.21%, but CFPI was 10.87. In August 24, CPI was 3.65 and CFPI was 5.66. Food makes up nearly 50% of the consumption basket for the average Indian household, especially lower income groups, making high food inflation particularly damaging to purchasing power. Now, this is the beauty of the Hindu paper. I'm not disputing their data here, but I have a very big problem with this particular point. Why, I will tell you. Again, 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, I had taken again another class on this inflation topic, where they had clearly told that the CPI, that is the consumer price index, which is used to measure inflation, you cannot trust it. Why? At that time, the logic was Indians just spend 30% of their money for what? For food. Whereas majority of the services, if you see, 70%, like hotels, then basic necessities, or even when you talk about other service industry, education, cab, etc., this has ended up becoming costly. Your CPI, consumer price index, gives more than 50% weightage for what? Food. So CPI is not indicating the right value of inflation. That is what last time they said. Why? Because CPI is not showing whether hotels or the basic services, etc., whether the price has increased or not. Because CPI, maximum importance is given for what? 50%. Why are we not switching to PPI? Because this is the most accurate indicator. This clearly shows at the ground level what is the inflation burden that falls on an average consumer. Getting the point here? So food makes up nearly 50%. So here they are telling this is food makes up nearly 50%. So this is not, we cannot say that inflation is low. It is not such a great thing. That is what they are trying to tell. Totally false. Totally false. Because idea here is if you are going by CPI, pure CPI data, it is true that the reality is what? Food inflation is not high. In fact, it is low. This is from October 2024 they are telling. That is, they are quoting last year's data and they are telling, no, economy has not entered a Goldilocks zone. Recent data, what does it say? Recent data actually says that inflation has come down. So that is the reality. Getting the point here? Now let us understand what you mean by core inflation. Core inflation, when you say, it is the inflation rate excluding volatile items like food and fuel, considered a better measure of long-term price trends. Core inflation means what? I purposefully remove those items which are volatile in nature. Volatile means what? Constantly changing. Like food and fuel. I remove these two. Let us not get into that because obviously I will end up explaining too much of economics than necessary. Let us stick only to the terms what is there in the article. Unfortunately, this is not an economics class. Persistent high food prices force households to cut dietary quality, borrow or reduce other essential spending, even if headline inflation later falls. Not at all true. So inflation part, we disputed it. It is not true. Inflation has actually reduced. Food inflation has come down. Economy has, yes, one factor what they are telling, low, moderate inflation. That is true. Second, nominal salary growth and real wage growth. What is this nominal? What is this real? These terms you will keep seeing in your economics. Okay. So nominal. Nominal, when you say, it is almost like current. Now. Real, when you say, it is the actual. It is the actual price. So let us say somebody's salary is 30,000 rupees today. 30,000 rupees. Starting salary. 10 years ago, or rather 20 years ago, 2000, let's keep 20 years. 2005, the starting salary was 25,000. Okay. 2005, starting salary was 25,000. Now 2025, the salary is 30,000. All right. In 25 years, 5,000 rupees has increased. Oh, sorry, 20 years, 5,000 rupees has increased. Or has it increased? Money wise, if you see, 5,000 has increased. That is true. But let us talk about one important factor here, which is inflation. Are the prices having the same value what it used to be in 2005? That is the question here. Are the prices having the same value? Let us say inflation has actually pushed the prices by 10%. 10% is the inflation. 10% it is. That means if I am comparing to 25 this year, 2005, inflation has increased by 10%. So let me, all these are crude examples. 25,000, if I add 10% to this, 10% to 25,000, what is the value? 2,500. Add this, you get 27,500. What is the increase that they have said? 5,000 we have increased in 20 years. But what is the actual increase? The actual increase is only 2,500. Got the point here? That is the actual increase it is. Getting the point? So, this increase clearly tells us what? Even when you say real, your salary has increased, you're actually talking about real wages. What is the real increase in your salary? That is just 2,500. It is not 5,000. Got the point here, people? Reserve your guys. You know, Q-tip, you are such a useless piece of dash and dash and dash. I have to say this to you. You know, a useless wastage of space and time and all of that. Clear? So that is the point here. Nominal salaries rose 9.2 percentage, but real wages rose only by 2.5 percentage. PPI not now, Shiv, not now. Real wages fell 0.4 percentage despite nominal growth of 4.4 percentage. Simple. That is, even those current salaries, if you see, increased by 9.2, the real wages actually increased only by 2.5. And in 2020, real wages fell 0.4 percentage. What is the projection for 2025? Nominal salary growth 8.8 percentage. Real wage growth is only 4.4 percentage, meaning 50 percentage of nominal gains eroded by inflation. This actually reduces your savings. Because even when people say the salary has increased, or when corporates like Wipro, Infosys, etc., when they say salary has increased, thanks to inflation, what happens is your effective salary is very, very low. What you get in hand is finally very, very less. What is getting wiped out there? Price rise. Everything has increased. You also know it. What is the price of a simple cup of coffee today? At least 20 rupees. You need not actually go to any very fancy restaurant and all. Normal roadside cup of coffee also, even if they are selling it for 10 rupees, glass size is very small. This is the reality. Moving on. Income inequality remains significant despite some improvement in official measures. The Gini coefficient for taxable income was 0.489 in assessment year 13, 0.435 in assessment year 16, and is forecast at 0.402 for assessment year 23. Declining Gini in taxable income doesn't capture the informal sector or wealth distribution. Real wages for many remain stagnant even as the number of billionaires rises. Again, manipulation of data. Gini coefficient tells us what? Gini coefficient is actually telling us that the inequality is reducing now, which is again a good news. But Hindu doesn't want to agree with it. Hindu simply wants to say, no, it has only billionaires have increased. That is true. Billionaires are increasing. But inequality is also, to an extent, it is coming down. Clear? And I have already told you, Mr. Cricket Star, until and unless my class is over, I'm not going to give answers to such questions. Whatever it is, whatever other queries which are non-current affairs related, I will only answer it at the end of the class. Class is the priority. I hope all of you are able to read weekly current affairs, it is called. All right. See, let me tell you one thing, people. Let me just tell you, to Q-Tip and all those people who are doing this spamming over here. All right. You know, all these are energy ultimately. You're harming people. You're not allowing the genuine candidates to attend the class. You're disturbing people. What goes around comes around. You're not preparing for any government exam, great. But trust me, you disturb somebody from listening or getting knowledge, trust me, it will come back to you. It will come back to you at the worst point. Your karma will definitely is what will come to you as luck. Understand that very, very clearly. You don't have to be my fan and all. Just be a normal human being, a sensible human being. That there are people who are listening to the class. I shouldn't disturb them. Minimum that common sense you should have. How much inflation is good or bad for a country? There is no clear value for it. It depends from economy to economy. In India's case, the value is anywhere between 4 plus or minus 2%. Higher value is 6, lower value is 2. Next point is India's recovery is K-shaped. What do you mean by K-shaped recovery? This K-shaped recovery is something which came during COVID time. COVID, we know our Indian economy took a very big crash. And slowly later it started picking up. It started picking up. But how did it pick up? Some sectors started doing really well. Whereas some sectors started doing very bad. This is how it was going. Some sectors did very good. Some sectors did very bad. Because if you look at it at that point of time, what was actually doing good? Corporate sector, etc. were largely unaffected. Why were they unaffected? Unaffected because they went into work from home. Now that went pretty fine. Whereas service sector took a very bad hit. No restaurants, no hotels, no theaters, no malls. Got the point? That took a hit. In today's scenario also, when you talk about the US tariff, we know one thing, that as of now, IT services won't be affected much. Instead, what will be affected because of US tariff? The leather jackets, the chemical industry, all these will get affected. Got the point here? Persistent inequality can harm social cohesion, restrict access to health and education, and undermine inclusive growth. Inequality is a reality in every economy. Understand that first. India is not the only economy where inequality is existing. Inequality is there everywhere. Yes, we need to bring down the degree. That is true. Fiscal deficit is projected to decline from 6.4% of GDP to 4.4% in 25-26. Revenue deficit from 4 to 1.5% in the same period. What is fiscal deficit? Fiscal deficit, I have told you earlier. Fiscal deficit simply means the expenditure of the government is much more, I'll just put it as is more than the receipts. Some fiscal deficit is always good. Some fiscal deficit is always good. Some fiscal deficit. Not too high, nor too low. Provided whatever money. Some fiscal deficit means your expenditure is more. That is what it means. And where is your expenditure should go? It should go for capital expenditure. What do you mean by capital expenditure? You're investing on roads, you're investing on ports, you're investing on highways, all of that. What is the worst thing that you should avoid? Revenue expenditure. As far as the central government is concerned, I'll give you an acronym, DIPS. Where D stands for defense. I stands for interest payments. P stands for PABAD, public administration. That simply means salary, pension, then other expenditures of every governmental office, whatever expenses are there, that will come over here. And then you have subsidies. Into the same list, you can even subsidies. Okay, this much. This is the list. It is not Z-shaped or not K-shaped. It is better if you have growth with moderate inflation. Proper growth in every sector. Primary, secondary, tertiary sector, everywhere growth is there with moderate inflation. So, defense. Can I cut short the number of bullets or bombs that I have to buy? Cannot do it because we have two Khujli neighbors today. One Khujli is Pakistan, old Khujli. New Khujli is Bangladesh. So, this I cannot touch. Interest payments. Whatever loans I have taken, I need to pay it back. So, for that, I have a monthly interest payment which I have to make. I cannot do, I will pay next month, please adjust. That I cannot do. Interest payments, it is a commitment. So, this also I cannot reduce. Next thing is subsidies. Cannot touch it because if you touch it, you can forget the next election. Getting the point here? What is the only thing that I can play khilwad with? Public administration. Got the point here? Public administration. That means you will be having Gini coefficient terms. You will be having salary is there, pension, everything has to be paid. But what about the expenditures? We literally have a government body for each and everything. Trust me, we have a body for everything here. But what is the main issue? No financial independence. How many government departments or bodies are there that has complete freedom to spend money however they want? Very limited. Most of them are actually, dependent on what? Government funding. They are dependent on the government for funding. If the government gives the fund only, they'll be able to do their job. See, whatever half or full, that is a different story. We'll get into the statistics part later. The point here is you cannot touch it. You cannot touch these three things. So what is the only thing that you can touch then? The administration part. I can play with that. Now I will tell you, everybody knows Kerala, the state of Kerala to have what? Very high literacy rate, very good in governance. State of Kerala, just Google and find out how many days did they delay the payment of salaries to government employees because of lack of funds. I repeat, Google and find out how many days did the state of Kerala delay the payment of salary to government employees. The very purpose where most of you are preparing for a government job is what? Exactly at the end of the month or on the first of the month, you get your salary on time. There is a predictability to it. Yes, I will get my salary. Not necessary. So if your revenue expenditure is very, very, very high, what will happen? You will have to divert funds from capital expenditure. The money that you kept for your infrastructure, you'll have to divert it here. And when you divert money kept for capital expenditure to revenue expenditure, what happens? Growth suffers. Getting the point here. This is how it goes. Moving on. Fiscal deficit definition, primary deficit definition, you can read them. Primary deficit is fiscal deficit minus the interest payment. So interest payment you don't calculate generally because that is a commitment. I want to know what is the primary deficit due to the other factors. Leave the interest payment aside. What is the primary deficit due to other factors? Hypothetical scenario. Expenditure of government increases because of high salary. Okay. So if expenditure of government increases, what will happen to the fiscal deficit? Fiscal deficit will increase. All right. Now if salary is very, very high, if the salary starts going high, government employees will be having more money in their hands, correct? So there is an increase in liquidity. And when liquidity increases, what will happen to inflation? Inflation increases. And when you increase the inflation, when inflation increases, RBI will interfere. Why? RBI will increase the interest rate. And when interest rate goes up, what will that lead to? It leads to an effect called crowding out effect. What is this crowding out effect? Crowding out effect simply means if the interest rate is too high, private players will not invest in the economy. They won't invest. Interest rate is high. Inflation is high. People will not spend money on luxury. When prices are very high, they will only spend money on essentials. Got the picture here? They'll only spend money on essentials when inflation is very high. So I know that, okay, market, nothing is there. On top of it, if I want to take a loan also, interest rate is high. So private players backs out. And because of that, what happens? Your growth declines. If I continue on that same track, inflation is more. Cost of production increases. Cost of production increases means automatically exports will decline. Exports declines means that will lead to an increase in CAD, current account deficit. Got the point here? Just because FD increases. Clear? Your parents should be very proud of you, na Soham? That you are a pain in the dash for everyone. India's general government debt to GDP ratio is 81%. Debt to GDP ratio. What is debt to GDP ratio? Total debt. That means money borrowed. Borrowed money divided by your total GDP, total value of all goods and services. All right, total value of all goods and services. This ratio stands at 81%. The next question. High FD may lead to a high debt to GDP ratio. An increase in debt will reduce debt to GDP ratio. An increase in GDP will increase debt to GDP. Which statements are true here? 1, 2, 3. How many are true here? True. First one, second one, third one. It can promote, Nitin. It can lead to it. One only. Only two. 2, 1. Cyan, please stay away from the comment section. I've read your comment. Now, please move out. All right. High FD may lead to, may. That means it's a possibility. High debt to GDP ratio, it is possible. If you are borrowing more and more, then it can lead to high debt to GDP. It is very true. As far as the second and third statement is concerned, you will only have to remember one thing. If numerator goes on increasing, numerator and denominator is there for any ratio. If numerator goes on increasing, what will happen? Ratio will increase. If denominator goes on increasing, what will happen? Any ratio will decrease. So just put that now. In the numerator, debt is increasing. That means the final ratio value should be increasing. Here I have wrote reduce. This is wrong. Second, next statement. GDP goes on increasing. GDP is at the denominator. So if it increases means ratio should go down. But I have wrote increase. That means this is also wrong. Always remember this. You will easily get questions like this in your UPSC prelims. All you have to remember is in numerator goes on increasing, overall ratio will increase. Denominator goes on increasing, overall ratio will decrease. Remember that. Then the definitions, etc. So they are basically telling the FRBM Act's target of 60%. Their target is 60%. That is from 81 to bring it to 60. Meaning more future revenue will be used for debt servicing instead of public welfare of infrastructure. Again, they are blaming the government here. Blaming the government for what? Blaming the government for bringing down the debt to GDP ratio. Let us look at the data here. Is the Indian economy really doing bad? You actually notice initially from 2014 onwards, if you see, initially yes, the debt was increasing, debt to GDP ratio from 61, 67 initially, 69 then, 68, 69, 70, 75, 88.4, a rapid decrease during 2020 because of COVID. But if you look at the performance after that, things are looking really good. Why? Debt to GDP ratio dropped from 88 to 83, then 83 to 82, then 82 to 81. Got the point here? So automatically, what does it mean? We are bringing our debt to GDP ratio down, which is really good. Which again, conveniently, the Hindu has ignored. All right. Again, they are telling that there is nothing great about the Indian economy, which is not true. The Indian economy is really doing good. Moving on to our next article, satellite internet. So satellite internet, what it is. Now, if any one of us actually step outside our home, you will be able to see one or other tower. Correct? Cell phone tower, one or the other place. You will be able to see. If you walk a little, maybe 500 meters, within 500 meters, somewhere you will be able to see one cell tower. But sometimes it is not easy to actually go and put the cell tower everywhere. Because if you go by the data also, internet connectivity in our country is still somewhere between 50 to 60%. That is the internet penetration. With maximum internet services happening where? The maximum internet services are there in, penetration is in southern states. The state of Kerala, the state of Tamil Nadu, the state of Karnataka, Andhra, Telangana. In these 5 states, the internet penetration is pretty high. In fact, Kerala has very recently again, state of Kerala has very recently again declared itself as the 100% digitally literate state. Getting the point here? 100% digitally literate state. That means even the old people there in the state of Kerala knows how to use a mobile phone, how to use a smartphone, how to start their internet, Facebook account, Instagram account, how to access government services using which website to go, how to go. They have awareness of it. That is not the case in northern India, eastern India or western India. There are many places where to put a tower also it is not easy. Especially in the Naxal affected regions, it is not at all easy to go and put up a cell tower. You put a cell tower today, tomorrow they will come and put a bomb and destroy it. This is where satellite internet comes into picture. Satellite internet, first point is no towers. No towers. Then why is it? Then how does it do? Basically, what it does is, so that is your smartphone. You want to access the internet service. From this smartphone, communication is made to a satellite which is in the low Earth orbit. That satellite will communicate with another satellite, then another satellite, like that. Another satellite is there this side also. That is how internet is actually brought in to the phone. One ground station will be there to do basic level connectivity, but you don't require a tower and all. No need of towers. Satellite to satellite communication, you will easily get what? Internet in your phone. The only catch is, as of now, Starlink services owned by Elon Musk is providing this. Per month, the cost is 3,000 rupees per month. Unlimited data. Definitely it is costly, but the advantage is you can actually put it up where you can actually put it up in all those remote areas. You don't have to go and put a tower there. Satellites are more than sufficient. Disadvantage is obviously the cost. And easily it can be misused. So proper regulations should be there. This is how it will work. Satellite to satellite communication. The user terminal means your phone or your laptop. And then there will be a ground station. Satellite internet is a system where data is transmitted between Earth and space-based satellites to provide internet access. It has two segments, a space segment where the satellites are placed in orbit, and then a ground segment that you have Earth-based equipments, which is basically antennas, terminals, and control stations. Unlike cables and cell towers, where you have to connect these cell towers with the cables, nothing of that sort. It works globally and isn't tied to fixed ground infrastructure. No need of this ground infrastructure at all. No need of any towers. Just satellite communication. Ground-based networks, cable towers are uneconomical where in sparsely populated areas, too costly for few users. That is the reason why you will see in most cities, on top of the buildings, towers will be there because there is no space in the ground. Vulnerable to disasters. Earthquakes, floods can knock them out. Very true. One earthquake, one flood is enough to bring it down. Limited in mobility. Can't easily serve moving platforms. It's true. Moving platforms means planes, ships, remote expeditions, etc. When you're constantly on the move or something, you would have experienced it. When you go under the tunnel, etc., transmission breaks away. Satellite internet advantages are they can work anywhere on the earth, mountains, oceans, deserts. They can be deployed quickly during emergencies. Useful for mobile or remote operations like aircraft, oil rigs, or even in military bases. Example is Starlink, operated by SpaceX Elon Musk, uses LEO mega constellations. LEO is low Earth orbit. Mega constellations means you have n number of satellites here. Getting the point? N number of satellites. Okay, Anshika, the space debris, whatever the US has said, or the Kessler syndrome that you talk about, that is only a science fiction. This theory was actually put up so that no other country in the world should go to space and, invest in space programs. This theory was only put up so that US alone will have complete domination there, which is again nothing but a figment of their imagination. It is not at all true. Because in reality, the thing is like if you take up Earth, This is how the debris looks like. For 1 minute. This is how it is. It's all spread out. It's not like how they say, if satellites are there, then it will cause problem. No, it is not at all true. Thousands of small satellites at just about 500 kilometers above Earth. Over 7,000 satellites have already been launched. Look at that number there, 7,000. Aiming for up to 42,000 satellites so that you will get complete global coverage. How it works. User terminal or antenna on the ground, sensor request. Signal goes up to the satellite. This is how it will look finally. And all these small bulbs, whatever you're seeing, they are all small satellites. 70,000 satellites, sorry, 7,000 satellites when you say, it simply means what? So many satellites are placed there. Got the point here? Satellite either sends it back down to the Earth or relays it to another satellite through optical inter-satellite links. Signal reaches the target network. As you can clearly see, there are no cables used, no towers used, nothing. Satellite to satellite communication is done using laser. What are the types of satellite orbits? Geostationary Earth orbits, which are placed at a distance of 35,786 kilometers above the equator. All right. So I have told you earlier, there are some chapris. There are some even in our chat section also. Can't help it. Chapris are there. When a girl, the moment they see a girl, they need not see a girl also. Even if they see a stick where a cloth has been tied to it, they will go behind it. So if a girl is driving a scooter, chapri also will follow her. Girl stops the scooter, chapri also stops. Girl increases the speed, chapri also increases the speed. All right. Your geostationary Earth orbit is something like that. All right. It is something like that. In other words, if there is a satellite at 36,000 kilometers, I am rounding it off, at 36,000 kilometers away from India, it is directly facing India. So as India keeps rotating, correct, India keeps turning, the satellite is also turning along with it. That means the satellite is revolving around the Earth at the same rotational speed. At the same rotational speed, it is moving. Same rotational. So, it's constant. It almost looks as if both are in love. La, 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 la. That thing. Got the point here? Always stays over the same spot on Earth. Covers 1/3 of the globe each. But what is the problem here? The problem with geostationary satellite is you have high latency, around 600 millisecond. Means if you're using a geostationary satellite for getting internet connectivity, the waiting period, loading, is a little higher. It is not suitable for video calls or gaming. The speed with which it is revolving, Ishika, revolving around the Earth and the rotational speed of the Earth, both are the same. Both should match. Viasat Global Express. Then you have, that is an example. Then you have medium Earth orbit, 2,000 to 36,000 kilometer altitude, anywhere between this range. Again, it is the same. Lower latency it has than geo. But again, you need multiple satellites for coverage. So what is the advantage when I keep a satellite very, very far? Larger area I will get, but speed will be less. Will be able to cover a whole of the country at the same time. Now, medium Earth orbit, somewhere in between. It won't cover the whole country, but yeah, it will cover here and there. But again, I will be requiring a constellation. Constellation means what? More than one satellite. I will be requiring it. Now comes low Earth orbit. Low Earth orbit is basically like the hard worker. All right, low Earth orbit. How satellite? No, I have to revolve around India only, sir. Sorry, but I have curiosity. Anshika, it is not that the satellite knows it. It all depends upon where I am placing it. And there is something called as gravitational pull. Earth has gravitation. So Earth will try to pull the satellite towards it. All right, so if Earth was not moving, okay, if Earth was standing still and the satellite is there, Earth is exerting the pull. What will happen? The satellite will pull, then satellite will fall. But here what is happening is Earth is moving. So with the turn, what happens is the force is also curving. So I am turning along with that, the satellite also turns with me. If I have placed it at 36,000 kilometer distance. But instead I am placing it somewhere very close to the Earth, just within 1000 kilometer range. Within 1000 kilometer range I am doing, what happens? The satellite starts rotating real fast. 4 or 5 times it will keep covering the same area. 4 or 5 times. Within 1 or 2 hours, it will keep covering 4 or 5 times. Why? Closer. Little more closer if I pull, satellite will enter the Earth. It will crash. So the closer the distance, faster the speed. But what about the coverage? Very low. Farther the distance, best coverage. But what about the speed of the internet? Very low. So what do I do? In the low Earth orbit, I place as many satellites as possible. Say 7,000 satellites I place. Small satellites only I need to place. They will all be communicating with each other. Based on that, I'll be getting my internet signal. Mega constellations and innovations. Hundreds or thousands of small satellites network together. Onboard processing. Satellites process data before sending it onward. That is, the processing of the data also happens where? At the satellites itself. Optical inter-satellite links. Satellites talk directly to each other, creating a space-based internet backbone. Just a diagrammatic representation, just for your understanding. Types of satellite orbits for internet connectivity. As LEO satellites move 27,000 km per hour, connection is smoothly transferred from one to the next. Getting the point? Easily connection is transferred. So the satellites are going on moving. It is not staying in one place. They'll keep moving around. But what happens? They'll immediately pass on to the connection. Hey, somebody has asked something. You handle it. Like that it is. So whichever satellite is very near to the smartphone, they will take up the signal. They will just pass it on. It's pure and pure satellite to satellite communication. That is the core of it. Satellites will communicate with each other and then process the data and give you the speed. Black holes is like miles and miles away. Light years away. Civilian uses, rural and remote connectivity, disaster relief coordination, smart cities and Internet of Everything or Internet of Things, IoT, precision agriculture, telemedicine, autonomous transportation. Military uses communication in remote battlefield, drone control and surveillance, disaster aid during war, secure troop coordination. Borderless access enable misuse. Signals harder to control nationally. That is, this has happened when we caught a few smugglers across the a little away from Andaman Nicobar Islands. They were caught with the Starlink devices. Starlink does not provide services to India currently, even though their satellites are there above India. Starlink does provide services, but Indian government has actually asked Starlink not to do it. So they does not provide. That is what Musk has told. So Indian security agencies were very shocked when they found Starlink devices with the smugglers. Hurricane Harvey, 70% cell towers were down in Texas. Viasat satellites kept rescue ops online. Starlink used for troop coordination and drone ops, medical evacuation. Indian Army uses satellite internet in extreme conditions. Smuggled Starlink devices found with insurgents or drug rackets. Then the costs. This is the future. Direct to smartphone satellite. Why it matters to India? General points. You can go through it. Biochar. Using lasers, they communicate. All right. Army uses satellite phones also. Satellite phones are used everywhere for communication purposes. But satellite internet services, limited it is. We tend to use our Desi navigation system, like our GPS and all. Desi GPS that we are using. Navik. Navigation using Indian constellation. That is different. This is about using internet services using satellite. Coming to biochar. Let us understand what biochar is. It is a porous, carbon-rich solid produced by heating biomass in low oxygen conditions. It's a process called pyrolysis, agricultural residue, organic waste. India generates 600 million tons of agricultural residue and 60 to 62 million tons of municipal solid wastes. Diverting 30 to 50% of surplus waste could yield 50 to 26 million tons of biochar annually, removing around 0.1 gigaton of carbon dioxide equivalent every year. Getting the point here? That is, slowly you can do what? Through slow heating, pyrolysis, in very limited oxygen, you can actually convert agricultural waste into what? Biochar, thereby removing carbon dioxide. The byproducts that you get from it, like syngas, can be used to generate electricity. Bio oil, basically you can use it for diesel or kerosene production. And again, biochar, if you are not using it for anything also, it still has the advantage of what? Biochar's carbon remains stable in soil for 100 to 1000 years. You simply convert any hydrocarbon material to biochar. That is the best way to store the carbon. Agricultural use of biochar can reduce nitrous oxide emissions. So, first use is what? Agricultural use. Reduce nitrous oxide emissions by 30 to 50%. Boost yields by 10 to 25% while reducing fertilizer need by 10 to 20%. Then, construction sector, you can use it. 2 to 5% biochar to concrete improves strength, increases heat resistance by 20%. This could be your solution for what? Urban heat islands. I told you, urban heat islands, those who are staying in cities will especially experience this. That is, during summer seasons especially, the heat, the building will absorb the heat. Daytime. Nighttime, there is nothing to heat them up again. Now they start letting go of the heat. Now what happens? You start feeling hot inside the room. Even when you step outside also, you still feel hot. Why? The buildings are radiating heat outside also. So inside, outside, you start feeling the heat. What happens? You feel very uncomfortable. So one solution is what? Use biochar in the construction. 1 kilogram of biochar can treat 200-500 liters, implying 2.5 to 6.3 million tons annual demand for treatment purpose. That means you can even use it for wastewater treatment, construction sector, agriculture sector, carbon sink. 4 uses. Electricity generation through syngas, bio oil. All these are its advantages. Now some central government schemes for the same thing. Crop residue management under submission on agricultural mechanization. Then Rashtriya Krishi Vikas Yojana. National Bioenergy Program 2021 to 26, 858 crore funds biomass-based energy. SAT-AT, Sustainable Alternative Towards Affordable Transportation, targets 5,000 CBG plants, that is compressed biogas plants, producing 15 MMT per year compressed biogas. Then Gobardhan coordinates biogas or CBG projects across ministries. Swachh Bharat Mission, Urban 2.0, ensures 100% scientific waste processing. That is, even from this you can get biochar, from human waste. State action plans on climate change can include region-specific biochar adoption. Very quickly, malnourishment-related data. 2018, when Poshan Abhiyan was launched, government set a target to reduce stunting among children by at least 2 percentage points each year. What is stunting? Stunting means a child is too short for their age due to chronic or recurrent malnutrition. Constantly when children is having vomiting or loose motion, especially that 0 to 5 years of age, what happens is they will not grow to their full height. At 0 to 10 years of age, it is very important that the child gets all the essential nutrients and the body is able to retain it. When that doesn't happen, you will have stunting. So through Poshan Abhiyan, the target for the government of India was, when it was launched in 2018, that every year they will reduce stunting by 2% per year. 7 years have gone. Let us see what is the current level. Biochar is promoted as a carbon, but decomposition and microbial interactions can release carbon dioxide or methane. How reliable is biochar as a permanent carbon sink compared to natural carbon pools? See, natural carbon pools, when you're talking about at least the old coal bed, methane plants, etc., or even the marshes, these areas. Biochar is far more safer than that. Biochar is far more safer because you must understand here, it is at how are you getting biochar? Through slow pyrolysis. Microbial action and all or degradation is very limited there, because if you look at the uses, whatever we put up, we never said that you can use it actually as what? A biocompost or fertilizer. We basically said that you can reduce your fertilizer demand, can reduce nitrous oxide emissions. You put it in the soil, from the soil, nitrogen will not escape. Got the point here? So you don't have to add more nitrogen then, because on biochar level is there, layer is there on top of it, automatically it will stop. Now coming to subsidies, malnourishment. In 2016, 38.4% of children under 5 were stunted in India. According to the plan, this should have fallen to This should have fallen to 26.4% by 2022. At launch, the government set an even more ambitious goal, Mission 25 by 2022, to reduce stunting to 25% by 22. 7 years after launch, Poshan tracker data shows that 37% of children under 5 are stunted, only 1 percentage point lower than 2016. That is what has reduced now. Just how much? 1%. From compared to 2016 data, 38 became 37. That's it. Research shows what is the reason. One is teenage pregnancies. Child marriage is still the reality in our country. Poor diet of mother and child. World Health Organization has said that at the 9th, that is a trimester, the 3rd trimester, that is after 6 months, generally the mother's body weight should increase. But the reality in India is most of the expecting mothers are underweight, anywhere between 15 to 20 kilo underweight they are. So when the mother is having underweight or mother is having less weight, automatically what will happen? Child born also will have less weight. Most of the time, that child will not survive beyond the 5th birthday. Got the point? Anemia during pregnancy. What is anemia during pregnancy? You don't have enough of red blood cells in your body. So lesser RBC. Less RBC means less oxygen, low on digestion, and automatically low weight. Inadequate breastfeeding in early years. Obviously, when the mother is underweight, the chances that she'll be able to generate breast milk, that is also less. Caesarean delivery, C-sections. See, it is not that C-section per se is bad, but extensively depending on C-sections, because there are females again who says, no, I don't want to and have any pain. The point is that natural birth, why you need to have is, it is a triggering mechanism. See, everything is hormones. So once the body senses that, yes, the baby is out, that is when lactation starts. That is important. That lactation, that trigger mechanism should be there. But in a cesarean delivery, the chances of the trigger mechanism to occur is very, very low. Unsanitary living conditions. Obviously, living in slum areas, unsafe drinking water, and poor maternal education. Mother has got no clue about healthy diet or a protein-rich diet? Nothing. Maternal health connection. Nearly half of India's stunted children are already small at birth. That is the main reason. They are already very small. Teenage pregnancies. Teen mothers' bodies are not ready for pregnancy and they are less able to care for children. Despite legal restrictions, child marriages persists. Okay, RJ, that is another discussion altogether. Let us not venture even into that direction. As of 2019-21, about 7% of women aged 15 to 19 had begun childbearing in India. Data from 2019 to 21, 46% of children born to mothers with no schooling were stunted. Mothers don't go to school. That is, like I've always kept on telling you, the best way to keep a society dark is don't give women any education. Only 26% of children whose mothers had 12 plus years of schooling were stunted. So 12 plus years schooling, if they have completed, only 26% was stunted. Sir, even after schooling, 26% is stunted. What will you tell for that? Well, let me tell you one thing. Mother-in-laws, spineless husbands. As long as this exists in the society, whatever education a female has, it is of no use. Getting the picture here? Educated mothers are more likely to access antenatal care, practice better nutrition and delay early pregnancies. In India, C-sections rose from 9% in 2005 to 22% in 2021. While not a direct cause, C-sections disrupt early breastfeeding. Babies often miss colostrum, the nutrient-rich first milk. A nutrient-rich first milk that comes out of the mother's breasts immediately after delivery. Mothers may also be sick or separated, delaying initiation of breastfeeding. That is, sometimes what happens is they themselves will be admitted in the hospital, ICU section, etc. These days, it is not at all easy. Telling you, delivery is become nothing less than a nightmare. A medical miracle it is if everybody is healthy. That is, the mother is fine, the baby is fine. It is nothing less than God's blessings. Because the amount of complications that are there is no end to it. Only 64% of babies under 6 months are exclusively breastfed in India. That means 36% they are gone. Class divide. Educated professionals may have 6 months maternity leave, but informal workers often return within 2 weeks, making breastfeeding every 2 hours impossible. Only for the formal sector, this is there. Carbohydrate heavy meals dominate poor households. That is, most of the households, what they do is they keep eating rice. Not only poor households, even rich households do that. Many people don't know that you are actually supposed to eat the ulta. We are supposed to be having high on protein diet, little less on carbohydrate. Why very less on carbohydrate? Indians basically have narrow blood vessels. Our arteries, our veins are already narrow. Means its size is very small. We have more and more of carbohydrates means, or more and more of fats means, the chances of us to accumulate diabetes or cholesterol is very, very high. Blood vessels will get blocked easily. And we can get a heart attack very easily. So we have to actually eat more of protein. The more protein you have, what happens? The thermic effect in the body increase. What do you mean by thermic effect? Certain food items are there. When after you finish eating it, you feel that fullness. I don't know vegetarians whether you people have experienced it. Non-vegetarians will experience it for sure. You need to feel filled. You need to eat non-vegetarian food. At least for me. But what happens there? When you have a biryani, when you have chicken, or when you have any non-veg meat, heat starts building up. And when heat starts building up, it is very difficult for your fat to stay in. It starts melting. Clear? Some Adivasi communities eat mounds of rice with dal only once a week or month. That is, they only eat what? Full on rice. Then they will put a little bit of pickle or chili or something. Then they will eat it, thinking that it is good for health. Dal they will have only once in a week or something, or even month. As of 2019-21, only 11% of children under 2 years met the minimum acceptable diet standard, dietary diversity plus frequency. Some states introduced eggs in Anganwadi meals, but micronutrient access remains limited. That is, eggs you must have, but you should also have fiber in your diet, which means what? A lot of vegetables as well as fruits. Got the point here? Anemia, 2019-21 data, 57% of women aged 15 to 49 were anemic. 67% of children under 5 were anemic. Anemia in mothers impacts fetal growth, leading to stunting. 19% of households still practiced open defecation. All these will contribute to what? Malnourishment. Malnutrition, infectious vicious cycle. A malnourished children will keep on falling sick. Because constantly when you're having vomiting and loose motion, you will eat less. Therefore, you will absorb less nutrients, which will lead to further malnutrition. Consequences of stunting go beyond height. There's a strong correlation with poverty. Because you will not be able to constantly, when you keep going to the hospital, your income also will start crashing down. See, Anshika, protein accumulation happened. How many people do you know who have died because of protein accumulation leading to cancer? How many? This is almost like, that person who keeps talking about how to maintain a very, how to have good hair on your head. He's giving this nice advertisement, nice lecture. And when you look at him, he doesn't have a single hair on his head. The person who actually talks about how to eat healthy and have nice vision, that person will be wearing high-powered glasses. This logic is just like that. I'm yet to meet somebody who worked out, took proteins, and because of that, they had to go to the hospital for diabetes or for cholesterol, etc. Even the friend circle that I have also, I know, generally the 6 months pregnant friend, 9 months pregnant friend, some are there with 18 months pregnant belly and all. When I ask them, okay, they will be advising me, proteins, very dangerous, very, very dangerous, you shouldn't have. And I look at them and I'm like, okay, then this is all healthy or what? Got the picture here? This, I would say, rather glorified lie has been spread out so that Indians shouldn't spend money. They want Indians to spend money on hospitals. Anshika, anything can lead to cancer. Anything can lead to cancer. Cancer is simply what? It will trigger abnormal growth of your cells. That can be triggered by anything. It is not necessary that only animal diet food you took and you became what? You got cancer. You need to have that particular gene in your body. That particular defective gene should be there which allows cancer to take place. That is the reality. So it is all the factors are involved here. Air pollution, the air, the water, the food you eat, whether you are exercising, whether you are alcoholic, whether you are taking cigarette, everything matters. So everything matters here. So don't just ever think that proteins is bad. Proteins is actually good. I will at least recommend people to have their eggs on time. At least at least 4 to 6 eggs, have it in a day. Good for your hair, good for your skin. Whatever proteins they may say, it is there in this vegetable, it is there in that. There is no replacement for animal proteins. Trust me. And if it is there, you can drink almond milk. Protein synthesized from plants. It is just that they will all cost somewhere around 20 to 30,000 rupees. Almond milk and all, if you start buying now, your parents will disown you. For us, our desi cows do this there. We'll have to settle for that. Ruxana, you need not eat 1 kilo apple every day. There are many other options also. You need not actually eat apple only. There are desi orange, desi musambi, many things are there. If you actually see what the informal sector is also doing, you would have seen them buying chips packet for their children. 10 rupees, 20, 10 rupees ke turture. They'll come and buy these chips and go. They are not thinking that you're easily feeding them chemicals. They will buy Pepsi and give. They'll buy cola and give. 1 kilo orange you keep, at least give half an orange per day to your child. What is going to happen? That much wages everybody is earning. It is not that it is that level costly. Increasing breast cancer. See, increasing breast cancer, again, like I told you, increasing cancer itself is increasing. Cancer cases itself are increasing. That depends from history to history, individual to individual. So I know people who have died suddenly. My friend who has passed away, my classmate from Andhra, he was. So he passed away. Muni Shiva Prasad. Very tall, 6'4" tall. Slim, absolutely slim. LCD flat stomach. Very, very strong. No drinking, no smoking. Passed away. I know, I have friends for whom if they don't take a sip of alcohol, their hands will start shivering. Who smokes like chimney. Shah Rukh Khan will feel ashamed in front of them. They are still alive. He passed away. What logic is that? These things are all unpredictable, people. These things are all unpredictable. You cannot never say that this will lead to cancer, that will not lead to cancer. But this much I know, you want to lead at least a minimum decent healthy life. Wake up early in the morning, 5 a.m. Exercise. Eat healthy as much as possible. Occasionally you have your junk jamaat, no issues. But as much as possible, eat healthy. Eat your proteins. Reduce your carbohydrates. That again, Harsh, there is no evidence for it. That the yellow of the protein contains cholesterol. There is no evidence for it. I asked many doctors, is there any material to substantiate that the yellow contains? So they said no. It is just that it is fat. It is healthy fat, which we are supposed to take. Proteins, carbohydrates, vitamins, minerals. No, fats is also there. You are supposed to take healthy fat. That is healthy fat. And it is in that yellow that all the micronutrients are present. Sodium, magnesium, etc., which is necessary for your body's good functioning. Lower education outcomes, lower employability, weaker cognitive skills perpetuates intergenerational cycles of deprivation. Clear? You won't be going to school, obviously. Then you will not get a job. Your processing capacity also comes down. And it will also lead to what? Intergenerational cycles of deprivation. That means your father was poor, the child becomes poor, the child's child also becomes poor. Clear? Myths. See, let me tell you, all these myths have been purposefully created. Doctors will say, don't eat this, it has this problem. Don't eat soy, it has that problem. Don't eat this. Will you see any doctor ever telling, don't have your food from McDonald's, don't have your food from KFC, don't take Pepsi, Cola, Mirinda, Fanta? Show me one doctor who will say that. He will only say, hey, it is better to avoid, not good to drink it daily. That is all they will say. Drinking Coca-Cola is nothing but drinking Harpic, diluted Harpic with sugar. Take it from me. Drinking Coca-Cola, Pepsi, Mirinda, Fanta. Sir, I drink Sprite. Sprite also included. It is nothing but diluted Harpic or Domex with sugar added into it. That is, in case you are not able to find Harpic in your home, buy the local shops Pepsi or Mirinda, put it into your toilet, clean it nicely, put a flush. It will be very, very clean. One doctor also will not say anything against it. Why? Corporate giants. Got the point here? Ejiao. Ejiao is a gelatin-based medicine made from donkey hide, means donkey skin. It is believed to improve the immune system and cure anemia. Though these benefits are not scientifically proven. Where it is believed? In China. No surprises. All weird treatment methods, only these people will come with it. Global demand for Ejiao has led to the slaughter of 6 million donkeys annually, with demand projected to rise to 6.8 million hides by 2027. Hide means skin. China's donkey population collapsed by 87% in 30 years, proving that domestic supply cannot sustain the industry, driving reliance on imports. African countries are the largest suppliers, 51%, which explains why local donkey population, Egypt, fell by 68%, are collapsing. This is a cross-continental crisis. Humanitarian impact is severe. Poor families lose their essential work animals, pushing extra burden onto women and children. Obviously, when donkeys are no more there, then what do? You stop sending your girl children to school and ask them to do all the manual work, carrying things, etc. Prices of donkeys have skyrocketed. Kenya's doubling in 3 years. Pakistan's, it is 2 lakh. Maybe they will even export Shahbaz Sharif also. He is also a nice donkey, right? Showing how scarcity creates economic distortions that make donkeys unaffordable for locals. Personal experience, let me tell you, I love tea. I can never say no to tea or coffee. But both these things are not good. Number one, what it does is it will actually increase your heart rate. Whenever your heart rate keeps climbing up, you actually age faster. You'll start looking older. Number one. Number two, you're having it with sugar. You're easily putting in sugar into your body. Got the point here? So I do certain tricks for that. That is, I probably skip my breakfast. And then I have an entire giant cup of tea filled with milk, sugar, everything. So it compensates in a way. Because I'm reducing on my calorie intake there. That is the point there. Getting the picture? Even though the African Union banned exports in 2024, illegal trade thrives, indicating weak enforcement and continued Chinese demand. The crisis blends animal welfare, zoonotic disease risks, rural poverty, and gender inequality. Zoonotic diseases were spread through animals. Clear? Google also says you have cancer when you ask for headache. Google, if you ask any symptom, they will immediately say you are having cancer or you are going to get a heart attack. Ethanol blending. Ethanol blending is the process of what? Mixing petrol or diesel with ethanol. India jumped from 1.5% blending to 20%. A huge leap achieved in 5 years. Very early we have achieved it. Survey shows strong resistance. 2 out of 3 are against ethanol blending. That is, out of 3 people, 2 are dead against it. Only 12% support, reflecting consumer worry about mileage drop plus higher maintenance. Yeah, insulin spike. Correct. That is the word that I was looking for. I am not a gym freak, to be very honest. It's been some months since I worked out because of an injury, but I'll be getting back. But for those of you who are asking, to the boys especially, when you go to the gym, work out heavy. Take the heavy weights. Do less numbers. Maximum workout for half an hour to 45 minutes. 2 or 3, it is enough. Then keep it back. Do as many ground exercises as possible. And then when you're very, very warmed up, just pick the heaviest weight that you can do a proper set. 1, 2, 3, leave it, drop it. Enough. You will be in best shape. Fat accumulation will never happen. And work out on alternate days. Give your body more than 24 hours rest. Proper rest. 48 hours rest you give. Then hit the gym again. 1.4 lakh crore is the savings of the government since 2014-15. But then what are we doing? Correct, Anshika? What are we getting any benefit? No. Consumer benefits are minimal. Only 2% the petrol prices have dropped. On the other hand, if you see, dividends from oil PSUs increased, showing government revenue capture. That means profits made by the PSUs have increased. And who has taken a maximum share of the profit? Government. Sugarcane ethanol grew from 40 crore liters to 670 crore liters in a decade, but with huge water use. We are using actually what? We are actually using, we got this many liters, 670 crore liters, but with how many water? How much of water we had to consume? See, the corrosive nature, etc., this has not been proven. Again, this has not been proven that it will directly impact. There is no scientific evidence for it. There is no scientific backing for it. Some people say that your vehicle will catch fire because of ethanol blended petrol. Whichever vehicle has caught fire so far, that is running vehicle suddenly catching up fire. Whichever vehicle has caught fire so far, if you actually check it, they wouldn't have installed company's radio. We are all Indians. We prefer to save money. We'll buy a very big car. Then finally, hey, 10,000 rupees for the radio set. No, 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 no. I will get it done from my friend's shop. He will give it for 5,000. That fellow, he only knows to fit things. He'll just remove one wire from here, one wire from there. He doesn't know the whole circuit, how it is working. What will happen? There will be a short. Fuel is there, it will catch fire. Getting the picture here? Or to put some fancy light, some fancy music, fancy speaker, etc. They will make new connections. You're not supposed to tamper with the electrical system inside a car. So there is no evidence for this. These are all just media generated or spread by WhatsApp University. Maharashtra's groundwater stress and 30% land degradation nationally make this ecologically unsustainable. That is, generating ethanol is not going to be sustainable in the long run. It will bring down water supply. It will also lead to desertification. Rice is being used for ethanol. That has also skyrocketed from less than 3,000 tons to 5.2 million tons in a year. Corn diversion cost 9.7 lakh ton imports. A 6 times rise worsening food security dependence. Corn diversion cost 9.7 lakh ton import we did. We had to import corn for what? To manufacture ethanol. Future projection, 22% sugarcane will be diverted to ethanol by 2034, increasing food versus fuel conflict. Food versus fuel means, should I keep sugarcane for manufacturing ethanol or should I keep it for producing sugar? There is no evidence again. Siddhant. There is no evidence for it. It is slow poison, it will affect, etc. Already it has been for how many years it's been there in Europe? How many vehicles are there in Europe which is running under ethanol blended petrol? What has happened? Climate impact, 700 lakh tons. CO2 cut is significant, but EVs will deliver far higher reductions. What is the EV challenge in India? That is, the article is basically telling, let us go for electric vehicles. India's EV sales, 7.6% in 2024, must triple in 5 years to meet 2030 targets. All right. But what is the issue? For electric vehicle, you need rare earth elements to make the batteries, etc. On that, we are dependent. 2,270 tons and China's dominance pose critical risks. When currently now, why did USA decide to punish India rather than China? Even though China is importing Russian oil. Again, the same reason, rare earth elements. Even for the US also, to manufacture their electric vehicle, they need this rare earth elements coming from China. China, unfortunately, is the leader when it comes to rare earth elements. Most of the electric vehicles caught fire. Again, short circuit and poor quality. Many of these vehicles, again, made in China. No guarantee for it. Not properly tested or used. US pressure shows ethanol policy may become a geo-economic fault line. That means this could be a new area where people will start fighting out. Relaxing imports could hurt domestic sugar or ethanol industries. That is, if you try to import the food now, that will affect the domestic market. Mixed, that is, already sugarcane is there in India. Okay, this is the sugarcane in India. Now, if I import more sugarcane, what will happen to the price of sugarcane? It will crash. Why? Supply is more now. Obviously, who will be angry? Farmers of sugarcane. Sugarcane farmers will be very angry. Then, okay, let us not import it. Then what will happen? Then the domestic sugarcane will be diverted for ethanol using. Then who will be angry? The customers will be angry. Why? Sugar prices will increase. You import, there is trouble. You don't import, still there is trouble. Yes, it is leading to water scarcity. Honourless killing. It's not honor killing. Let us call it honourless killing. There is no honor in actually killing a person just because they have fallen in love and they are from a lower caste. Children internalize caste norms at a young age, learning whom to interact with. Okay, those are this thing. In India, honor killings continue to be recorded. 25 cases in 2020, 33 in 21, and 18 in 22. This is very lesser than the actual events that happens. Because more often than not, it is not put under honor killing. They will only put it as what some issue was there between two families. They fought with each other. One person died. Many, actually it is many. It is very, very high. The India Human Development Survey found that the national rate of intercaste marriage is at around 5%. States such as Tamil Nadu, Telangana, Maharashtra and Kerala, where Dalit communities are more empowered, record higher rates of intercaste unions. Publicly, strong democratic voices reject caste killings, yet caste pride thrives in private conversations, WhatsApp groups, and anonymous social media accounts where caste killings are defended. Role of the family remains central. Getting the point here? That is, everybody will say, oh, caste is bad, caste is bad. But in WhatsApp, universities, etc., or in social media, they support their caste and speak. We are a casteist society. There is no doubt about it. All right, when people say, okay, the country is like this, this is bad, that is bad. Only one question I ask them, are you ready for an intercaste marriage? No, but my parents won't allow. That you don't tell me. Are you ready or not? You cannot make a small change within your family means then you don't talk about the whole country. End of the discussion. The day when everybody moves towards intercaste marriages, that is when caste identity goes outside the window. That is where reservation ends. That is where caste-based politics ends. That is where criminalization of politics or politicization of criminals, everything ends. Things will become smoother. You're not ready to do that. You're not even ready to convince your parents, make them understand that it is not the caste, it is the karma on the basis of which you have to judge an individual. You're not able to do that, then you have no rights basically to talk anything about the country. You are also part of the whole system. Obviously, I didn't have an arranged marriage. All right. In Japan, the crude marriage rate was 3.9. So, this issue is there. So, let us try to understand what is the solution for this. Is there any solution? There is a solution. What is that? Let us understand what is happening in the world. In Japan, the crude marriage rate was 3.9 marriages per 1,000 people in 2023. That is, out of 1,000 people, only 4 people married in 2023 in Japan. I'm rounding it off. With the average age at first marriage being 31.1 years for men and 29.7 years for women. That is, first, when they get married first, the age of men and women are what? In the 30s. In the 30s. As education starts progressing in India, we will find the same situation. Men will find it very difficult to get women, because women, when they get married, when they get educated, definitely what they will demand, I want a guy who is a little more educated than me. But for most men, what it is, okay, I completed 10th standard, I completed 12th standard, I completed degree, I am qualified. I know idiots who have actually gave matrimonial ads telling that appeared for prelims 4 times, UPSC prelims 4 times. That is their qualification. Looking for white, tall, well-behaved, educated girl with homely values and family values. What is his qualification? 4 times he has appeared in prelims. And he wants white. Doesn't even know that it is not white. It is not cement we are talking about. It is a skin color. It is fair. Happily married. Got the point here? In South Korea, the crude marriage rate was 3.8 in 2023. Also historically low. Fertility rates in both countries are among the lowest in the world, far below the replacement. That is, minimum you need to have 2 children. Every couple should produce at least 2 children in the country. Minimum 2. At least 2 should be there. If it is less than 2, that means population is declining. And he's alive. Great. He's doing intercaste marriage and convert their religion. They are allowed to question. And other people are not. See, my point of telling it is, I'm not talking about religious conversion and all. I am talking about intercaste. You take out caste first, then we will see religion. Getting the point here, 27-year-old engineer, IT engineer, was hacked to death in Tamil Nadu. IT engineer. Why? Because he fell in love with an upper caste girl. The brother and apparently the father or whoever it is, they came and murdered him. They came and murdered him only because of what? He was a Dalit. How many years has it been since the Dalits have been facing this? Centuries. And still in their name, votes are being taken. Still in their name, candidates are winning the election. Got the point here? Ultimately, how are our people voting? They're voting, okay, he's from my caste, I will vote for him. But he's a criminal, that I don't care. He's from my caste, so I will vote only for him. That is what I am talking about. Why is it that Shashi Tharoor is not the Prime Minister of the country? Intellectual. Or why didn't Pranab Mukherjee become the Prime Minister of the country? Why didn't Abdul Kalam become the Prime Minister of the country? Or simply put, why did E. Sridharan lose in the elections when he stood in the state of Kerala? Okay, that is not based on caste again. That is based on the political party and ideology, whatever. That reason is we identify with caste, we identify with religion, we identify with political ideologies, not with merit. Merit of the individual is not taken into consideration. Our own parents will keep telling, they are our people. I'm like, our people means our same caste. I'm like, so what? How is it? How does it even matter? Same caste means what guarantee is that you can trust him? You talk too much. You think you know everything. This is the answer that I will get. Because for Indian parents, you shouldn't tell logic. End of the story. Getting the point here. So you remove it out. You remove it out. You at least start from caste onwards first. So why this will change now? Among people aged 15 to 29, share of never married males rose to 20.3% in 91 to 26.1% in 2019. And for females from 16.9 to 18.6 in the same period. That means if you actually see never married males percentage was 26% in 2019, 6 years ago. Females it was 18.6. That means very easily this would have at least never married males should be now 30%. Never marrying females also should be at least more than 20%. I am a human being. They are not marrying only. So I have seen this within my families also, within otherwise also, my friends everywhere. In the 20s when they start looking for a guy or a girl. Hey, same caste, same, everything should be same. Same caste, same subcaste, same this, same that. Later. Girls especially, it is okay if he's not so tall also, it is fine. It is okay if he doesn't have hair also, it is fine. It is okay if he doesn't have a tummy also, it is fine. I mean, if he has a tummy also, it is fine. This is how girls will change. Girls, their physical description, expectation of the guys will change. What about the mother and the father? After 30, you just find a guy for him. Guy for her. I'm like, but any conditions, he should be educated. That's it. That is enough. I was like, what about caste and all? No. We have not bothered about caste. Why? Because she's around 35 years old. When your daughter is around 35 years old, then you are not going to be worried about caste anymore. In other words, the trend that has started in our country today is single. Life is the best life. That is a trend that has started. People are like, why should I get married? Average size of an Indian household in 2011. As you can clearly see, these are the states where the size is less. These are the states where the size is on the higher side. This is from 2011. Now the current data, if you see, it is actually what? southern states are actually having? Southern states are actually having what? Lesser population. Getting the point here. Men should stay single, sir. Q-tip, let me tell you, you will be the first person to get married in this entire group. That is what history teaches us. The guy who will always say that I will never get married, he will be the first one to get married in the group. All right. And what about females? The statistics clearly tells us that single women are the happiest. Single married men are the most happiest. Yeah, happiness, when you rate it, married men are happier than single men. Single women are happier more than married women. This is the reality of our country. Intercaste marriages rate. Again, if you see which are the states where the intercaste marriage rate is on the higher side. This right here. Gujarat, Maharashtra, Karnataka, Goa, Kerala. Punjab, Haryana, Meghalaya. Punjab and Haryana, there is a reason to it. These two states were actually pretty notorious for high female PT side. So over the years, what happened? The women here dropped it to such low levels that they actually had to venture out, go to as far as West Bengal, Jharkhand, Odisha, or even Maharashtra to get their bride. Where they are ready to say, we will give everything. We will conduct the marriage. We will take up all the expenses. We will fund everything. UK, FTA, Grapes and Maharashtra. So we know the UK FTA deal was signed. Correct. Now who is getting advantage out of it? Grape growers in Maharashtra. Because this will remove the 8% tariff on the grapes. So India exported 3 lakh metric ton grapes in 23-24 worth 400 million. And this will increase now to by another additional 60 million. The variety of grape that will be grown here will be export variety. Thompson and Ara. And this is being done through collective farming ecosystems. That is how it is being done. You can read the article for better understanding. Finally, an important topic, EC under radar. Many of you would be wondering, EC, the whole vote chori, etc. So very quickly, I will wrap it up. So SIR, why are we conducting it now? What is the purpose of conducting it, etc. This is the main question. All right. SIR, why it is being conducted? To find out who are the actual genuine people in the voters list. So before that, let me introduce you to a data here. Bihar lags in birth registration. Birth is something which you can register very easily. Correct. In a hospital, when a child is born, you can go and register it easily. That itself Bihar is not doing. Telangana, which actually talks about digitalization, etc., even they lag in birth registration. If this is the story of birth means, imagine what will be the story of death registration. It will be even more pathetic, guaranteed. Over 4 lakh fake birth certificates generated in UP and Bihar. Over 4 lakh. Now tell me, whose job it is to register births? Is it the job of the state? Is it the job of the center? Is it the job of the Election Commission of India? Whose job it is? Can anybody tell me? This is just the tip of the iceberg. Whose job it is? Tell me that first. Is it the state's job? Is it the center's job? Is it the ECI's job? State. It is the state. No doubt about it. So, $1 million question is, I cannot blame the Election Commission of India if the state is not doing a proper job of registering all the births and deaths. Correct? The state is not doing it. It is not my problem. If I am the Election Commission of India, it is not my problem. So I have every right to conduct the SIR to find out who are the genuine voters. Because when a death certificate is 4 lakh fake birth certificates can be issued, means imagine how many death certificates can be issued. Fake ones. Or I don't report the death at all. I don't report it. Person has died, but I don't report it. In his name, I can make a voter ID. States are supposed to be checking it. So every state government has to be blamed for not ensuring proper registration of birth and death. Now again, I purposefully put up Telangana's this thing over here. Because generally people will say, UP, Bihar means we know. What about Telangana, man? Land record is digitalized in Telangana. Do you know that? What is more difficult? Land you have to measure, you have to GPS tag it, then upload the data online. That is very, very difficult. One death to register or birth to register, what is the big deal there? So let understand here one thing. Every state government knows this. Deaths are not registered properly. Using those fake people, voters' IDs are issued and people use it. Which people use it? That is the next question. Read this. Myanmar, India is constructing a 1,643 kilometer smart fence along the India-Myanmar border. As of July 2025, 401 kilometer has been completed. July 2025, last month. That means 1947 we got independence. Now we have started to construct a fence. Now, 401 is done. Another 1,200 is only remaining. That means the border was never closed with Myanmar. Whatever Rohingyas who had to come inside, they have already come. Bangladesh, the total border length is about 4,096.7 kilometer, in which 3,232 has been fenced by early 2025. Again, almost another 800 or 700 kilometers. That is also pending. So no border with Myanmar till 2025, from 47 to 25. No border with Bangladesh from 47 to 25. Then what about Pakistan? Our first Kujli. Out of the 3,323 kilometer border, 2,064 is fully fenced as of 24. Remaining 916 kilometer consists of physical or non-physical barriers. That means with Pakistan, fencing was completed only in 24. Imagine with Pakistan also we didn't have a proper border. Whose job it is to put proper border everywhere? If center doesn't put a proper border, and I'm blaming every government from 1947 to the current government. You had only one job. Secure the borders. Keep the people out. Illegal immigrants out. 1947 to 2025, nobody bothered to do it. Now at least you have started it. Great. So you never put up a border. What will happen? Who will enter? Some are settled here in this country since the last 50, 60 years. 50 to 60 years they are settled. Getting the point here. $50 to 60 years they are settled here. They will utilize what? All the voter IDs generated in the name of dead people. Done. Every state government knows this. Every central government that changed know this. Election Commission of India also knows this. So should we conduct SIR? Absolutely yes. Again, the Hindu will be like, but why are they conducting it now? Genuine voters will go out. It is not genuine voters will go out. Majority who are going to go out will be the illegal ones. That is the reality. Supreme Court also said go ahead with the SIR. But if you are removing anybody from the voters list, give the reason why they have been removed. Give them the opportunity to come with the documents to prove that they are the citizens of the country. Got the point here? This is the idea. Clear? So, two things put to rest now. That is, SIR issue I told you, we need it. Center didn't do a good job since 1947 when it came to borders. States have not done a good job when it came to what? Registering both birth as well as death, which has easily contributed to creating fake documents. This is the reality. Why the Election Commission of India? Why did they give A, B, C, D, E, F, G? Why didn't the Election Commission of India go check it out? Food, clothing and shelter is still a basic necessity in this country. In a country where 81 crore people are still dependent on the government of India for food, do you think these 81 crore people have shelter over their head? They will be living in slums. They will be living in temporary places. So you cannot expect them to have what? Everybody to have a proper address. When 86% of the workforce is in informal sector, do you really think they all have their own address? They all have their own home, or they even have the money to pay for rental accommodation? Think about it. 86% is in informal sector. 81 crore is dependent on government of India for food. Obviously, they are not going to have any permanent address. Again, blame on the state doesn't end here. Next blame is what? Who is supposed to keep all the documents with regard to migration? That is number of people who are coming into the state, number of people who are going out, in, out. Again, it is the state government. Law and order again comes under state subject. It is the responsibility of the police also to check who are the illegal immigrants in the state. You ask any local constable. No need to go to the level of SP and all. Just ask any local police station constable. Sabji, where will you find all these illegal people who have no documents in our state, where it is there? They will be like, why you want to know? Just for knowledge, I'm preparing for UPSC. You just go and tell. They will be like, that area is there na, that one mohalla is there na, that one area is there na. That entire area is filled with them. No, nothing can be done. He will tell you. That is, it is a public secret. It is a public secret that these areas, it consists of infiltrators. People have come from Myanmar, people have come from Pakistan, Afghanistan, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh. It is a known secret. So for all these nonsense, how can you blame the Election Commission of India? If the center did not do its job well, state did not do its job well, how will you blame the Election Commission of India? This is my question. Getting the point here. Next, what is my issue that I have with Election Commission of India? Now, where Election Commission of India is wrong? That is the next point. Before this Epic card came, before Epic, they used to manually write down names of the voters, numbers, etc. in a book. Manual writing down. Got the point here? Manually writing down. Now, post this Epic, that is electoral photo identity card, what has happened is, the manually what they entered, there is one data. Electoral photo identity card, that is another data. So my name, you will find it here. My name, you will find it here also. Okay, what is the big deal you may feel? Only problem is, if here the number is XYY, Here the number is YXX. Under the same person's name, same address, two different voters ID number. That is all the election commissions of India since 2000 didn't even bother to synchronize this data and issue only one voter ID number. They didn't even bother. Why? Herculean exercise. Herculean exercise. At least do we have one single year where there is no election? No. Every year state elections are there. After every 5 years, Lok Sabha election is there. Where does EC have the time for it? It is not an excuse. I know it very well. But still, this is their job. One job you had. This job. They never did it. This was raised by West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee. How is it that two voters ID for one person? This is the first issue. Because of this issue, what has happened now? Neither this, they don't have a proper system. Even now, they don't have a proper system. So my vote is there in Kerala. State of Kerala, I have my vote. With the documents that I have right now inside Karnataka, I can get a voter's ID card inside Karnataka also. I can get. That means what? Two different voters ID. One based out of Kerala, one based out of Bangalore. One from Bangalore constituency, one for Thrissur constituency. Whose problem it is? EC's problem. So whatever Mr. Rahul Gandhi has shown there as data, like one person having four different, voted 4 times, he said. It is not that they voted 4 times. One person has taken up 4 ID cards, 4 different places. How is it possible? What is the EC doing? I'll tell you one simple story. Pooja Khetkar, you remember? Pooja Khetkar, who is reason for half of our trouble when we fill up the UPSC form. How many times she fooled the UPSC? Pooja.K. Pooja Khetkar. K. Pooja. Just changed her initial here to there to here. And a little bit of change in getup. Photos with specs, without specs, straightened hair, curly hair, etc. She aram se fooled UPSC. The UPSC. Do you think this is difficult? This is really difficult or what? To manipulate, generate fake photo and fake name, put an initial here, that there. This is the reality. My second issue with Election Commission of India, especially the current election commissioner, is the statement what he made. When the question came about CCTV footage, he gave a very nice reason. Our sisters, our mothers, our mother-in-law, our sister-in-law, our daughter-in-law, how can we give? Just because they come and ask the video, should I just give it to them like that? Dear sir, an identity of a woman is not associated with a man. A woman is all capable of having her own identity. She is not just somebody's daughter or somebody's wife or sister or mother-in-law or sister-in-law or whatever. She is an individual. The relationships comes next. I am an individual, Nikhil Ram. I am married, I have a wife, I have a kid, I am a father, I am a husband, I am a brother. All those are secondary. The individual comes first. Because at least this gentleman, this current election commissioner, if this gentleman knew who was the first election commissioner of India, he wouldn't have made that statement. The first election commissioner of India, Mr. Sukumar Sen, when he, universal adult franchise, everybody can vote, even women. That was the rule. He sent out the list. Register yourself if you are more than 21. How did they put up? Mother of, wife of, daughter of. Why you put your name and give? No, name we will not give. Sukumar Sen cancelled the list and asked them to send it back again, telling that if you don't give your real name, no, I don't want mother of, sister of, daughter of, give me your name. Then I will take it up. Again, they did not agree. Some agreed, some did not. Many people were like, how dare you ask the names of the women in my house? There were patriarchal idiots were there back then also. But he did not budge. That is the first unofficial revolution, silent revolution that happened as far as equality of rights are concerned. giving a woman her name, her identity. So to tell that I will not give the CCTV footage just because, हमारे बहनों की, it is not some first night video or honeymoon video. They have just come there to give their vote. As simple as that. It is a public space. Public space, there are public cameras everywhere. In a mall also it is there. If a security situation comes, the police can take it up. What is wrong in it? Getting the picture here? This is the reality. Defense, it is nothing but a little bit data. You may read it. US tariff and how women are going to be affected by it. Then space technology, where we'll be talking about integrated airdrop test. Under polity, we'll be dealing with Supreme Court and social media, online gaming bill, and legislature performance. Under defense technology, we'll be dealing with Decoy. Very limited topics if you actually see it, but each topic packs a punch. So we'll be taking it one by one to understand what it is, starting with US tariff and women. So we basically know now for a fact that the 50% tariff, which our US Donald Trump imposed, has come into effect. Now what we are going to see is properly data wise. So earlier I used to give you points, correct? I used to give you long sentences and we used to read it out. But now sometimes people ask me, sir, how to note down the facts? Some facts we need in our hand always, especially this question here will keep coming in. Issues with USA or international relations, it is something which will keep popping up every now and then, whichever year you are going to give your attempt. Alright, so let us try to understand this. First of all, $4.19 trillion. And what is that? Current value of India's economy. Trillion, which is basically 1 trillion is 1 lakh crore. That is the first point. So always remember this data, this is not going to change that fast. Within the next 2 years and all, this is not going to change. So remember this always. If you are not able to remember it also, at least remember this much. It is more than 4 trillion. Capital 40. Close to 1.5 billion is our population. This much you can do, right? This is not a difficult task. Then, we are the third largest economy. India's projected global economic rank after US and China. Economy ranking. Countries are ranked by nominal GDP. That is the total dollar value of goods or services. What do you mean by GDP? GDP is basically the total value of all the goods and services produced by a country in a year. Everything that is produced. That is even if you have purchased. Even if you have purchased a Pinnacle batch, even that is also what service. Even if you have purchased a Titan batch, that is a service again. So the total value of all the goods, including, let us say now, okay, here in this room, what is produced in India? Hardly anything. Most of the electronic gadgets are not produced here inside India. Okay, maybe the chair, the rotating chair, what I am keeping my hands on, that could be made in India. So whatever is made in India, all the goods and all the services, its final value. That is called GDP. What do you mean by nominal GDP? Nominal GDP simply means it is the final value of all the goods and services which is not adjusted for inflation. I told this to you in the last week's current affair class. Anything where you say it is nominal, it simply means the final value of goods and services is not adjusted for inflation. So when you say, oh, $4.19 trillion, wow, we are doing fantastic. But the moment you factor in inflation into it, this value will actually come down. When you put in the value of inflation and then you adjust your GDP, then you call it what? The real GDP. After adjusting for inflation. Always keep this in mind. Got it here? So that is the point here. 50% is the proposed US tariff on India. What is tariff? A tax imposed on imports, making them more expensive. The tariff is always imposed on what? Imports. So who is importing? USA is importing from India. Correct? Or India is exporting to USA. So what will happen because of this? Indian products will become costlier. Got the picture here? Thank you, Indian Rituraj, for reminding my dress is made in India. Thank you. That was really smart of you. $40 billion. Value of Indian exports targeted by tariff. That means this is the value that will be easily affected. $40 billion will be close to our loss. Goods or services sold to other countries, which in GDP terms is 1%. True, right? 4.19 trillion. 1% of it is 40 billion. Got the point here? So around 1% of our GDP, we are exporting to USA alone. Remember these facts. Got the point? These facts should be there in your fingertips. Around $4 trillion is our total value, or more than $4 trillion is our total value. 40 billion dollars is the value of our exports to USA, which is basically nothing but 1% of GDP. That means I have the option to remember either this or this. Any one is enough. Both I don't need. So I'll generally go by what? I'll go by this value here. That is more than $4 trillion is our economy size. 1% of our GDP is the exposure of India to the US markets or US export markets. Got the point? Clear? Now let us move. 18%. Now what is this 18%? Share of US in India's total exports. 18% of our export market is USA. Shows India's dependency on the US market. Correct. Our goods have to go there. 18%. It is not 1. It is not 2. It is 18%. 30 to 35%. Extra cost disadvantage Indian exporters may face against Vietnam. China already has the advantage over us. There is no doubt about it. We can never compete with China in most of the goods. That is also a reality until and unless our technology improves or our manufacturing base improves. But you know what is the headache now? Because 50% tariff has been imposed, we have new competitors. We have almost basically all the Southeast Asian nations becoming our competitors. Even North American nations like Mexico, Brazil. So China, Mexico, Brazil, Vietnam, Philippines, and other Southeast Asian nations, all of these are going to become our competitors. Why? Our prices have increased. Got the point here? It means we need to pay an extra 50% money to US. Sure, please answer. Not like that online videos. It is not that we will pay. So if I am a US citizen, okay, imagine I'm a US citizen. So when the Indian goods comes to US market, I have to pay more. There is a leather shoes, let us say. Now with Vietnam, let us say we are basically competing with leather goods. All right. So a leather shoes is there. Leather shoes. Let us make it even more better. Handmade. Very, very expensive. Okay, handmade leather shoes. That original leather shoes are very expensive. Vietnam is producing it. India is also producing it. But Indian goods, once it reaches USA, it will carry plus 50% tax. That is if a shoes is there, which is priced at, let us say, 5,000 rupees. What will happen to the price now? 7,500 rupees. Correct? 50% of 5,000 is 2,500. And there is another Vietnamese shoes. Also worth, let us say, 5,000 rupees. Maybe it is 6,000, let us say. That is sold at 6,000 only. So automatically what will happen? People will prefer Vietnam, not India. Because ultimately when I go to buy a shoes, I am not going to see where is it made. I will only go by what logic? I will only go by the simple logic of, yeah, I need what is cheap and best. It is a totally different scenario if I am too filthy rich where I want a particular brand of shoes, a particular company, particular country. That is different. That is different. That is very, very rare, a very small sample size within the economy. Larger sample size of the economy, if you actually see, they always go by a simple logic. What is cheap and what is best. In this particular scenario, it is Vietnam. Getting the point here? Agreed, Ishika. That is the other alternative. We need to search for other places where the prices will become less. But then Prime Minister Narendra Modi has utilized this opportunity. He's trying to turn it into an advantage. That is, agreed. Indian made shoes is 5,000 rupees and its price will increase to 7,500 once it reaches USA. Correct? What is his idea now is, his idea is basically reduce red tapeism plus taxes on these shoes, on the products which we are selling. So that what happens, the final cost, let us say now, it is only, let us say, 3,000 rupees. It reduces. Plus 50% tax means 4,500 rupees. Cheaper than China. He has found a new opportunity in this current tariff and is thinking that let us reduce the red tapeism, let us improve the export competitiveness, let us use this opportunity now to nudge the bureaucracy in working faster so that the prices of the goods will come down. Even if you impose a tax on it, it is not going to affect much. So many in the US are saying that India will, okay. What is the benefit to the US citizens? There is no benefit for the US citizens. US citizens will actually have to go for other products. That is the point here. See, it is very simple. There is no benefit as such for USA. It will actually, long run, it will actually lead to more harm. Got the point here? Because things will start becoming very, very expensive. Very, very expensive, including that is certain set of chemicals. So, chemicals are there. Electronic items are there. Most of which are used as raw materials for other industries or intermediate materials to manufacture goods. Now, obviously, when the raw material prices goes up or even an intermediary goods price goes up, what will happen to the overall cost of the product in USA? That will shoot up. So forget all of this. Just forget all of this. You have increased the prices, right? You have increased the prices. You have increased the taxes. When tax increases, what will happen to the price? That also will increase. Tax increases, price increases. Then automatically what will happen? That will lead to inflation. And in any economy, inflation is not a good news. Yes, there are other alternatives one may keep saying. But certain chemicals are there, certain things are there, which you need to get it from India. What will you do for that? Got the point? This is the economic issue. Prices going up and definitely the businesses will be affected, right? Now somebody is selling shoes. Somebody is making a good market. Indian shoes have a very good market, very good demand. Suddenly what happens? It goes down because of the high price. Won't it lead to unemployment? Won't it affect the people? So we can go to Vietnam to buy goods directly there in cheap price. True, Samson. People do that. Why do you think people travel to Vietnam and Thailand for their vacations? Thailand, obviously, there are other reasons to travel. But other than that, Vietnam, why do people go there? Vietnam people basically go there because things are a lot more cheaper there, especially the Vietnamese goods. Vietnamese goods are absolutely cheap. So handcrafted leather and all, if you actually get it from Vietnam, it will come for a very long life. And it is cheaper to travel to Vietnam. Very, very cheap. Got the point here? Definitely. Very good. Harshita. Very good, Abhi. Complementary goods. Agreed, Taran. There will be that is other goods, related goods also. Complementary goods means tea, sugar. This is what you call complementary goods. So if price of sugar increases, automatically what will happen to price of tea? That also will increase. America really wants to trade with India. Definitely yes. America needs to trade with India. But other than that, geostrategically, why this is a blunder is, you have again proven, USA has again proven why India cannot trust USA. We know Trump is a madman. He needs this. See, his basic problem, I will tell you. His basic problem is not about trade, not about business, not about international politics. He's not even worried about whether China will become a threat for USA or not. None of this matters to him. That mad man or that mad monkey, that mega monkey, is only worried about getting his Nobel Peace Prize. My request to the Indian government as well as to everybody in the world will be nominate him for the Nobel Peace Prize, award him the Olympic gold, even give him the Oscar award. If possible, any which way, we are giving national award to movies like Jawan. So why not we can give him a national award for the best actor too? Got the point here? We should give everything to him. If you give it, because his ego needs the boost here. He's just a businessman. He just needs an ego boost. For him, it is basically like Obama got, then I also want, I too want. That is what it is. Getting the point here? So this is the basic issue here. So nobody can solve this. And he has lost all sense of, listening to people or even understanding things. Got the point? Because no advisor in his rightful mind will actually do this. Got the picture here? Taking it further forward. 50 million. These are the people who are employed in textiles, gems, leather and footwear industries. 50 million. 50 million. Getting the point? 50 million it is. That means 5 crore people are working in the textiles, gems, leather and footwear industries, which is mostly again from the informal sector. Labor intensive sectors, these are basically industries that require large amounts of human labor. Got it? 50% decline. Projected drop in exports from these industries if tariffs hit. That means reflects risk to jobs and women's employment. 50% decline will be there. That means easily, because of this 50% tariff, at least 50% people will lose their job. There is no demand rate. See, we can basically say, it is easy to say, that is okay, let us go and find alternative markets other than USA. Where are these markets? Where are these markets? You need basically what? You need an economy where there is a decent standard of living. People are having money with them. Only then they are going to buy what? Indian goods. Getting the point here. Otherwise, they are not going to buy. So basically, if you're talking about, let us say, a country like Bhutan, people are having a decent standard of life, etc. But they have basically embraced the whole Buddhist way of living. Simple living. There is no Zomato, there is no Swiggy. Whatever it is, you have to walk to the market and get your materials, come back, cook and eat by yourself. Got the picture? So in such countries, basically, you cannot sell Indian goods. Next option is Nepal, with which again we are like, okay, relationship. Again, not a very rich country. Then we have our 2 Kujli neighbors. Alright. Kujli neighbors both are there. One is Pakistan, the other is Bangladesh. Nothing can be done. Myanmar is again under a military government. That leaves just Sri Lanka, which is again going through just recovering from an economic crisis. So you cannot depend on those people. Maldives, very recently only we have started recovering. So where are the options available with us? Got the picture here? So to compensate $40 billion worth business in other parts of the world is not going to be easy. By the time we figure it out, we sign the deal, we sign the document, and then it gets ratified inside the respective parliaments or state legislatures, and it becomes a law and it gets implemented. It will take 5-10 years. By then, these women, largely women-led industry, would have lost their job. Not important. MEA, Ministry of External Affairs, AIR1. US tax system, how does it differ at federal, state and local level? We need not actually worry about it. Because this tax, once it is imposed, it's a federal tax. Basically, that becomes applicable throughout the country. Got the point here? Canada, UK, yes, we can. But there again, restrictions are there. It is not that easily you can go and sell it. Got the point here? Canada and UK also, it is not that easily you can go and sell these products. There is a limitation to it. 50% decline, projected drop in exports from these industries if tariff hit. Then 37 to 41.7% is India's female labor force participation rate. What does that mean? Female labor force, it is the percentage of women aged 15 plus either working or seeking work. Clear? Correct, Mishti? Again, there should be a demand, right? To do it with Russia also, there should be a demand for it. The same question, why should Russians actually buy Indian goods? See, we have a good relationship with Russia. But does that mean tomorrow Russians come out with a phone? We will all stop buying Samsung, iPhone, etc. and start going behind Russian phone? Absolutely not. So when I have the choice as an Indian whether or not to buy a Russian product, the same choice is available with a Russian citizen. Just because the countries are in good relationship doesn't mean the citizens have to bear the brunt of it. 60% is China's female labor force participation rate. For comparison, highlights India's gap in women's workforce inclusion. Getting the point here? Even in labor force participation rate, if you see, we are still stuck between this 37 to 40% range. China is ahead of us in that matter also. Got the point? In a country where it is still considered okay. Now again, some people, today I had actually put up a little probably controversial video in YouTube Shorts explaining why, asking basically 2 questions to the ECI and comparing it to a patriarchal behavior. So there again, many people told no, and then again linking it with a suicide that took place very recently. No, the real reason is not, it was not murder, it was suicide. Nikki apparently killed herself, whatever, media speculations. Until the court comes with a verdict, we cannot actually say anything about it. But the fact is, a woman got killed ultimately, right? She was beaten up. There is a very good section of the Indian population who still think that it is okay to hit a woman. It is okay to hit your wife. It is okay to pull her hair and smack her on her face. Basic reason is most of the women after marriage, even if they are financially suffering, they are not allowed to go for work. Ultimately, the man gets to decide whether his wife should go to work or not. It is not the woman's choice. It is not at all the woman's choice. That is, after 78 years also, a woman has to basically take permission from her husband even if she wants to pursue a career. Forget overtaking China for another 100 years. Got the point? 27%. IMF estimate GDP boost if India closes the gender gap. GDP will grow by more than 27%. That means we are currently more than 4 trillion. 4 trillion plus 27% of 4 trillion. That much will be the jump when women joins the economy. Tesla car mein bahut, so we are not dealing with it with the US government. We are dealing with the Tesla company only. In Tesla car also, why is it that there is a high import duty? That is the other issue that Trump is having. Trump is basically telling that you people are charging such high import duty. So the point here is Tesla car. I think the one particular variant of it is around 60 lakhs or something, plus 60 lakhs on road price. Correct. That is because it carries a 100% duty or tariff. That means actual price is supposed to be somewhere around 30 lakhs. But we are placing another 30 lakhs as tax on it. Why? Why the 100%? Because Tesla car is what we call a CBU. Completely built unit. Completely built unit means not even one plastic piece inside that car, not even one nut, not even a screw is made in India. The entire car is completely an American product. Got the point here? So we don't entertain that. We basically want what Tesla, we are basically telling Tesla, you do one thing, you come to India, you manufacture it in the country, and then you do it. Then you sell your car. But Elon Musk has got no interest in it. Elon Musk is telling, no, that I will not do. Manufacturing means I will do it only in USA. I'll ship the product to your country. Indian government is like, sorry, we will not allow that either. Why? Imagine if for 30 lakhs Tesla is available. Okay. Tesla is available for 30 lakhs means, trust me, even if I know my wife will get very angry with me, I will go and buy it. I will go and buy it. I am not going to buy a Tata. I am not going to buy a Mahindra. I am not going to buy a Maruti Suzuki either. I'll straight away go for Tesla. Why? My friends who have bought it. Yeah, my friends have bought it. They have bought it in Dubai. They have bought it even in USA. My brother-in-law has bought it in USA. They all say that it is the best vehicle out there. It is too good. So I know it is good for a reason. Range is also good. Why will I go for a Tata then? Why will I go for a Mahindra then? Got the picture here? So this is the reason why for all the completely built units, we have kept literally 100% duty or tariff. Much to the chagrin or much to the displeasure of our mega monkey. Got the point here? So he has been already blaming this. Long time ago, he has been blaming this. Getting the point here? Taran, let's not talk about driverless technology and all. That is a different story. Driverless technology, it is not at all possible in India because you will find dogs on the road, you will find cows on the road. If you are very, very lucky, sometimes elephant, rhinoceros, tiger, leopard, etc. Everything else will be there on the road. Other than human beings, other than vehicles, everything else will be there on the road. Sometimes there will be some grandmother taking all her sweet time just to cross the road. So driverless technology, you can forget it. But I'm just talking about the range and the build quality and the durability of the car, which is far superior than the Desi cars. Clear? 2045, year when India's demographic dividend window may close. What is that? 2045. This is 2025. 20 years from now. 20 years from now, if you all add 20 years to your age, what will be your age? Close to 40. Minimum. Correct? Minimum 40 years. That means most of us will become very old. And already I told you India's birth rate is declining. So whatever opportunity that we have to get, growth opportunity we want to do, we want to increase our GDP, all that we have to do in the next 20 years itself. Because afterwards it will be a decline. It will be a down, it will be going down from there. Because more and more women will be simply, as they get more and more educated, more and more women will finally come to the grand conclusion. Why the hell should I marry? Already it has started happening in Kerala. Slowly it has started spreading to Tamil Nadu. Then to the rest of the states in the country. Everywhere. I know many, within my friend circle, there are many women who have just opted for what? Single life is the best life. That number will double or quadruple by 2040. That's it. Duty and tariff. See, tariff is basically, tariff and duty, these are basically terms or terminologies that are used. So duty when you say, it can be an export duty or an import duty. Sometimes to discourage the export, we may do it. For example, for sugar, occasionally government will impose an export duty. Why? To prevent domestic shortage. International prices of sugar when it is high, if I am a sugarcane, what is it? Or a sugar seller, all right, I will try to sell the sugar abroad, earn better money in dollars. But then the government is seeing that because more and more all the sugar is going outside the country, sugar prices have started increasing. And we are a very sweet population. We cannot have even a single day in our life without sugar. Correct. Now today Ganesha Chaturthi, all of you would have easily had different types of sweets. So if sugar goes outside the country, there is no sugar left inside the country, then what will you do? Sugar prices, if it goes up, I told you, tea prices will increase, coffee prices will increase. Food itself, the price will shoot up. So I want to avoid it. What will I do? I'll put an export duty. A duty I will place on export so that it doesn't increase, so that the price doesn't increase. Sorry. I'll put it on export so that if you have to export something, you will have to pay a tax to the government. So when you come and tell me that, okay, you are exporting, then pay the tax. I'll be like, what? No, I will sell it here only. I'll sell it in the domestic market only. Oh, domestic market you're selling. Then no tax on you. Tariff, when you say, simply means it's import. Always remember that. Tariff, when you say, it simply means import duty. Specific it is. Duty, when you say, it can be export duty, it can be import duty, sometimes it can even be customs duty. So generally, when all these celebrities, when they go abroad and come, airport officials will be smiling and giggling. You know why? Because they know it definitely. If they've gone to Dubai, if they have gone abroad, America, Europe, wherever, they would have bought so many foreign products. They'll sit there and calculate each of these products' price. Google, easily you can find out. They'll sit and calculate, okay, this is the value. Okay, the price of this jacket is, okay, 5 lakh rupees. Yeah, the likes of Shah Rukh Khan, Allu Arjun, etc. Their dresses are all in lakhs, nothing in thousands or 10,000s. So 5 lakh rupees jacket, 10 lakh rupees jeans pant, 20 lakh rupees shoes, 3 crore rupee watch. They'll add up everything, and finally they will put, okay, this much is the product which you bought from abroad. Pay this much import duty. Lauki, YouTube, if you're preparing for Kerala PSC, I would suggest focus more on the static subjects. Kerala PSC, I don't think they're going to ask you questions from the My Current Affairs. Chances are less. 1 or 2 you may get. All right. So prepare for your Kerala PSC and all the best getting a job because it is Kerala PSC. Economic growth potential when working age population is larger than dependents. What do you mean by dependents? Dependents simply means the old age. People who belong to an old age. Getting the point here? (63 to 70%). Japan's FLPR increase over reforms reflects effect of policy plus childcare support. That is, Japanese female labor participation rate increased from 63% to 70% because they brought in various reforms, especially childcare support. One of the major reasons why women quit their job is basically because when they give birth to a child, they need somebody to take care of their child. 6 months maternity leave is there. But after the 6 months, what? So once they started bringing that support system there, automatically what happened is the labor force participation started increasing. Got the point here? 4% boost in Japan's GDP per capita due to women's participation. Per capita GDP is the average income per person. All right. Now, what are the various schemes that are there at state level and national level to basically encourage labor force participation rate? Let us see that. 2023, the launch year of Karnataka's Shakti scheme. Shakti scheme, which is basically free bus travel for women in Karnataka. Oh, I always used to tell freebies are bad, freebies are bad. This is not at all a good idea, not at all a good idea. Until I met a few women who work as maids here in my society. So I used to ask them, how are things? How is it going? No, it's very fine now. Now it is very fine. I said, why? What has changed? Did your salary increase? Did your salaries increase? No. We are saving money. I said, how? We don't have to spend 1 rupee on travel. I asked her how much it used to be earlier. She said an amount. For my economic capability, it sounded like, for that is a big amount. I was wondering. But for these people who work as maids, people who work as laborers, people who work in the shops, doing small, works, manual work largely, for them it's a huge saving. They're able to travel easily now. They don't even have to bother about, okay, whether they have their monthly pass, that pass, this pass, nothing. Just go in, sit in the bus. That's more than enough for them. Got the point here? So actually, it has an effect. Certain freebie schemes does have a positive effect on what? The labor force participation rate. Clear? 40% is the surge in female bus ridership under the Shakti scheme. Shows mobility boosts workforce access. That is one thing. 40% increase is there. But otherwise also now everybody have started. When something is available for free, we are Indians, right? So basically in Kerala we will say, in Malayalam basically to put it up, acid English translation. That means for free, if acid is available, that also we will stand in queue, take it and we will drink it because it is free. 15,000 women. Service providers onboarded by urban company gig platform. Gig work. Short-term or flexible work through digital platforms. The 15,000 women were hired by an urban company. That means exclusively they targeted what? Let us hire women, which has actually helped in improving the labor force participation rate. 18,000 to 25,000 per month. Average monthly earning of women workers on urban company, which is basically about $215 to $300 per month. 4 crore person days. Employment created by Rajasthan's Indira Gandhi Urban Employment Guarantee Scheme. Urban employment. Person day. One person employed for 1 day. What is person day? One person employed for 1 day. 4 crore person days means what? For 4 crore people, employment opportunity was given. Got the point here? For 4 crore. Through what? Rajasthan's Indira Gandhi Urban Employment Guarantee Scheme. Something similar to Mahatma Gandhi. 65% share of jobs in the scheme that went to women. Indicates success of women-centric employment schemes. I have always told you, you want to keep a society backward, all you have to do is what? You need to keep things, you don't have to, just don't give any rights to the women. You want to improve things, then what is the only thing you have to do? Again, you have to do only one thing. Empower the women. Got the point here? Deva, yes, you can watch the video. Exactly, Karthik. That is the other side of the story, right? When something was being given free to the females, obviously what happened? Now, 40%, that is in a bus, if you actually see also, generally what is happening is today, for 60 to 70% of women who travel for free, the 30% men are actually paying the price. And even more better, this gets even more better. The thing is like, the men are standing, the women are sitting. Obviously, there are people in the social media who are asking, where is the equality here? Got the point? Any doubts so far? Just surviving, Siddharth. Just surviving. Any questions? The next topic, what I am going to take, it is highly prelims oriented. Highly. Called integrated airdrop test. So basically the idea is, there are 3 stages to a rocket. Okay, here it is a 3 stage. That is the first, this is the second, this is the third. We are planning to go for a human mission to space. And this here is what you call the crew module. That is all the people will be sitting inside this. So, first stage will fire. First, the first stage will fire. After reaching a certain distance, this will break off. A certain speed has to be generated, where the first stage breaks off. And the second stage starts firing. Then finally, after whatever mission, etc., they will enter into this. This crew module is there. This crew, why you need this? This is the component that will bring back the astronauts back. Stages refer for fuel types. Yeah, it can. Depends. Ram fuel type also, plus it can be even a ramjet engine. What type of engine you are using, that also matters. Is it a ramjet engine? Is it a scramjet engine? All that will matter there. Got the point? So finally you go there. First stage is gone. Then later onward, second stage will go. This thing will be there. After whatever mission etc. is over, you will enter into this. You will enter into this crew module, and this crew module will what? Will have to make a re-entry. This will have to re-enter into the Earth, which is not at all an easy task. First of all, the launch, then remaining in the space for some time, then entering into it, ejecting this one portion, then entering into the atmosphere again is not an easy task. Why? We all know the Earth is surrounded by what? Earth is basically surrounded by atmosphere. Anything that enters into the atmosphere, what happens? It will face resistance. It will face resistance. And when resistance is there will be heat. Because you're coming at not at 1 kilometer per hour or 2 kilometer per hour. You're basically traveling at 1000 kilometers per hour. That speed you're coming in. So as you enter, one of the first challenges you will be, that is this white module from space. This white module from space, as it enters, it is definitely going to face what? A lot of heat. which it should withstand. And as it keeps coming down, you should be able to reduce its speed. To reduce its speed, you need actually parachutes. You will have an initial set of parachutes to just immediately bring a brake to the thing. It's almost like something is going fast and you just pull the brake once. That is, imagine your car is going. Main brake has failed. There is no main brake. Main brake is gone. Only thing left with you is handbrake. But at the speed with which you are going, suddenly if you pull the handbrake and you hold it there, your vehicle will go ulta-malta. So what do? You pull it and you leave it. You're traveling at high speed, you pull it and you immediately leave it. Same way, you release the first set of parachutes so that something is going down fast and pop, it gets pulled up. Now the speed is lesser. And as it comes down and comes down further and further, what you do is, okay, when it is really coming down fast, it will be straight lines. Parachutes will be deployed. They will come down slowly. Then, if it lands on a sea or on land or wherever it is, we can open it and retrieve the astronauts out. As you can clearly see, it is not at all an easy task. It's a very, very critical task. A lot of tests, more than 1,000 odd tests should be conducted before you can actually certify whether this will work or not. So I don't know whether you have tried it in your small age. Take a handkerchief, put a stone in the middle, tie the ends of the handkerchief to it, roll it, throw it in the air. It will behave like a parachute. It will come very slowly. Similar tests have to be conducted. So the ISRO right now is doing that. With DRDO and other organizations, what we are right now doing is we are testing different weights. We are testing just to see whether this thing will open up, whether the parachute will open up or not. Got it? So let us deal with the content now. On August 24, ISRO carried out its first integrated airdrop test, IADT-1, which is an important step for India's first human space flight mission, Gaganyaan. A dummy crew capsule weighing about 5 tons. Dummy means fake. Was dropped from a helicopter to check whether its parachutes could slow it down safely before splashdown. Splashdown means landing it on water. I'll tell you, Ms. Sharma, don't worry. Please explain it once again, sir. Controlled braking system. Question mark. Are you talking about the car example I told you? Anyway. See, each stages are there to a rocket, correct? It is not that a rocket you will just, it is not like a Diwali rocket, just in case people are wondering. It's not that you light it up and do shh and the rocket will go up to space. No. Each stages are there. First stage where XYZ fuel will be burnt. Then once this attains a certain speed, the second stage will fire up. That is the diagram that I have given here. The first stage is ejected. This is the first stage. We have ejected it. It is over. It is all the fuel here is over. Now the second stage will work. Got the point? Then the final stage is the crew flight. Now the crew is inside this. I need to bring them back. How do I bring them back? Yeah, controls are there. That is there. This is there. Fine. To bring anything back, you don't require fuel actually. Correct. To bring anything back, you don't require fuel. You're very close to Earth's gravity. Gravity will pull you in. But when you are trying to come in, what happens? You actually have Earth's atmosphere, which acts as a resistance. Earth's atmosphere is the biggest shield what we have. Why do you think meteors, other things, when they enter into, oh, toota hua tara, so many stupid movies, Hum Dil De Chuke Sanam, Kuch Kuch Hota Hai, etc. You would have seen. Toota hua tara se, what is it? apna mannat mango, whatever. You can make a wish to a tutta hua tara and then it will happen apparently. Nothing. Nothing is going to happen. And what is this tutta hua tara? Why it is tutifying? Why it is breaking away Earth's atmosphere? Because if you travel at such a high speed and you enter into Earth's atmosphere will be throwing in resistance. Imagine you are traveling at a bike at a high speed. You feel the wind on your face, right? By the time you reach the other side, that travel the distance and reach your home, your own mom won't identify you. Your hair will be looking like electricity advertisement. Your face will be looking all dark. Why? The wind. That wind would have easily dehydrated you. Why? Heat again. Same thing, but this is happening at what? Not at 60, 70 km per hour. This is happening at a very high speed. So obviously the resistance is more. Heat is more. What will happen? You need to slow it down. For that we are using what? Parachutes. To conduct those tests, 1,000 tests at least should be conducted before we can safely certify, yeah, this thing will land safely. So that is what we are doing. We conducted the first test now before splashdown. Yeah, see, initial start and all will be required. Nobody is denying it. Nobody is denying that aspect. Initial start will be needed. All that we are agreeing. Let us not go into the details of it because that needs to be worked out. Getting the point here. Fazan, go and play cricket, man. Get into a college first. In IADT, the parachutes were expected to open in sequence once the capsule was dropped from around 3 km height. So at 3 km itself, it should open up. All right. Oh, again the same question. Although no humans were inside and it was released from a helicopter, the test simulated the final stages of a real space mission. That is around 3 kilometers, this thing should open up. Because it is coming at that velocity. Otherwise, tata, bye-bye, khatam. That is what will happen. In the actual mission, the capsule will first slow due to air resistance and heat shield, then by drogue parachutes, and finally by 3 large parachutes. The drogue parachutes is what I told you. These are like initial parachutes that are released so that some resistance. So you're running at high speed and then somebody pulls you. What happens? That jhatka will come. So you're slow down slightly. Again, you try to run fast. Again, it is released. Then at 3 km, the large parachutes will come. The thing will absolutely slow down and then pluk, it will land on water. Got the point here? The goal is to reduce its speed to about 8 meters per second before hitting the water. Why water, obviously? Why not land? Why water? Simple logic. What is the weight? Weight is around 5 tons. Correct. That into the velocity, 8 meters per second. That is around 40 ton meter per second. Change in momentum is what? This is the mass into velocity with which the satellite is, the crew module is coming down. If it hits a flat surface like Earth, from 8 meters per second, suddenly the momentum becomes 0. Sorry, velocity becomes 0. It is coming at 8 meters, hits the Earth, velocity stops. So this was the initial momentum. Final momentum is 0. Why final it is 0? Because 5 ton into 0 meter per second when it hits the Earth. What will happen? This much force. What is the change in mass into velocity? Change in mass into velocity is force. This much of force will act on the people who are staying inside the crew module. In other words, they will all get crushed to their death. Getting the point here? That is the reason why you shouldn't drive at high speeds in the highway. In the highway, even if you go, a truck comes and hits you at 2 meters per second. That is a big lorry and all comes and hits you even at 2 meters per second. Why is that sometimes people die? change in momentum. Velocity is only what? 2 meter per second, 3 meter per second. But what about the mass of the truck? That comes and touches you also, it will become very, very fatal. Got the point here? So this is the concept here. But instead of this, if it falls on water, what is the advantage? Look, it will go down, then it will pop up. It is purposefully given this shape so that it will float there. Getting the point here? It will float there. No issues. Nothing will happen. It is just like taking a dive. Got the point here? Gaganyans. Okay, 1 minute. Yeah. For IADT-1, an Indian Air Force Chinook helicopter lifted a 4.8-ton dummy module and released it at the planned height. Automated systems then deployed the parachutes in sequence. The Air Force handled lifting. DRDO supported with materials and safety systems, while the Navy and Coast Guard prepared for recovery after splashdown. Navy and the Coast Guard. Obviously, because we will not be landing them in a river. We will be landing them where? For a freely falling body, object speed is more near to the surface of the earth. Yeah, I am not denying it. Who said it is wrong? I never said that it is not so. I am also agreeing with it. It is high. That is the reason why you should reduce the speed. See, you are telling near to the surface of the earth. What I am telling is, at 8 meter per second, something is falling down with parachutes. If it hits the earth directly, a hard surface directly, people inside is going to get crushed. You are talking about free falling. I am not talking about free fall here. With parachutes also, if you land, you should not land on a hard surface. Why should you land on water? Because water it is. No matter with whatever force you come down, water will buoyancy. Buoyancy will reduce it. So 8 meter per second means very small speed, right? It is not a high speed. It will be like, pluck, it will go down. Pluck, it will come up. Got the point? Free fall, when you talk about, absolutely right. As you come down. As you come closer and closer to the surface of the earth, the speed will increase manifold. It will keep on increasing till you hit the surface. Got the point here? Vikram Sarabhai Space Center, led by A. Rajarajan, handled about 90% of the activities. So what is the point here? How many agencies are involved? ISRO obviously is involved. Air Force is involved. DRDO is involved. Navy is involved. Coast Guard is involved. Vikram Sarabhai Space Center is involved. Like I told you in the beginning, this is strictly prelims oriented data. Any question can come over here with regard to this. Then the weight, 4.8 ton. Height, 3 kilometer. Speed, 8 meter per second. Got the point? In space missions, ascent, descent and recovery are the riskiest stages. Gaganyán's final aim is to send Indian astronauts to low Earth orbit, LEO, on a specially modified human-rated LVM-3 rocket. Human rating means every system must meet the highest safety standards with backups and life support. The crew escape system is another major safeguard that ensures astronauts can be pulled away from the rocket if a launch goes wrong. That is, even before, at the launch stage, if some issue is there, you can pull out the astronauts from there. Crew escape system. The first test TVD1 took place in October 2023. Date again. The next TVD2 will test a more complex abort scenario. The uncrewed Gaganyaan 1 mission will send a crew module with the humanoid robot Vyomitra into orbit to stimulate astronaut activities. Success of ADT1 will help in preparing TVD2 and G1. You can skip daily if you want, but then do read the paper. Don't completely go blank. Just read the paper, at least the main headings. What is happening in the country, you should have an awareness. headings, just the main titles, keep reading it. So that you also can actually ask in the comment sections, at least you can ask, sir, we want this particular topic to be dealt in detail. Then I can come back and explain it. That is how this can work as a highway. All right. Coming back. Now, key systems under development include environmental control and life support system for oxygen, waste, temperature and fire safety, integrated vehicle health management system that detects faults and triggers emergency aborts, and an upgraded LVM3 rocket adapted for human safety. India has also developed many technologies domestically, such as escape motors, special composite materials, since they were not available from abroad. Gaganyaan is the only first step in India's larger human spaceflight mission. The government plans to set up the Bharatiya Antariksh Station BAS by 2035 and achieve a crewed lunar landing by 2040. All right. English channel, brother, Mr. Mintu. So obviously, in an English channel, only English is going to work out. Absolutely, Jagdish. Agreed with that. Although schedules may slip, IADT1 was originally planned for April 2024. Every milestone builds capability. That means we are already behind 1 year. This test, whatever we conducted, we were supposed to do it last year. We are doing it this year. So, it will get pushed off further and further. TVD2 will demonstrate crew escape system in an emergency. ISRO SpaceX mission is in its extended phase after demonstrating in-orbit docking in May 2025. This capability is important for future missions like Gaganyaan, Chandrayaan and BAS. The first human space flight is officially scheduled for 2027, though it is likely to be delayed. All right. Pure and pure current affairs. That is what it was. Pure and pure prelims related current affairs. All right. Especially for those of you who are attempting in 26, 27, 28, 29, whatever. You may get this. Only solution is what? Keep reading it. Now, the request what was asked last time. So, Supreme Court and social media. Very simple verdict only. Supreme Court gave an observation. Gave a direction to the central government basically. That is, Supreme Court is stressing the need to regulate social media influencers and online content creators who commercialize free speech. To ensure that while freedom of expression is protected, it does not cross into hurtful or insensitive speech that violates the dignity of vulnerable groups such as persons with disabilities, women, children, minorities and senior citizens. Getting the point here. There are people who actually mint money by abusing. Getting the point here. These are those days. That is, for example, now one video I made today where I was criticizing the Election Commission of India. So somebody actually commented. The comment was something like, sir, these type of videos doesn't suit you. You only teach polity. That is enough. Again, under him, another set of people went and said, who are you to say that? It is his wish. People supporting me, opposing me. Some even called me. Even one fellow even compared me with Mr. Rahul Gandhi. I don't know whether I should feel happy about it or sad about it. Number one, have I criticized the government here? No, I have criticized Election Commission of India. Number two, was it pure hatred or based on facts? It was based on fact. He actually made that statement. My problem with that statement, what was it? The problem was basically, how can, now if he's so worried about a woman's privacy, then who gave him the permission to record it? And who is he to decide what is a private matter for a woman and what is not? If a man gets to decide, if I get to decide how a woman, whether a woman's video, how it should be used and shouldn't be used, if I decide, should I decide it or should that woman decide? If a voter of a booth or a constituency, a female voter says, no, my CCTV footage will not be used by the ECI, means it makes sense. The choice should be with the woman, not with the male members of the society. That is my point here. The fact that the male members gets to decide what is private and not private of a woman, that is patriarchy. That is patriarchy. Now, this is my opinion. Freedom of speech and expression. So, Supreme Court is telling it should not be hurtful, it should not be insensitive, that violates the dignity of vulnerable groups like disabled, women, children, minorities, and senior citizens. South Indian people, Mr. Stark, get your facts right. How many South Indian people you know have entered into politics? In Karnataka, can you name anybody who has entered from the movie industry directly into politics and become the chief minister? And second of all, acting is just a job. Acting is just a job. All right, if Shah Rukh Khan comes and stands next to you, won't you act? Won't you act like that? If you don't act, great. You're somebody like me. Totally ironed face. But then, Shah Rukh Khan does he have every right to form an association? Does he have every right to form a political association? Does he have every right to contest the election? Absolutely yes. It is an individual's fundamental right and freedom. Get the point here? In the state of Kerala also, again, you will rarely find actors entering into politics. Rare scenario it is. Got the point? Tamil Nadu exceptions are there. MGR was there, Jayalalitha was there, and after many years, now apparently Mr. Vijay is entering into politics. Does he have the right to do that? Absolutely yes. Does the people of Tamil Nadu have the right to vote for him? Absolutely yes. $1 billion question is, who are you to question their choice? Again, you can question it because it is your freedom of speech and expression. That's how a democracy works. You can have a different opinion. I may disagree with it, but I need not disrespect it. Got the point here? That is how you do it. Walaikum assalam, Mushraf. It highlights the balance between free speech versus responsible speech and calls for clear guidelines with real consequences so that humor and commentary do not become vehicles for discrimination or abuse. Humor also should not be personal. Getting the point here? That is the ultimate thing. Yes, MGR is there, NTR is there. NTR is again from the Telugu film industry. All right, NTR, MGR, etc. But currently, who is the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu? Sorry, Andhra? It is Chandrababu Naidu. Is he from film industry? Sir, what about Pavan Kalyan? My memory is right, Pavan Kalyan did not win the first time when he entered into politics. Chiranjeevi Garu also, when he actually started his own political party, he had to disband away from it. Got the point? So this is all part of freedom. Now the question here is, this is the news. Where Supreme Court is asking the government to regulate social media. All right. 2013, 2022, 2025. Ekta Udayanidhi Stalin was an actor. So is Hema Malini. So was Vinod Khanna. So was Raj Babbar. So was Jaya Bachchan. So was Mr. Amitabh Bachchan when he was also an MP. He has also contested in the election. And apparently Mr. Govinda tried it. Smriti Irani. I can give a long list. I can also give a long list and tell that why these North Indian people are actually joining politics. That is the most unparliamentary thing to say as far as I am concerned. It is an individual's choice. Don't even write it for your answer. Don't even mention it in your interview. 2013 GS2. Now this is how you do it. You analyze the paper and you found that 2013 in GS2 paper question had come social networking sites, definition and security implications. 2022 a GS3 question had come, regulation of social media to protect youth. 2025 GS3 question again, social media and encrypted messaging security challenges, measures and remedies. As you can clearly see, as I told you earlier, we may segregate topics, UPSC doesn't. UPSC will keep taking from here to there to here, where you're like, ye kya hai ye? Kaun hai ye log? From where are they coming from? Got the point here? So here is your question. Because by the time you people decide to give your attempt, all right, you people decide to give your attempt, automatically what will happen? The questions are going to become even more complex. So this is a hypothetical question which I have made now. With the rapid expansion of social media platforms, democracies face dual challenge of safeguarding privacy and free expression while addressing threats of misinformation, cybercrime, and illicit digital transactions. In this context, critically examine India's regulatory approach, including the provisions of the Income Tax Act 2025 in comparison with global practices such as the EU Digital Services Act and other international laws. Actually, Mr. I have no idea, that is IT, I have no idea how Kerala sir, 100% literacy sir, is basically, an idea of disrespect. Now you can say one more thing, Kerala sir, 100% literacy sir, 100% digital literacy sir. Every citizen in the state of Kerala, that is the old people, also know how to use the internet now. how to use social media sites now, how to open an account in FB, Instagram, how to access the government websites. Getting the point here. To quote Rajdeep Sardesai, even though I'm not a fan of him, what Kerala thinks today, India will think about it tomorrow. All right? Now tell me, how will you frame an answer here? हिंदी आपको सूट नहीं करता सिंगल वर्ड भी तो लुट गए हाँ लुट गए you broke my heart. Tell me what will be the intro here. What will you start your answer with? The intro part. This is strictly for my UPSC students. Come on. Tell me what will be the intro here. Intro, what you will start with. Star will discuss that later. Lot of Muslim friends, Mushraf, and I was in Dubai, so I know. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi barakatuh. That is how you say na. Wa alaikum assalamu rahmatu barakatuh. It's something. I'm not sure whether I'm pronouncing it right. Supreme Court verdicts. Your Hindi is cute. I am CA student. Arey yaar, where are my students here? Aage, my boss is kidney failure. Karnataka case. Introduction means when you get a question, always look in the sentence. Is there anything to be defined? Social media platforms. I will start my answer with a definition. And what is the definition? Social media platforms. That is my first job. I'll define it. Face the dual challenge, safeguarding privacy and free expression. So privacy also has to be protected. Freedom of expression also has to be protected. So privacy, when you say, easily the next thing that comes in line is, obviously I'll have to give importance to our dear Puttaswamy. Puttaswamy judgment, which talks about right to privacy. Then free expression. Obviously people should be allowed to express their opinion. Very good, Manjunath. Agreed, Ishika? Later. Then, addressing threats of misinformation, cybercrime, illicit digital transaction. That means for this line here, I should supplement it actually with what? Data. Data on misinformation, cybercrime, illicit digital transaction. Illicit means illegal. All right. Sadul Srinivas. Yamandi. Let us see. Now the answer. Now whatever answer I am going to frame here, it will always be elaborative. Okay. So that then in this context, critically examine India's regulatory approach, including the provisions of Income Tax Act. That means in my answer, I should mention the IT Act 2025. Also compare it with global practices, which is EU digital services and other international laws. This is my structure. This is the structure. Some people, they literally trust the limits of your patience. So it's better to, All right. So this is the structure. Let us see the judgment. See, judgment before that, you should actually give the definition of social media platform, right? Judgment will come. We'll take it up. But let us see now. First, I have defined here. This is the answer now. Okay, people? The answer part. Where I have defined what is social media. Social media refers to online platforms and applications like messaging apps, social networks, and media sharing services where users create, post, and interact with content. Government must tread a fine line, protect individuals' privacy and free expression while ensuring national security through detection of terrorism, cybercrime, hate speech, and other online harms. No, Devanshi, straight away not. Because see, that is the point what I wanted to stress here. You look at it, every question will tell you what should be the structure of your answer. Every question, starting with a definition, then moving on to your judgments, like whatever you people have been telling, Supreme Court judgments or whatever, with regard to privacy, free expression. Then giving the data with regard to this, the crimes that have taken because of this. Then mentioning Income Tax Act, then comparing it with other act. This is your structure of your answer. This way, when you write it, you are never going to miss out on any information. Your answer will have a flow. Anybody who reads it will understand it. Straight away starting from this is, that is almost like I have told earlier, Anurag Kashyap movie. Straight away from the climax, he will start the movie and you are left wondering, ye log kaun hai ye log? Who are these people? From where have they come from? Getting the point? We want only a Karan Johar type of movie. Hero meets heroine, both of them fall in love, both of them fight, happily ever after. That's it. Linear structure to the answer writing. Terrorism means basically through these gaming platforms. People will actually, gaming platforms, through the gaming platforms actually, you can converse, right, with other player. There they actually give codes, etc. as to which area to attack, the money transfer details, etc. They talk through codes. So in most of these gaming platforms, what happens is agents from the government, both international and national, will be sitting and overhearing it. They'll be playing, but they're also keeping a watch over each and every player there. Got the point? Over-regulation can stifle speech. Under-regulation endangers safety. India has seen a sharp rise in social media related crimes. Data I am giving. But when I am actually giving data, look what I have done. I have underlined it. I have made it bold purposefully. But in the exam, you need not make it bold and all. With whatever pen you are writing, with that same pen, you will underline it. So that this becomes the highlight. So in 2020, 50,000 cybercrime cases were registered, including 578 identified fake news incidents, misinformation, data. This becomes the data for misinfo. In 2021, the figure rose to 52,430. In early 2025, Bihar reported 46,022 fraud complaints and Hubballi recorded 28 cases of fear-inducing content, resulting in over 700 account takedowns. Got the point here? See, Vishaga, WhatsApp doesn't allow. That is true because it is completely encrypted. But I hope you have heard of Pegasus spy software. Getting the point here. If government has a doubt that this particular person is indulging in some sort of crime, government can get it installed. It's as simple as that. Got the point here? This includes harassment, intimidation, misinformation, and hate content. Globally, countries are tightening social media regulation through specialized laws. Now I will mention EU's digital services. Now I will mention this. Mandates transparency, harms prevention. So obviously, I am giving EU's Digital Services Act in detail here. Why I will tell you. Look at the trend of the paper. Look at the trend of GS2 paper. Any question that is asked, they are easily asking, okay, what is the, how it is done in USA? Presidential powers, they are asking to compare it with that of Indian president and US president. Got the point here? How things are run, how the Supreme Court judges are selected here, how the Supreme Court judges are selected elsewhere. So generally when students ask me, sir, what will we write for way forward? Especially for polity-related questions, the answer is simple. What are the best practices that is happening elsewhere? So social media regulation, again, the Hindu ran an article telling that this is not done. The state is again going to monitor us. This is state surveillance. Supreme Court shouldn't have given a ruling like this. Well, they should wake up and smell the coffee. what is happening in European Union, which actually values individual freedom more than national security. Let us look into that. Mandates transparency. So this is the EU's Digital Services Act, which already came in 22. Transparency, harms prevention and child protection. In mid-2025, the EU piloted a privacy-friendly digital ID wallet to verify users' age while preserving data minimalism. Everybody should have a digital ID wallet. In the digital ID wallet, already it will be verified. What is your name? What is your age? All that will be there. Only if you enter those details, you can access your social media accounts. This integrates zero knowledge proof technology to confirm only that a user is over 18. So what they are telling is, so I am here, 38 years old. I have basically a digital wallet where all my details are there. Okay. So all my details means name. But this name will be shown as XXXXX. Date of birth. That will be there. Okay. 87. XX. Then other details will be there. When I try to log into a social media website, any social media, that social media is only going to check this one data here. Just to confirm that whether this guy is more than 18 or not. That's it. Other than that, nothing. That will be the only detail. This is what the law is saying. But what is the doubt here? My digital wallet, I have entered it, right? There is a digital wallet and it is digital. What guarantee is there that the government is not spying it, trying to check out what are the websites I am visiting, what are the comments that I am typing, what is the content that I am reading? What guarantee is there? There is no guarantee. How do you ensure that this digital wallet that is created, government will not read it at all? Got the point here? Clear? So that is EU's Digital Services Act. Let us take it further forward. The mini ID wallet is being tested in 5 member countries. States ahead of the full EU DI wallet rollout by 2026 under revised EIDAS. That is again digital wallet only. Got the point here? So in European Union, they are going to bring a digital wallet which will ensure whether you are above 18 or not. UK Online Safety Act, again 2023, imposes a duty of care on the platforms with penalties up to 18 million pounds or 10% of their turnover. Regulators can block non-compliant services. Duty of care means it is their duty to ensure that children or any harmful content is not allowed to be circulated online. I hardly look 30. Oh my God, then I should start exercising. Earlier, people used to say I look only 17. You see, Bali humor. Germany's NetzDG 2017. Germany, again ahead of us, requires platforms to remove illegal content within 24 hours or face up to 50 million euros in fines, plus an obligation to publish transparency reports. Got the point here? Australia enacted an Online Safety Act 2021 and amended it in 24 to ban users under 16 from major platforms. Fines can reach Australian dollars 50 million from late 2025. So, European Union, UK, Germany, Australia, and then finally our darling USA. Legislative reform continues on platform responsibility through proposals such as the Safe Tech Act. State-level bills target hate speech, algorithmic targeting, and platform power. Hate speech, you know. Algorithmic is what? Algorithm simply means, now let us say I am a child. I'm always a child, but until you see, I'm so young. Yeah. So you keep playing these online games. Algorithm will get to know that you're a child. And it'll keep suggesting you games after games. Advertisement of games, etc. Got the point here? Against that also, USA is passing a law. Importantly, the Income Tax Act of 2025 includes a provision under clause 247. Please remember this. How you remember? 24/7 is there. 24/7. Similarly, Income Tax Act has a clause called 247. Very nice rule. 247 means what? This is clause 247. But what is its inner meaning? I will tell you. 24/7. Tax authorities will be looking at your social media. ಏನಾಯ್ತು ಮಾಡು ಪೇಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡು ನಾವು ಆಮೇಲೆ ಬರ್ತೀನಿ ಎಂದ ಕುಟ್ಟ ഞാൻ വരുന്നുണ്ട് क्या हुआ बेटा मैं आ रहा हूं तेरे लिए तेरे जितना भी पैसा है लूटने के लिए मैं आ रहा हूं English version it simply means we will just look at your social media profile, we will look at whatever you're purchasing, and you're not at all paid income tax at all. Don't worry, we are going to come knocking at your doors. This is what is going to happen. Got the picture here? Subject to legal safeguard to access an individual's email, social media accounts, cloud storage, digital assets, bypassing passwords when needed during search operations. Got the point? That is search operations. Actually, if they enter, if they come, if income tax authorities right now come to my home, if they ask, give your password to your iPad, give the password to your iPhone, I have to give it. I have to give it. I cannot say, sorry, it is privacy. Putta Swami, they'll give one put on my face. Got the picture here? This is the law. I have to give it. This effectively allows for audit of social media behavior where tax evasion or undisclosed digital income is suspected. So basically what? Your social media behavior is being monitored. Got the point? This power could help regulators track illicit monetization through social media, such as undisclosed income from influencer deals, digital assets fraud, cryptocurrency-based scams, etc. And hold perpetrators to account. Together, these legal advancements, social media laws in various democracies, and India's new tax and data access powers demonstrate how state policy is catching up to digital age challenges. I know it looks like a, oh my God, this tough sentence. But in your conclusion and all, little bit, there is no such word which is very fancy. That is Shashi Tharoor level knowledge, nothing is there. Getting the point? Shashi Tharoor level knowledge, nothing is there. But simple words, using that, they have made a pretty complex sentence. You can use it for your conclusion. Got the point here? Those people will say, sir, conclusion mein kya likhu? I don't know how to conclude. This is what you do. Getting the point here? This is what you do. You by heart the conclusion and go. When you feel that you're not confident with your language writing skills, you by heart the conclusion and go. Because, why should you by heart it? Because I told you, factually speaking, this question has come thrice on social media. And these topics will keep repeating. So you prepare a topic means finish it off. Once and for all, get it done. Getting the point here? Failure of raids is having higher percentage. It is not about failure of raids is having higher percentage. This new bill has only come. Failure of raids clearly shows that people have actually moved online. People have actually started moving their assets online, moving funds online. That's again another discussion altogether. Hawala transactions, through Hawala transactions, you'll first shift your money. And then later, you will convert that same money and put it through different accounts from different parts of the world into a foreign account or into a Swiss account or into a Panama account or a Cayman Islands account. Somewhere you will put it. From different sources, you put it into somewhere foreign. And when income tax say, Ayyo, I don't have anything. I am a bikari. I don't even know. I have not even bought one underwear in the last 10 years. All that drama you can do. That's another discussion altogether. Clear? For India, combining oversight tools like real-time data access with accountability safeguards and adopting privacy-aware identity systems might be the key to striking the right balance between protecting rights and ensuring security. Those of you who feel your English is not good, this will be the standard conclusion for this particular topic. By heart it. Vishaga, in Supreme Court also, privacy, national security is considered above privacy. And you must understand, when you look at the trend also, see, there is a particular reason why I gave you these years here. EU 2022, UK 23, Germany 17, Australia 21, USA now 2025, etc. So everywhere, world over, regulations are coming for social media. India cannot simply say, no, right to privacy. We are not going to do it. No. Because we are actually going to have a high amount of internet users. That is the reality. Getting the point here. So simple. Now, there is this one guy in the Telegram group. Telegram only. His only hobby is to come and abuse me. His only hobby is that. What have I done to him? I have no idea. His only hobby is that. I am just this much away from putting a case against him. Because what he doesn't know, because I'm pretty sure he'll be some Chintu, Mintu, Bantu, Kuntu, whatever. If I put a case, whichever part of India he is in, he will have to come to where? Karnataka. Definitely from his English, I know that. His English itself is an ICU. So forget his Kannada then. Getting the point? So when such a guy actually comes, I put a case, he will have to spend what? Money to travel here, come here, deal with the case, all of that. But what is the next advantage for me actually? I can file the case here. What is the disadvantage for him? Under the new Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita laws, if a FIR gets registered against you, it will be no more an ordinary FIR. It is what you call a EFIR, electronic FIR. Even though the case will be registered in Bengaluru, if that guy, I think he should be from UP or Bihar, going by his surname, or maybe other states also, I don't know, but larger probabilities here. Any police verification comes there, that is, let us say, cleared IAS, or he cleared a central government, state government or whatever, as soon as the cops type in his name, his father's name, his date of birth, it will pop up in the system that there is an EFIR on him in Bengaluru police station on cyber stalking and cyber crime. Getting the point here? I can do that. What will happen is he will never get a police verification. He won't get it cleared. That means he can basically say goodbye to UPSC exams. He can say goodbye to all the central service exams. He can say goodbye to state services. He can basically, even if he wants to become a security guard in my apartment, that job also he won't get. Many people don't know this. Many boys think, online, I can sit and write whatever I want. Nobody will catch me. Yeah. You are Bill Gates' grandson, right? Where you know all the hacking techniques to avoid detection. I have students in government service. I have students with Maharashtra, Mumbai Police, ATS. I have students whose parents are in the service. One phone call. Tata, bye-bye, khatam. I'm pretty sure it will be some Chintu, Bantu, Muntu, whatever, frustrated with his life. Got the picture here? We are moving into social media surveillance. We are. So it is not at all a difficult task. If I put my mind into it, heart and soul into it, that I want to destroy this fellow, it can happen. Why did I take so much of time to explain this to you? To all the boys there, girls will never go. Girls, first of all, they will all come, 6 o'clock. Mummy, I'm sorry, I became 5 minutes late. They will come back home. Boys, I'm afraid of. Don't try to show your mardangi anywhere, online or offline. Don't do that. If one person decides to put up a case against you, trust me, you are in for big time trouble. Big time trouble. Trust me. Somebody comes to pick a fight with you also, aap mahan ho. Aap mahan ho. Please. Galti meri hai. Aap mahan ho. Sorry. Go away. You have not got a job yet. You're not in service yet. Power ute and taris ute when you try to do, don't worry, your future will get spoiled. You will end up making your parents fall on useless people's feet. So don't do it. Stay away from all sorts of legal troubles. Till you enter the service, you get the certificate in your hand, you take the oath, you join first day in office. Till then, wait. Your time will come. What he did, sir, abusing me, man, it is okay. I am used to it. It is like what I would say. Nah, I'm not worried. When somebody praises me also, I don't care. When somebody, gives gali also, I don't care. Trust me. I've reached that stage where मुझे ना तारीफों की फिक्र है, ना गालियों का डर है. I'm 38 years old, man. किससे जाकर अब इस बुढ़ापे में impress करूं? There's a different story that I'm looking young. That is obviously I'm maintaining with Lux, I take bath twice a day. But apart from that, stay away from all of this. The best fights are the ones which you will avoid. Remember this, people. Stay away from it. Yeah. I am personally hoping that he is watching this. All right. Yeah, Lucky, you can follow your handwritten PW notes. All right. Adarsh, love you. You are the best. You are also the best, Adarsh. Love you too. Online gaming bill. So this again came out, correct? Clear? No, basically, see, this abusing behavior, I will tell you on a very serious note. Why does it happen? The online abuse, why does it happen is, it is actually psychological trauma. Whoever does this online abuse, there is a 99% chance that they are disrespected at their home. They are not valued in their home. Nobody consults this particular individual for their opinion. And from young age, he has been ignored. So he has this constant need to seek attention. So for him, attention seeking is by giving gali, not by doing anything constructive. Guaranteed, I'll write दावे के साथ कह सकता हूं. With complete confidence, I'm telling you this. Somebody abuses you for a minute, just sit back and just tell that person have had a psychological trauma. Getting the point here. So to actually communicate something or share information, you don't require gali for that. You can convey your message without actually abusing. Got the point here? See, fake FIR and all, that is another issue altogether. On August 20, 2025, the Lok Sabha passed the Promotion and Regulation of Online Gaming Bill after just 7 minutes of discussion. On August 22, the bill became law with presidential assent. Government data shows that Indians lose about 15,000 crore every year through real money games. Real money games ke liye, what is it? 15,000 rupees. Wonderful, Sumit. That is a very good way of leading your life. World Health Organization has linked RMGs to compulsive behavior. Compulsive behavior is what? Again, real money games will make you keep on doing it. So there was this guy in China, for 24 hours he kept on playing an online game. He did not have food, he did not have water. Because high dopamine level. Dopamine is going on, getting released. What happens is, you won't get the sensation of hunger and water. 24 hours, no food, no water. What happened? Heart attack. He died. He died playing. Getting the point here. Then, psychological distress. When you don't win, or you don't get the money, or you lose money, you go into depression. Financial problems and family disruption. Definitely, because there are many kids who have actually used their parents' ATM card, debit card, credit card, etc. and actually spent lakhs together in online gaming. Karnataka reported 32 suicides in 31 months linked to online gaming addiction. The RMG industry claims the ban may put at risk 2 lakh jobs across 400 plus companies. So in a country where we are struggling with unemployment, this law is actually going to do what? It is actually going to create further unemployment. Real money games means you have to, that is, they promise you something. That is your rummy card game, etc. I played this game and I won 1 crore. Now see, I bought a car. Now see, I got a house. Now see, I even bought a very expensive underwear after so many years. All of that. That is basically your real money game. Getting the point here. You would have seen all those advertisements. Play the rummy and win the prize for Hrithik Roshan. Yes, they are doing it. Yeah, as if Hrithik Roshan needs to sit and play this game to earn his crores together. All he needs to do is act in stupid movies like War 2, which will make Newton commit suicide. Got the point here? That is real money games. The Act divides online games into 3 types: esports, social gaming, and RMGs. Esports are those recognized under National Sports Governance Act 2025 with players registered with the regulatory authority. I already told you, if it is a fake FIR, when you're making things online, if it is a fake FIR, you can always contest it. Use your common sense, na? Getting the point. Fake FIR, nobody is going to put up. Especially EFIR, because everybody can see it now. No cop will dare to do that. That is a different story altogether. That is an exception. Always you people are behind exceptions. What if ऐसा हो गया तो वैसा हुआ तो क्या? देख लेंगे और नहीं तो क्या? Let it happen first. How many fake EFIRs are there? There will be always idiots in the system. Can't help it. Simple. We will fight it legally. So it's a fake EFIR. You can put a defamation case. Simple as it is. Stock market is not a Mrgendra Tripathi. My dear Tripathi ji. Stock market, how it is a game? Stock market, you have to study it. Which company is doing good? Which company's profit is increasing? Profit is decreasing. Only then you put it there. Rummy, you are studying. What are you studying there? And I am putting my money there. That is not a game. That is investment. And yeah, a little bit of luck is also involved. They may involve entry fees and prize money. Examples include Grand Theft Auto and Call of Duty. These are allowed. These are allowed because you can play one by one each level. Sanjay, you are so sweet, man. Tobacco, they will never ban, Mukesh, because it generates money. All right. Ishwara. Later, Atul, later. Our idea is first we will finish this. Social gaming is not legally defined but covers recreational or educational online games played through devices connected to the internet. So, these are online games connected to the internet. Got the point? The government can promote social games under Section 4 of the bill. Whatever we are playing, that, what is it, Candy Crush. Getting the point, where other players also will be there. We can play with them by connecting to internet. No money is involved there. Got the point? Correct? BGMI. RMGs are defined as any online game, whether based on skill or chance, played after paying a fee or with an expectation of winning money or stakes like tokens, coins, or credits. That is, this much credit you will get, this much money you will get, all of that. All right. Games such as poker, rummy, fantasy cricket, and ludo fall into this category. Many platforms are endorsed by celebrities such as Ranbir Kapoor, Amir Khan, MS Dhoni, Hrithik Roshan, and Saurav Ganguly. The law bans RMGs and their advertisements. Both are banned now. Offering such games or handling funds for them can lead up to 3 years jail, 1 crore fine, or both. Unlawful advertisements. What is this BGMI you people are going on asking? It's a game, agreed. Unlawful advertisements can mean up to 2 years jail, 50 lakh fine, or both. Under the Bharatiya Nagarik Suraksha Sanhita, BNSS 2023, these offences are cognizable and non-bailable. That means no need of a court order. Straight away you can arrest. Thank you, Rohit. You're very kind. Absolutely, Danish. You're very right. If you remember a few months or maybe even close to a year, there was this news article about this cop, Mumbai police officer. I think he's an inspector, built like a tank. You know, he spends more than 25 to 30, 20 to 30,000 just for his protein powder, protein shake, all of that. So in full uniform, he gave an interview where he said that I won 1 crore. He won some 10 lakhs or 1 crore as prize money by playing this. He was suspended from service. Because first of all, he was in uniform and endorsing a private gaming app, which is wrong. Which is highly wrong. He could have simply said he won without even revealing that he's a cop. Got the point here? Cert-in will block or disable banned apps and Interpol may be involved if operators are offshore. Cyber Emergency Response Team. If it involves money, Soju, Epen, it will come. Soju, Epen. Malayaliana. See, Danish, definitely, even if you're a government officer or even if you're a citizen, now you used to play it, now it is banned, means obviously you cannot play it. So as you can clearly see, the players are not going to be punished here. It is basically games like this, offering games or handling funds from them, you will get punishment. You're advertising these games, you will get punishment. Not for the people who are playing it. The IT minister clarified that no penal action is aimed at individual players. Got the point here? So if, like, to answer your question again, who was that? Danish Ahmed. So if a government officer is found playing it, oh, this banned game you're playing, no punishment. But that person who has tried to sell that game, owner of it, they all will be either fined or arrested. The Act allows the center to form a regulatory authority to categorize and register online games. Earlier in 2023, online gaming firms were brought under IT intermediary rules, requiring them to comply with KYC norms, protect children through parental controls, and use age ratings. Because, obviously, starting with very abusive languages are used in these online games. Because everybody will be connected, right? They are all having this headset on, and that is how they are playing. So there again, abusive language. Then selling pornographic material, drug trafficking, prostitution, and sometimes even to gun running, buying and selling of guns. And obviously, wherever drug is there, gun running is there, to some element prostitution. If all these three are there, then obviously terrorism also will be there. Got the point? Any magazine is fine. I already told you. The new law does not restrict minors from playing esports or social games. Like Call of Duty you want to play, Candy Crush you want to play, those are not banned. Only where real money is involved. Where they promise you that you will win money. Preetham ji, you have to ban it. Oof. Fantasy cricket. That Dream 11 is what basically it's a fantasy cricket team, right? That also will get banned. Henceforth, you are not going to see its advertisement anymore. This was passed only last week. So this will come into effect now. Aage. It also allows funding from the Consolidated Fund of India to promote social gaming. That is, from Consolidated Fund of India, let us improve social gaming. For social gaming, what steps needs to be taken? Let us do that. Let us develop Desi companies, Desi games here. For that, let us go for Consolidated Fund of India. The government said this law came in response to user complaints about massive financial losses in RMGs. NNNNN. What is NNN? Okay. Tenzin Wangchu. There is proof, the minister said, that gaming algorithms are designed so players cannot be long-term winners. Once or twice, small amounts, they may make you win. And later, they will know your gaming pattern, your selection pattern. See, whenever you're playing such games, the key is you have to keep, they will understand what are your selections, what are your choices. Whichever game you're playing, whichever game, Rummy, Ludo, or even let us say your cricket fantasy, all that. Algorithm will be learning how you behave. What is your gaming behavior? Certain amount you will win. Beyond that, it will be very difficult for you to win. You need an extreme level of intelligence to basically fool the algorithm by altering your choices and changing your game pattern, which will fool the algorithm that, okay, why is he changing his choice suddenly? Even the algorithm won't know how to behave then. But that requires a high level of intelligence, which only very few people are capable of. Generally, children, teenagers, and even you people here who are sitting and preparing for UPSC, don't think that ab crorepati bankar bapuji ke samne jaunga. You will not become crorepati. It ulta, you will become a royal bikari. You will make your family also bikari. That is what will happen. Reports have linked gaming portals to terror funding, tax evasion and fraud. A 2022 financial intelligence report said gaming firms had evaded 2,000 crore in tax. Defense Ministry found that the Chinese app FIEWIN cheated Indian users of 400 crore. Another report said gaming firms were involved in 30,000 crore GST evasion. This is the reason why it is being taken out. Getting the point here? Getting the picture here? This is the main reason. Sir, what about cigarette then? What about alcohol then? That also is bad, right? Yeah, but nobody is cheated the right. The only cheating would have been done by your best friend only, because your best friend is that idiot who is like, okay, I started smoking, I started drinking. Somehow I have to make him also smoke, him also to drink. Why? Only then together you can get gali. Correct? I also destroyed my life. You also should destroy your life. That is a matter of choice. That would be like little by little, loss will come. Here, government is facing loss. Suicides are happening. Families are getting destroyed because in ek chutki mein, you are becoming from rich category, you are straight away going to what? Below poverty line. All your savings are getting wiped out. By reading it again and again, Mr. Musharraf. All right. Doesn't kill any depression. You will go into depression. The law says RMGs are tied to money laundering, fraud, and illegal activities, and that gaming firms manipulate engagement using bots and operate from offshore jurisdiction to bypass laws. Got the point here? This is the idea. That means many illegal activities are happening. And on top of it, what is basically happening here is when you play online games, Indian data is going abroad. And most of these RMGs, if you really see also, most RMGs are what? They are basically again owned by the Chinese. China wants to come out with all these apps. Even TikTok you talk about, or even these online games, real money games you talk about. What do they want? They want the youth of the country to waste their time. In China, especially if you see the TikTok videos are all about how to make an aircraft with daily use items. 5-year-old and 7-year-old are already learning how to, remove a spark plug from a petrol engine and clean it. They are taught all these things. Whatever has to be done with the hands, they are taught with all these things. How to change the blade in a mixie. How to do a simple wiring. Change the bulb. This, that. These are the TikTok videos that is circulated in China. What is the TikTok video? What is sent over here? Badal barsa ki choli. Women doing it, I can understand. When some boys are also shaking their hips, my good lord. I mean, obviously, political correctness, it is all about these days. Boys also should shake their hips. Women can put on a mustache. Those are the ideas of equality today. Anyway, correct, Mukesh. That is a very valid point. With VPN, if you are playing, then obviously what will happen? You can divert all of this. You can bypass all of this. But for this also, months ago, government had again passed a bill telling that whoever is offering VPN service, they should also give their customer data, KYC norms. Getting the point here? They should give their KYC norms. That is, if I am providing VPN service, whoever is taking the VPN service, they should actually give all the data there. Nitin, ban Instagram, ban everything that is destroying the youth. Now, $1 million question is, if my son breaks the law tomorrow, whose responsibility it should have been in the first place to teach my son what are the do's and don'ts in the society? Parent. That time I cannot say it is because he went and watched a Shah Rukh Khan movie. Okay, Shah Rukh Khan maybe by then, okay, too old then. Maybe Aryan Khan. He watched an Aryan Khan's movie. That is why he got violated. Otherwise, my son was such a sweetheart. No. Parents' job it is to basically see what the child is watching in YouTube or Insta or Facebook or whatever it is. Failure at parenting, you cannot blame all these online things and say that online is the reason. No, you should basically tell them what you can watch and what you cannot. That is the point here. State cannot take responsibility for individual choice. Got the point? It's not state's responsibility. Because if somebody says, it's my choice, I want to drink and die, what can the state do for that? Somebody says, I want to smoke and die. What can the state do for that? Getting the picture here. So somebody commits a crime, somebody decides to destroy their life, it is their decision. It is just that they want to escape responsibility. Nobody will say, I destroyed my life by drinking, man. No. They'll generally blame. She left me. That is why I started drinking. Got the point here? Constitution places betting and gambling regulation in what list? State list. States like Telangana 2017, Andhra Pradesh 2020, Tamil Nadu 2022 have already banned online games including skill-based one. States have already banned it. Getting the point here? Do we need a central law on gambling instead of state bans? Definitely we need a central law, right? That is why this law has come. And if you actually see, state governments have already taken the decision. Telangana has taken, Andhra has taken, Tamil Nadu has taken. Other states also will follow suit. Got the point here? Innocent kid cannot break it. That is the whole point. And he will end up using his mother's ATM card or father's ATM card. So that has happened, I think, where I forgot. Both the parents are working. One fine day, mother sees that in her phone a message comes up. Your entire savings. She gets a call from the manager. Because a fixed deposit was broken and money was withdrawn from it. So the manager asked, why did you withdraw so much of money? She was like, I didn't withdraw. Then they went to check the root of it. Who withdrew it? What is it? Her son. 10 or 12-year-old son. Because he has used it for purchasing something. ATM card was with him. He used it to make multiple. When the savings account got wiped out, he broke the FD. He broke the FD and started taking money out from there. This is the reality. In 2023, the center put online gaming under same 28% GST as casinos, horse racing and lotteries. Gaming companies oppose this, saying they are skill-based and that the retrospective taxes were unfair. Supreme Court gave a stay on tax notices. And its decision on whether games like fantasy sports and rummy are skill or gambling is awaited. That is, this we are awaiting. That means once more we will revisit this topic. Face-to-face betting, you cannot do it now. Where can you regulate it? 145 crore people, man. Right now, who asked that question, by the way? Shiv Patil. You come to my home and we are like, okay, India will lose. No, Pakistan will win. Let us bet. If India loses, I get it. Yes, if Pakistan wins, you get it. Because we both are not very intelligent people. We will make such stupid bets. How will the government get to know it? Impossible. But here again, like I told you, China influence is the main key here. Avoid keeping China out of Indian cyber world. That is the main purpose. The government has asked for more time to file submissions in the GST dispute. Supreme Court has earlier held that games like rummy and fantasy sports involve significant skill and cannot be treated as gambling. That was Supreme Court's earlier ruling. But Supreme Court being Supreme Court, we don't know. Tomorrow they may change it again. Getting the point? Nitin, it has been validated by the Supreme Court because yes, in another angle, if you see, to play game of rummy also, you should know the rules of the game. Fantasy sports also, if you have to play, you need to know the statistics of each player. All right. The new act makes no distinction between skill and chance games, leading critics to say it violates Article 19(1)(g) of the Constitution, which protects the right to trade and occupation. Getting the point here? Nudity should be removed from social media. What is nudity again? What is nudity? Define it. What aspect is nudity? To what level? Hands can be shown. Is that nudity? But there are men who love to see clean hands of a woman. They will get attracted by that. There are men again who, if they see the neck, they will get attracted. They'll go for that. So we should cover the neck. There are men who will get attracted with the eyes. So cover the eyes. Then there are men who will get attracted with the lips and the nose. So cover the lips and the nose. So basically, let us put the whole women inside a, what is it? Steel or iron colored dress or something. Where they go tang, 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 tang and walk and go. Will nudity be over? On an average day, look at the women walking on the road. What will be nudity? Nudity lies in the eyes of us and how you have kept the camera angle. So even if a female is fully clothed, it can still excite a man. Even if a female is very less clothed, it can also lead to what? It can not trigger a man at all. Getting the point here? See, stop blaming Western tradition and all. Stop blaming the West for everything. It is ultimately a female's choice what clothes she should wear. And I've already told this in my earlier class. 98% of the women who are raped in this country, they are raped by people who are very close to them. Fathers, brothers, cousins, uncles within the family. Then comes close friends, classmates, chai wala, samosa wala, pani puri wala nearby, dhobi wala, cafeteria where they go and have their coffee or tea regularly. All these people are involved here. And there it is never about the dress. It's about the opportunity and that confidence level what these people have, that I can commit this crime and I can get away with it. Getting the picture here? So you people are telling, oh, women are doing this. Women are doing this. Don't watch it, man. Who told you to watch it? You always have the choice to not to see these things, right? Why are you watching it? If there is no demand, there will not be any supply. Got the point? Now again, like I told you earlier, we need to see what are the international practices here. In USA, the legal status for online games decided at state level, not at federal level, where some states allow online casinos and sports betting, others ban it. So we are not the only country that has decided to ban it. Key law, Unlawful Internet Gambling Enforcement Act, restricts payments for illegal online gambling. States that legalize online gambling, 7 states are there: Connecticut, Delaware, Michigan, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, and West Virginia. Distinction: skill-based RMG is sometimes permitted, chance-based more tightly controlled. So in USA, skill-based real money games are sometimes permitted, not all of them, only some. Alternatives: sweepstakes casinos operate nationwide using virtual tokens, legally skirting gambling laws. They use virtual tokens. Nothing real, but tokens how you will get by paying real money. So they don't directly deal in it, but indirectly. China, gambling completely banned, except 2 state lotteries are there. One is for welfare and other is for sports. Online gambling, because it is China, no doubt, completely prohibited. controls, real name registration, age authentication, parental controls, all these are put into place. That is, each and every time if you need to play that game, parents have to enter a password. That is how the games are placed in China. Parents should be aware what game the child is downloading, what game the child is playing. Parents have to enter their details. Otherwise, it is not going to happen. Got the point? Ananta Krishna CA. I never secured a rank, Mr. Ananta Krishna. I just went till the interview board and secured 187 out of 225. I missed out from the final rank list of UPSC by 19 marks, 19. After which I lost complete confidence and I became a, Bina Shanti ke bhatakte hue Atma. Alright, that is what it happened. Chale, shall we continue? Microtransactions, strict caps on in-game purchases. $28 to $57 per day depending on age. Mandatory disclosure of probability rates to players. That means there is a limit is placed. How much money also you can spend in a single day. Where in China, these are some things what India can consider. Clear? Absolutely. Again, a final comparison. USA, UK, EU, etc. This is basically for your quick learning. Quickly you want to compare, etc. Because these are the suggested solutions / way forward that you will write in your answer. Because obviously when they ask you for solutions, you cannot say that the government should do this. State should do that. That you cannot do. So what will you do? You will actually say what are the international practices that are there. You will quote a few democratic countries. You will also quote China if it is necessary. Should I quote USA, UK, EU, China? No. One or two out of it. Whichever you like. Whichever you like, you quote that. Why? You don't have that much of space in your question come answer booklet. So whenever I teach a little more than that is required. Why? Because only if I teach 10 points, you will study 8. You study 8, you will remember 5. If you remember 5, you will be able to write 3. Got the logic here? That is the only point. How to speak English like you? Why, Arafat? You don't like your life or what? My study qualification. If you are planning to send a proposal, please understand I am already married. It is too late. All right, I am the father of a kid. Okay? Too late you are. Next topic is legislature performance. Legislature performance, let us look at it. 21 sittings or 32 days. Duration of the parliament session referred to. That is the current parliament session we are talking about. Alright. 21 sittings were there. Total for 32 days. 15 bills were placed. 15 bills were number of bills passed in that session. Current session. 29% is the Lok Sabha's actual functioning. That is, if Lok Sabha was supposed to work for 100 days, it only actually worked for 29 days. That is what it means. Yes, you can believe the data given in editorial. Alright. 34% Rajya Sabha's actual functioning of the scheduled time. That is again, like I told you, out of 100 days, Rajya Sabha performed only for 34 days. 18th Lok Sabha has the notorious distinction of parliamentary term in which this was the lowest functioning. Lowest functioning in the history of parliaments, which is it? The 18th Lok Sabha. Got the point here? I am taking Radhika. Why? What happened? I mean, I'm taking it for the paid batch. Please go to corporate job along with UPSC study. Danish Firdos. 2/3 portion of planned time lost to adjournments. What has happened? That means more than 67% of the time was lost in adjournments. Why adjournments? Because the opposition and the ruling party were busy shouting, hey, oh, wow, ooh, wow, wow, all that. Got the point here? 8% is the share of starred questions orally answered in Lok Sabha. 5% is the share of starred questions orally answered in Rajya Sabha. 12 days in Rajya Sabha when no questions were answered orally. 7 days in Lok Sabha when no questions were answered orally. So this clearly shows how poor the functioning is. That is, questions are not being asked, and even if it is asked, it is answered orally. How many percentage? 8% for Lok Sabha, 5% for Rajya Sabha. 12 days, no questions were asked. 7 days, no questions were asked. Clear? 20 days, average. Now, this is for the parliament. What about the state legislative assemblies in our country? 20 days is the average number of assembly sittings in states in 2024. 20. That means even more worse than our parliament. 28 days. Average number of assembly sittings in states in 2017. That means 2017 average days was 28. 2024 it came down to 20. 16 days. The assembly sittings in large states like UP, Madhya Pradesh in 2024 just sat for 16 days. 42 days assembly sittings in Odisha in 2024. 38 days assembly sittings in Kerala 2024. What about the overall quality? 8 assemblies don't have a deputy speaker. Since June 2019, Lok Sabha also has been functioning without a deputy speaker. Clear? Now, why is it that the quality of our Lok Sabha or our legislative assembly is so pathetic? Why are they not asking questions? Or why are they wasting their time in doing hangama, doing this shouting match? What is the reason? Correct, Vishaka? MPs with serious cases. In 2019, it was 14%. In 2024, it became 31%, more than doubled since 2009. MLAs with serious cases, around 29%. That means there are around 1,200 MLAs approximately who have serious criminal cases against them. Clear? See, nudity doesn't mean that China is involved there, Pakistan is involved there. We have our own Desi girls wearing sari and doing all sorts of nonsense because obviously it is helping them to earn money very fast. Getting the point here. That is the main reason they are doing it. There is no Chinese involvement or Pakistani involvement. Whereas that is not the case with the apps like I told you. These apps, if you generally see who is the actual owner of it, you will find that it is related to a company in China. They are basically extracting all the data. They are understanding what is the Indian behavior here, social media behavior. Got the point here? That is the reason for it. Telangana has 71% of MPs with serious cases. Bihar has 48%. UP, there are 34 MPs, highest absolute number. 34 MPs with serious criminal cases from UP. BJP has 63 MPs with criminal cases. Congress has 32 MPs with criminal cases. And RJD has 4 MPs with criminal cases. Because it is the Hindu newspaper, they did not put other political parties. But if you put the other parties also, you will finally come to the grand conclusion. Whom will I support then? Got the picture? Whom will you support now? So there is no point in actually supporting any political party or a political leader. Support only the government. Even if you don't like who is the prime minister, who is your chief minister, support the government. You have to do that because it is democratically elected. It is not a monarchy. It is not a dictatorship. Democratically elected, fine. I respect the election results. That should be the point here. Praveen B. Pillai, for that also case. Yeah. That is not at all illegal. Getting the point here. Flirting is not at all illegal. Now the female on the other end, when she knew that, okay, this guy is flirting with me, she could have blocked him. She could have banned him. Why did she entertain it? Getting the picture here. I don't like such type of messages. Please don't message me henceforth again. If there is anything official, let me know. That's the end of it. No guy will come afterwards. You should be having a highest sense of shamelessness to keep pursuing a female after she has shut the doors on you very clearly. Getting the point? Has an FIR been registered against the so-called MLA so far in any police station? Has an official case been filed against him or registered against him in any police station? Is there a court order demanding the cops to register a case against him? Then this is the logic. Clear? Andhra Pradesh, 56% of MLAs with serious cases. Telangana, 50%. UP, 38%. That is 154 MLAs. Highest absolute numbers. Got the point here? Highest absolute numbers of MLAs in the state of UP who all are having very high serious cases. Despite various measures, the criminalization of politics is on the rise. Critically examine its impact on democracy in India. Again, this is not a question created by me. This is a PYQ. This question, criminalization of politics, questions related to representation of People's Act, all this will keep coming. This year also, 2025, they had asked a question on ROPA. So covering the whole thing. I have given article. 2 more articles are there. The time is 9:20. It's already late. No worries. Answer part only is remaining. How to write the answer. Again, I have given an extended content here. We will take it up next week for discussion so that it becomes very concrete. How to frame an answer. And Representation of People's Act also we will discuss. We will also discuss various judicial rulings in this regard. Representation of People's Act also we will discuss. All right. Then about decoys also we will learn. Clear? Those aspects we will cover it in the next week. Because obviously, like I told you, topics were less in number. But here the purpose was to discuss its implications from a mains perspective and how to write an answer. All right. So this is where we are leaving. So now let us take up the mentoring related questions. Civil servants and urgent. Why there is no such house for them like Lok or Raja? Appadam Pakodi. Appadam Pakodi because does not been mentioned in the constitution. That is the reason. This year's paper, where is that? Period of Agayas paper and how it will be. How should I tackle this? Umair, what has gone is done. I believe your name is Muhammad Umair. What is done is done. What is done, you cannot change it. All right, what is over, you cannot change it. It is over. Next year, what if it comes like that? You don't know about that also. That is uncertain. What you can do? Why this year's paper was tough for you? Specifically, which questions which were those questions which made things very tough for you? What is the underlying theory behind it? Find it out. This is the age of ChatGPT, Perpetuity, DeepSeek, Gemini. There are so many, artificial intelligence, AI-enabled search tools out there. What do? Whatever theory let it be, whatever it is you want to study, put it in any one of these ChatGPT, whatever it is, and put up a thing. Explain whatever topic it is in simple words. Put it up. Target each question like this. Underlying what was the theory behind it, because everything, see, JEE, NEET and all, I will tell you one thing. The physics is not changing. Chemistry is not changing. The biology is not changing. These are mostly like done and dusted. With physics, I think only a revolution that can happen right now is quantum physics. Other than that, nothing. Quantum physics, the advantage is, if I also don't know what it is, and by the time I finish teaching it to you, you also won't know what it is. That is the best advantage with it. But other than that, most of these follows the very basic theory or rule will be there. Once you get that, you will understand, this is all that is there to this question. For all the complex questions that comes in NEET JEE, 99% it will have some simple theory or logic behind it. Once you crack what the theory is, you will understand the question. Got the point here? Thank you, Tenzin. Notes will be provided if you join the foundation course. You're welcome, Vishaka. Thank you so much. 19 years is not the point. I hope you've joined college. BTech in TKM. Wow. Congratulations. That's a very good college. Very good, very good. Do very well. Try to get a placement from your college itself. All right. Simultaneously, if you're considering UPSC, you may consider the pinnacle batch of PW OnlyIAS. You may consider it. You're free to join any academy you want. But I am telling you, parallelly with college, you want to do UPSC means this is the thing. No interest in UPSC, simply you're sitting to attend it, attend the online class, then also fine. Focus on your college. Priority should be to get campus placement. That should be your priority. All right. There is nothing more gratifying and liberating than spending your own money. Walking into a restaurant and straight away asking, okay, get me this, get me that, without even looking into the price of the food items. That is pure financial liberation. Prairak Prashar, so are you? Thank you so much. Vishwa, I have already answered this question. For SSC CGL, it is very, very objective. It is not this level deep and analytical. SSC CGL, it is all about, they can even ask you questions like who is the SEBI chairman or who is SBI's chairman. They can ask such questions. So those will not get covered over here. Those specifically, that is banking related current affairs. If you search it in the internet itself, you will get it. Many free PDFs you will get. Sit and start reading it every day. Keep reading it, you will by heart it. Class 11, don't prepare UPSC. Focus on class 11, focus on class 12. That is not an age to start preparing for UPSC, to be very honest. Get into a college first. I am from Kerala, the state of Kerala, but currently settled in Nammuru, Bengaluru. Should I join non-attending college? Har wouldn't recommend that, Harshvardhan. Join a proper college, proper degree course, which will offer you a job, which will help you to get into a job. Ade mone appuse, I'm from Kerala. PDF of this session, it will be available here in the link below. You will get it. Different social media apps, such as India. Doesn't that involve money? Again, personal choice. It is not, see, I told you again, prostitution or whatever you're talking about, these online videos where women are wearing skimpy clothes and, for a few views, few views and obviously a large amount of money, sponsorship and whatnot, only fan page or whatever. That doesn't have any Chinese involvement or a security threat to the country. There is no tax evasion there. There is no question of it. But in the case of these gaming apps, there is a risk of terrorism. There is a risk of taxation fraud, both income tax as well as GST. And there is also a risk of China snooping on the data. That is the real reason we are banning it. Understand that very clearly. If the government's aim is not, oh my God, psychologically it will affect the children. Oh my God, so sad. No, that is not the reason. Psychologically, if the government is really worried, then half of the Indian parents should be put in jail. All right, half of Indian parents should be put in jail because they are the reason for the psychological trauma of many children. Getting the point here. Point is not psychology and all. Point is very simple. Security, tax evasion, money laundering, data breach. That is the reason. Preparation of ethics specifically. Ishika, better prepare, go for SSC. Ishika, when you're talking about ethics, if you're following any class, follow the faculty's instructions. But otherwise, if you're preparing by yourself, there are 3-4 things here. First is definitions. All the definitions, whatever is there, integrity, perseverance, all of that, that entire moral science thing. Arafat Ansari, ask your question rather than putting too much of emojis there. That you should learn. That is the first part. Then there are various schools of ethics. Aristotle school, Immanuel Kant, Socrates, Plato, Gandhi, Buddha, Jainism, Christianity, Hinduism. What are the ethical principles in this? Even though this is not directly asked pretty often, knowing this will actually help in writing your answers well. The most difficult thing for most students are basically the quotes. The quotes that are asked. So there you are supposed to give a viewpoint, your viewpoint here. So just because, let us say, for example, famous quote of Gandhi, an eye for an eye will make the world blind, will make the whole world blind. Okay. MK Gandhi. What generally happens is most of the students, what they will do is as soon as they see, oh, Mahatma Gandhi, then they will start writing Champaran, Ahmedabad, Kheda. Then they will write Rowlatt Satyagraha, non-cooperation movement, civil disobedience movement, quit India movement. They'll be like, okay, I wrote everything properly. Got the point here? That is what they feel. That is what they feel. Getting the point? That is not what you're supposed to write. Who said the quote is irrelevant. Because the question is, what do these quotes mean to you? So at an individual level, it is true. Revenge is not at all an idea. Trust me. Never hold revenge against anybody. Getting the point here. And I will quote here Mr. Dalapati Vijay, what he said during a press conference. I said this earlier also. Kill them with your success. Bury them with your smile. The best revenge in this world is whoever belittled you, stand in front of them with full, this thing, with full gattu, you call it. With full dum and dil, you stand there in front of them. Flash that expensive watch. Yeah, oh yeah, yes, oh yes. This. Keep showing off. Trust me, they will get an ECG variation and they will end up in ICU. ICU also go and visit them and ask them, how is it? The AC, is it working? Keep smiling at them. They will die. So jokes apart, at an individual level, revenge is a bad idea. No doubt about it. But can we say the same thing to the soldiers, to our soldiers who are standing at the border? That let us not do revenge. Revenge is a bad idea. Operation Sindoor was a necessity to teach Pakistan basically that who is your big daddy in the region. There is no doubt. Don't write all these points in your answer. In answer, you're supposed to write dignified words. I can do this. I have the liberty. I am not writing any UPSC answer. Got the point here? To the soldiers, can we say, don't go for revenge. We should have Aman, Shanti. Shanti or Sita doesn't work. Bullet for a bullet. Bomb for a bomb. Punch for a punch. Kick for a kick. That is the attitude whatever soldiers require at the border. Got the point? That means a quote when you say, it is not that when you get a quote, oh my God, Gandhi told I should support it. No. Gandhi also said something. You will look at it at its workability and non-workability. Whether it will work in the situation or not. Getting the point here? This is how you are dealing with, this is how you are supposed to deal with quotes. The next thing is obviously case study, which is not a difficult task actually. With practice, you can get this. This are strictly easy. The only catch is this. Because when you read the quote, you should be able to understand the value. And if you understand the quotes here, the advantage is you can write your essay also, which will require practice. So let us go through the topics first. So last time I had given you a PYQ and I told you that we will be discussing it this week. So we will start our discussion with a PYQ. Then the left out topic, defense technology, decoys. From polity, we have Supreme Court order on regulatory assets. From environment, we'll be talking about the biodiversity loss that has taken place in Western Ghats. Data for education and society topics. That is purely on the basis of data, how to build analysis and how to come to conclusion and how to use that data in different answer papers. This is the idea. All right. Science and technology. We will be discussing about sickle cell disease in detail. All right, people. So let us start with the PYQ. Last class I had given you this PYQ. Despite various measures, the criminalization of politics is on the rise. Critically examine its impact on democracy in India. So I told you how to start an answer, etc. last time. That is, you should look out for definitions. But before looking out for definitions, okay. Here we need to define criminalization of politics is on the rise. Then this particular term, critically examine its impact on democracy in India. Critically examine what's impact. Criminalization of politics impact on democracy in India. So you're going to critically examine this one thing here. Criminalization of politics. Got the point? In other words, comment, analyze, evaluate, examine, or critically evaluate. All these means one and the same thing. That is, you need to a topic will be given. You will have to comment on it. You will have to analyze it. You will have to evaluate it, examine it, critically evaluate it. What does it mean? 90% of the times or 99% of the times, it simply means whatever topic they are asking you, you need to talk about its positive. You need to talk about its negative. 99% of the time. That is what it means. Analysis means you need to see it from every dimension. Alright. And every dimension means what? Positive, negative. That is the simplest way. But some topics will be there which will be either purely positive or purely negative. Now, purely positive topics is very, very, very rare. Very rare it is. Generally, most topics, if you see, it will be a purely negative topic where you'll have plenty to criticize. This is one such topic. So, criminalization of politics, when you talk about, you have to analyze it from multiple angles. Politically, how it will affect our country. Economically, how it will affect our country. Socially, how it will affect our country. Got the point here? So let us try to understand first criminalization of politics first. Before we start writing the answer, let us understand criminalization of politics and its associated terms. This much let us try to do it. Criminalization of politics refers to the rising entry and influence of individuals with criminal records in electoral politics and legislatures. While that means criminalization of politics means what? Criminals are entering politics. Simple meaning. Criminals are entering politics. That is what it simply means. But purposefully, I have added another definition here. This definition what I've given and ping, you need not add it in your answer. This is for your understanding. Politicization of criminals refers to persons with criminal backgrounds using political platforms to gain legitimacy and protection. Criminalization of politics means what? Criminals are entering. In electoral politics and legislature, criminals are entering. Politicization of criminals means criminals join a particular party. They become a member and then they use that identity associated with that party. That this person is a party's this thing, party's main funder, party's main this. They need not actually directly take part in the election, but they'll be there like a godfather, funding things, etc. So here it simply means, politicization of criminals simply means they are associated with a political party. As a result of which, it gives them a cover. Cover in the sense, you want to go, that is, let us say now, Abhi is a IPS officer. Okay, Abhi wants to go and arrest a guy. His senior tells him, don't arrest him now. So Abhi is like, why? We have all the evidence. We have all the suspect, the statement, everything is ready. Why are you asking, why are you telling me this now, sir? So the senior tells him, there could be a very good chance that this fellow may win the election next time. He could very well, going with the current trend now, he could very well become the home minister of the state. We don't know. So just wait. Wait till the results are out. Possible. Or Abhi is about to make an arrest. The senior tells, don't do it. I have orders from the home minister that don't touch this person. You're like, but why? He's very serious. I mean, he's a very, what is a dangerous criminal. He should be actually thrown in jail. But then your senior warns again. No, he's the main funder of the party. You touch him, the government will collapse. So don't do it. You don't have permission now to arrest him. Hold on till you get further orders. Got the point here? So this is how it keeps going. So today we will see criminalization of politics we saw means directly they are entering into politics. The other one is they are associated with using political platforms to gain legitimacy or protection. Got the point? This phenomenon erodes the rule of law as accused persons become lawmakers, weakens deterrence and encourages impunity. Encourages impunity means what? Do whatever you like. जो मर्जी है कर लो. पूछने वाला कौन है? Simply means do whatever you like. Nobody is going to question you because once you become an MP or an MLA, it is very difficult to put a case against you, to initiate investigation. All these are very difficult. Governance suffers because decisions are often driven by patronage. Patronage means what? Favoritism. Favorite. Whoever is my favorite, I'll protect them. So if an MP or MLA is there who is having a criminal background, he will definitely protect what? His people, his gundas, his associates. Rent-seeking behavior. Rent-seeking behavior means whatever you have to do, you will have to what? Bribe. Got the point here? You will have to bribe. Protection networks rather than public interest. That is, these MPs or MLAs, they'll be more interested in protecting their clout. One best example I'll tell you for this. If you actually see most of the schools or colleges in our country, always we can see parents protesting why the fees is increasing. Engineering colleges also, if you look at our country, even if students are not there, the fees is still very high. You actually go behind almost all these private schools and private colleges, they will be owned and operated by whom? MPs or MLAs, not directly, through their relatives. Simple. They will try to protect their business, not our public welfare. It is not at all a difficult task to actually set up one decent school in a district, one school at least. One school per district, let us make one school at least proper in one district. Hire the proper teachers, put proper infrastructure, train the children there properly. It is not a difficult task. Any government can do this. Minimum that much any government should be able to do. Otherwise, if you're not able to do that, then bloody, well, you just stop ruling and go. But why are they not doing it? And this is irrespective of political party, people. Please understand. Because ultimately, when you look into all these schools, all these so-called private schools or hospitals, you trace its origin, you find out who it is, you will ultimately come to the grand conclusion that it is connected. It is all connected to either a legislator in the state legislative assembly or a legislator sitting in parliament. Got the point? Voter choice gets distorted as candidates with money and muscle power overshadow credible contenders, reducing fair competition. Now again, people will say, oh, criminals are there in this country, criminals. We are all responsible. We are all responsible because ultimately, how are our voters going and voting? Based on what is being offered. You offer me money, I will vote for you. You offer me alcohol, I will vote for you. You offer me mutton biryani, chicken biryani, I will vote for you. You offer me freebies, I will vote for you. Getting the point here? So each and everything, if you really see, we just go and vote for somebody who is giving us money, or somebody who is from our caste, or somebody who is actually from our religion. These are our criteria. There are even more worse people who will say that, nahi, I will never vote for a female. What is it? Rajniti mardon ka kaam hai. Simply means, when it comes to politics, it is the job of a man. Women should sit at home. I will never vote for a woman candidate. People have openly said this. Here itself, in the local elections here, councillor elections, what took place there? One candidate is there who will do always all the work. That is, he will bring roads, he will bring this, he will bring that, he will bring the, electricity, water supply, everything he will do. One entire area never votes for him. So to cover it up, he thought, okay, this time let me do all nice development work there, so that I will get the votes from this area also. Even after doing the development work, the people of that area still voted for the opposite candidate. What is the reason? Caste. So what did the candidate, again, he won even though that other area did not vote for him, he still won. So what did he do next time? The second time when he won, he decided whatever development I'm going to do, I will not do it for that area which didn't vote for me. I will only do it for the area where they voted for me. So clearly you can see the chalk and cheese difference. Because one area you go, you will find roads are smooth, everything is looking good, clean, everything is nice. Move a little away from there, you will find roads are bad, cleanliness is also low. This is the reason. Got the picture here? This is the way things work. Alright. Administrative machinery weakens as policing and prosecution become politicized and officials face intimidation. That is transfer. See, let me tell you, if you're planning to enter into civil services or government services, prepare your mind for one thing. Ready to work anywhere, ready to get transferred. Make no mistake about it. Whoever told you this is an easy job, this is a very stable job, they were either people who didn't know what a government job is, which is the reality, or they were lying. The stable part is only part is that you get your income on time. IAS, IPS or any group A service you talk about, every 3 years you will get transferred. Keep it in mind. Be ready for that. Be ready for that. I will do whatever is there as per law. What will you do maximum? You're going to transfer me. Go do it. I don't care. That should be the attitude. Because once you decide to bend, okay, now first you took tucker with the minister directly. You do, sir, whatever you want. I am ready to get transferred. Now the minister is angry at you. But the moment you decide to bend, then the MP, the MLA, the party worker, why? Even somebody on the road also will come. Come on, do my work and give. I am this fellow's relative. Come do. We are paying you, right? Come do my work. This is how they will treat you. So it is not that if you take bribe, you listen to the politicians, you will lead a nice life. No, never. Math Curie, I understood. You are mentally retarded. Now please stop this and allow others also to listen to the class. Political parties prioritize winnability over integrity, blocking internal democracy and promoting candidates with dubious backgrounds. Public trust in institutions diminishes as citizens begin to normalize criminality in politics. Just a minute, people. The percentage of MPs with serious criminal cases has... 1 minute. So political parties prioritize winnability over integrity. Winnability means what? Who can win? Got the point? Who can win? So ultimately, any criminal if you take, they'll be having money. Got the point here? They will have money. They will ultimately what? They will ultimately take it up and they will give it away to whichever party will support them. They'll give it to that party. Party gets their funding. And most of the money what these criminals have, they are actually what money? Black money. Why do you call it black money? Because this money is basically, it is from illegal activities. Illegal activities means what and all could be there. The most simplest example is tax evasion. But as far as the criminal is concerned, it is mostly to do with prostitution, drug trafficking, gun running, kidnapping, extortion. Getting the point here? All this is involved there. Got the picture? So from all this activity, they generate money, crores together. Crores. It goes to any political party. Whichever party is ready to fund them or field them. Party is getting their funding. This person will be kept as the candidate. They become an MLA. Once they become an MLA, then their next target is become the MP. Once they become the MP, their next target is minister. Once they become the minister, you and I, we are done. We will get very bad policies. We will get very bad decisions. Got the picture here? Mining. See, mining is not exactly an illegal activity, right? Fusic. It is not exactly an illegal activity. Got the point here? Now let us see. So for example, now like I told you last time, when you are remembering data, either you remember the values or you should at least remember whether it has doubled, tripled or whatever. So what have I done here? Percentage of MPs with serious criminal cases has more than doubled between 2009 and 2024, and nearly 1/3 of MLAs also face serious charges. That means we are talking about 33% MLAs with serious charges. More than doubled means easily what? A more than 100% increase in the number of criminal MPs between 2009 and 2024. Hafta, extortion, Rajesh Kumar, Hafta. Oi, give me 10,000. Protection money, de. That one, that nonsense. That is called extorting. Getting the point here? That is extortion. The judiciary has mandated disclosure of criminal records, struck down provisions that allowed convicted legislators to retain seats, and insisted on publicizing reasons for parties giving tickets to tainted candidates. Judiciary has asked what and all? Judiciary has basically said, first disclose all the criminal records of whoever is contesting election. Struck down provisions that allowed convicted legislators to retain seat. That is, if you are convicted, you cannot continue in your MLA or MP seat. And insisted on publicizing reasons. That is, political parties should give a reason in the event they are going to give tickets to tainted candidates. What do you mean by tainted candidates? These are candidates who are having criminal record. Got the point here? Now let us look into some judicial cases. Judicial cases, why it is very, very important. Judicial cases are very much necessary if you need what? Marks in your paper. ADR 2002, that is Association of Democratic Reforms. That is like a civil society organization. And then PUCL. That is also another civil society organization, some civil liberties or something. PUCL 2003. In this verdict, 2002-2003 verdict, Supreme Court said voters' right to know, mandatory self-disclosure of criminal cases or educational qualification or assets through affidavits, Parliament's attempt to dilute was struck down. That is, mandatorily you should tell educational qualification, assets that the MPs or MLAs own, and criminal cases against them. Mandatorily. What did the Parliament try to do? They tried to dilute this ruling of the Supreme Court. Supreme Court said nothing doing. This is the first ruling given again by the judiciary to reduce what? To reduce criminalization of politics. Lily Thomas 2013. Instant disqualification on conviction. Greater than or equal to 2 years. In other words, if a minister or an MP or an MLA is given punishment for a crime, it is found guilty of a crime and is punished for more than 2 years. Means a jail sentence has been given for more than 2 years because the crime was something very serious, maybe murder, maybe rape, maybe something big, very large corruption, anything it can be. At the moment they are given a punishment which is more than 2 years, automatically what will happen? Automatically there will be instant disqualification. Struck down RPA, Section 8, Clause 4, that let convicted legislators keep seats pending appeal. struck down Representation of People's Act, Section 8, Clause 4, that let convicted legislators keep seat pending appeal. Means, normally what happens is, when a minister slash MP slash MLA let us say they are convicted by the lower court or a special CBI court, whatever. They are convicted, where their punishment is, let us say, more than, greater than or equal to 2 years. As soon as they are convicted, what is the next thing that they will do? They will file an appeal in the High Court, which will easily take some 5 to 6 years. After the appeal in the High Court, let us say High Court also punished them. High Court also said, no, this person should be punished. Afterwards, it will go where? Appeal to Supreme Court, which will take another 5 or 10 years. From there again, you can go for what? A review petition. Review petition simply means, so when you make an appeal to the Supreme Court, let us say initially a 3-judge bench listen to your case. Now you are sending it for a revised petition. You are asking to review the judgment of the Supreme Court. It will go to either another 3-judge or can even go to a larger bench, another 5-judge. Generally, it will go to a 5-judge, which will again take time. True, Ekta? Here 10 years, there 10 years, then another 5 years, then another 3 years. By the time the conviction comes out, if this person was, let us say, 45 years old when he committed the crime, by the time the punishment actually comes out, more than 20 years will be over. There is a very good chance that this guy will die before that. Earlier, this used to be the process. Now, after the Lily Thomas judgment, end of the story. Once the lower court gives you the punishment, you file appeal, you don't file appeal, you are disqualified. You win the case, you prove it in a court of law, you file all your petitions, etc., you are disqualified. Getting the point here? Taking it further forward. Public Interest Foundation 2018. Court said it cannot bar candidates at the charges framed stage. Urged Parliament to make a strong law. Ordered wider publication of antecedents. Read that once again. Court said it cannot bar candidates at the charges framed stage. Ask the Parliament to frame the law. Can anybody tell me what is this connected to? Anybody? This is actually the content for your 130th Amendment Bill. Court said it cannot bar candidates at the charges framed stage. Charges framed stage simply means case has been filed. Or in other words, in legal language, it means FIR registered. Charges are framed means nature of crime committed. Who has framed this? Maybe CBI or vigilance or police against the concerned MP or MLA. Got the point? Against the concerned MP or MLA. Clear? So, they have filed a case. It is yet to go to the court. It has not gone to the court. Only the charges have been framed. Whether it will go to the court or not, that is a secondary question. I have told you, Adarsh Housing Society scam. A CBI director. He investigated the case. He, in big trunk boxes, he filed all the evidence, filed the charges, that, this, everything. He submitted in the special CBI court in Mumbai. It is lying there. All the evidence is lying there. The case is yet to start trial in the court. Imagine if you were the officer, the amount of dinners, the lunches that you missed out with your family, the amount of Saturdays and Sundays you sacrificed to collect all the evidence, question the witnesses, threaten the suspects. After doing all that donkey work, case is not yet gone to the court. I mean, trial is yet to start. Got the point? You worked hard, you worked sincerely. What is the result that you got? Zero. You got zero result because your effort is still lying there in the CBI special court in trunk boxes. Trial is yet to start. You came back from your deputation. You continued with your remaining service period. You got retired. You are staying happily now in your home with your wife, etc. Case is still there in the trunk box. Got the point? This is very much possible. So, now the court basically in 2018 said at the charges framed stage, we cannot bar any candidate. If you want, you pass a law. Judiciary asked the parliament to do it. And that is the bill that the parliament has presented now as the 130th Amendment Act. Got it? Ram Babu Singh urged Parliament to make a strong law, ordered wider publication of antecedents. Wider publication of antecedents means what? Past or history of candidate. Got the point? Now, Ram Babu Singh Thakur 2020 and Contempt 2021 tightened compliance. Parties must publish reasons for selecting tainted candidates, not winnability, on website or newspapers or social media within set timelines. Judiciary has said this. Why have you chosen a criminal candidate? What is the reason? Not their winnability. Other than that, what other reason is there why you chose such a candidate? Publish the details in website, newspaper, social media. Supreme Court has ordered. Despite these efforts, candidates cannot be barred at the stage of charges being framed and trials often stretch on for years. The Representation of People Act 1951 provides for disqualification upon conviction, disclosure of criminal antecedents through affidavits, penalties for false declarations, and restrictions in cases of corruption, government contracts, or election expense defaults. Let us see Representation of People Act. Section 8. Disqualification on conviction for specified offences. Disqualification for corrupt practices. Conviction for specified offences. Certain offences are there. If you are convicted under it, murder, rape, for example, by default you will be barred, disqualified. For corrupt practices also you can get disqualified. where the president will disqualify after consulting with the Election Commission of India. Then Amritpal Singh, how can he contest the election and become MP? Again, he became an MP because the charges framed, he is still in jail. Agreed. These are only Supreme Court's orders. Just because Supreme Court ordered, by default, every political party should listen to it, there is no law. There is no law. That is the reality. There is no law which says that every political party now should listen to the Supreme Court. What if they don't listen? What if they don't listen? Then Supreme Court should take suo motu action against the political party presidents. Correct? Respective political parties presidents. BJP's party president, Congress's party president, Aam Aadmi Party's party president, etc., etc., etc. Will judiciary do that? Will they go to that level? First question is that. Second question. Now, why will judiciary interfere again when people have elected a criminal? Forget Amritpal. Take any other pal. When the people have elected, who should have the better sense? Okay, this guy is a criminal. I shouldn't vote for him. Who should have that sense? People. The people vote, then what is the whole point? Getting the point here? Section 998, disqualification for dismissal, for corruption or disloyalty, for government contracts. 9 and 9A directly to do, again, other than corrupt practices also, there is properly for corruption, that is with regard to government contract, etc. Anything you do for that also, you can be disqualified. Getting the point here? That is just, ignore it. Section it is basically. That symbol. Don't worry about the symbol. Ignore that. All right. Disqualification for failure to file election expense accounts. If you don't clearly show how much is your expense, again, you can be disqualified. Disqualification arising out of conviction or corrupt practices, that is periods. Periods means the time period. Time period means if you are disqualified or you're convicted for more than or equal to 2 years. See, sometimes a person can be involved in murder, can be involved in corruption, maybe not directly but indirectly. Depends upon how much is their involvement in it. Depending upon the crime can be lesser. I mean, the punishment can be lesser, maybe 1 year, 1.5 years, etc. or even 6 months. Keep reading. That is the only thing to do. Read with Rule 4 in Form 26. Mandatory affidavit disclosing pending cases with charges framed and past convictions. Penalty for false statements in affidavits. All right. So these are the sections. Why are we discussing these sections? These sections are something which you will have to remember, my dear people. 8, 9, 9A, 10A, 11A, 33A. You will have to remember it, no other go. Audio, visual learning. That is what I would suggest here. Because repeatedly, this question has been coming. This topic is coming in GS paper 2. Mains. So you will have to do it. Got the point? Proposals have been made to disqualify candidates at the charges frame stage in serious offences. With safeguards such as fast-track trials, but these have not yet been legislated. I mean, various proposals have been coming where they are saying charges framed stage itself, they should be disqualified. And then keep fast trials, fast trial courts, fast-track courts are there. Fast-track courts means, simply means, fast track. Fast-track courts means these courts will only look into one case at a time. One case at a time. Every day that case will come up. A recent bill seeks to ensure that if a prime minister, chief minister, minister is imprisoned for a set period, their office would fall vacant, although their legislative seat would be governed by existing law. That is prime minister, chief minister, whoever it is, any minister, if they have been jailed for a considerable period of time, automatically that office will fall vacant. Minister level, state or center. They have been jailed for, let us say, 60 days. Automatically, they cannot continue as prime minister, chief minister, or even any minister at central or state level. Got the point here? One minute, people. Just a small correction here. Okay. 1 minute. I forgot to add one thing over here. Charges are framed. 1 minute. This is actually done by the court, not by the cops. 1 minute. I forgot to add that. CBI Vigilance Police, they will, case has been filed, FIR is registered, etc. Then the next step is charges are framed. Whom? By the court. Court, how will they frame charges? Looks into the evidence submitted. And generally in such cases, court will basically use the term prima facie. In other words, prima facie simply means, at the first instance, when I looked at the evidence, the case seems to be having merit. That is, whatever case has been filed either by the CBI, vigilance or the police, there is merit in it. So definitely court has framed the charges. Means now it will go for trial. Prima facie. But generally what happens is, now after this, court finds, okay, frames the charges. What is the next step? Court frames charges. Then it will go for trial. That trial can take anywhere from 5 years to 20 years also. And this is again minimum. Got the point? This is how it works. The issue persists because tainted candidates often have higher win rates. Political parties see them as valuable for elections and there is no legal bar before conviction. First instance, prima facie means when you look at it the first time. That is, you are not going into the depth of it, but whatever from the given evidence that is submitted, when you look at it, it makes sense. You are yet to hear. That is, you found that the evidence submitted by the CBI, etc., it has merit. So what do you do now? Okay, these things, these are logical. These are not some ill-framed things. Correct phone call details, bank details, etc. So much of transaction, etc. has happened for which there is no explanation. You frame the charges. Now the case has to go to the court. Where in the court, the same question will be asked. Why these things? Prima facie, first instance. That is what it means. First time when you see it, what are you feeling? Getting the point here? Moving on. Other democracies. Now, this is the other thing that I told you. First, you should talk about the punishments what we have. So, how have we done it? We talked about various court rulings, where you don't have to write every court ruling, just the main ones. 1 or 2 if you write enough. Then again, a few sections of Representation of People's Act. That also you did. Now you need solution. What is from where we will take the solution? We will take it from other democracies. Other democracies have stricter or alternative mechanisms. In the UK, MPs lose seats if sentenced beyond a year. and can face recall petitions. That is, you can recall the MP. Recalling the MP means, hello, you come back. You're no more an MP. Go. You come back. We will put somebody else there. That is what recall means. Depends again, Rohit, because ideally, if a PM removes like that, ultimately, if the next PM is happy with the Council of Ministers, the same thing will continue. But generally, when the PM goes out, CMOM also goes out. That is why we will say they swim together and sink together. Yaman Paneri, you want to get banned or something? I will oblige you. Whoever is creating trouble here, we will ban them. Simple. 1 hour, 2 hours are there, and we have to discuss so many topics. And on top of it, I have to babysit all these Amul babies. In the US, a criminal record does not automatically disqualify, but expulsion is possible by a 2/3 vote of the House. So US, it is little difficult. UK, it is automatic. More than 1 year you get punished, you are taken out, plus you can bring back the MP. USA, 2/3 of vote is required in the House. In China, party discipline expels tenured officials before they reach senior roles. Very simple. China and all, it is straight away. They will straight away give you capital punishment. Because only one party is there. Only one political party. So you're being corrupt means you're going against the party. You go against the Communist Party of China, you're done for. Lakshmir, that is not at all the topic under discussion here. That is another whole set. Executive being responsible to the legislature. It is whole 0 hour, question hour, adjournment motions, privilege motions, no confidence motion, through CAG reports, through public accounts committee, through the various committee on public undertakings, finance committees, etc. So that is another discussion altogether. You're asking something which is strictly not being discussed here. All right. Articles and sections are both same. I didn't understand your question, Venkatashi. The way forward includes legislation to prevent entry of tainted candidates at the charges frame stage for serious offences, strict enforcement of affidavit disclosure rules, strengthening of special courts for speedy trials, and greater accountability for political parties that field such candidates. Greater accountability is required. Transparency in campaigning finance and civic awareness can create pressure on parties and voters to favor clean candidates. This is way forward. So way forward again, either you can go for such general statements and then give these as examples. For students who basically tell me, sir, my English is weak, these are generalistic statements. And then you give example that this is what is happening in UK. This is what happens in China. This is what happens in USA. That way you can give your example and the answer. Got the point here? Transparency in... Okay, that is done. Criminalization of politics undermines democratic foundations, and breaking this cycle requires a mix of strong laws, fast justice, political reform, and public vigilance. One point what they have forgotten is what? The point that they have forgotten is people should become more sensible in voting. But here again, critically evaluate question means only giving the polity part will not suffice. You will have to say how this affects socially, B, economically. This much, this angle. Can anybody tell me socially or economically, how will it affect? Economically or socially, can anybody answer this? Then can anyone from that party can become prime minister? Yes. Yes, anybody can become. It is not necessary. See, PM is getting, the seat is getting vacated. It is as same as the Prime Minister, let us say, expired. Prime Minister expired. So they'll bring a new Prime Minister. If that Prime Minister is happy with the same Council of Ministers, it will continue. Otherwise, a new set of Council of Ministers will come into the picture. You need not conduct any election because it is ultimately my discretion. If I become the Prime Minister, it is my discretion. Whom will I choose actually choose as the next ministers in my cabinet? It's my discretion. And again, it depends. It depends again on that individual, what type of polity we have. Everything matters here. Got the point? Crony capitalism. Very good. I will agree with that point. Crony capitalism. More corruption. More black money. This is highly possible. Economically very less. Not right. Socially what? How socially? Politics, socially people will lose democratic rights. Not exactly. So don't need to think to that level and all. You will have more riots in the country. Communal / tribal. Criminal activities will increase. Then substance abuse will increase because any criminal you talk about, they will encourage what? Cigarette smoking, alcohol consumption, drug consumption. Got the point here? So this is the analysis what you will give. So the same question, if it comes in a society paper, you will give more importance to social aspects there. How the nature of crime, other things may increase. Same question comes in economics paper, you will be talking more about this. Polity, largely you will talk from polity angle. But because it is a critically evaluated question, you will also mention 1 or 2 points under these headings also. Got the point here? Because see, a criminal, when is he valuable? When is he valuable politically? When there is always trouble. Getting the point here? When always there is trouble. Because only when trouble is there, he becomes valuable to solve the trouble. If everything is going very peacefully, it is a fantastic place, it is very good in governance, or the people are very intelligent. Why do I need a criminal there? Why do I need a criminal to get elected? Got the picture here? As simple as that. Absolutely, Siddharth. Rowdy culture, smuggling, agreed. Agreed, Pallavi. Now let us come to the next topic, which is decoy. Decoy. Decoy actually means, it is generally used in the military parlance. Simply means something which seems to be original, but it is not. It seems to be real, but it is not the case. Let us try to see this now. In modern warfare, deception has advanced in line with the increasing precision and lethality of weapons. Increasing precision and lethality of weapons. What is deception here? Deception means to deceive. To cheat. Deception has also increased along with the precision and lethality. Lethality means dangerous of weapon, danger of weapons. As platforms like fighter jets, tanks, and warships have become more advanced, so have the methods to shield them from detection and attack. Traditional battlefield tricks have now merged with digital technologies, creating decoys and countermeasures that confuse or overwhelm enemy sensors. These decoys create doubt, waste enemy ammunition, and buy time for real platforms to evade or retaliate. Decoys are now seen as strategic assets as important as actual weapons. During Operation Sindoor, the Indian Air Force is believed to have used the X-Guard fiber optic towed decoy on its Rafale fighters. This Israeli-developed system is AI-enabled and forms parts of the Rafale's electronic warfare package. While the IAF has not confirmed this, former US pilot described it as the best instance of spoofing and deception he had seen. There is still confusion over whether any Rafales were lost in a May 7 strike in Pakistan. Reports suggest that Pakistan Air Force missiles may have hit trailing decoys instead of real aircraft. There will be never a question will come in UPSC connected to one political party. Never you are going to get such a question. All right. Now, what is this whole thing about? We remember now Mr. Shahbaz Sharif, giving away awards to the military there. For what God Almighty knows. According to them, they destroyed S-400. They destroyed even Rafale. And even our dear opposition also, Rafale has been destroyed. Rafale has been destroyed. They are also going on telling. Government is silent on it. Military is also pretty much silent on it. They are not exactly revealing what happened here. But one former US Marine, he actually spilled the beans. And what is the beans here? This is your Rafale. This is a fiber cable. Very strong, very durable. Connected to this is this projectile called X-Guard. What does it do? So generally, you have what is called as a radar screen. Circular it will be. This beam, it's a beam of light which will keep moving, 360. Now it is pointed in this direction, but this will keep moving. As it moves, let us say it finds the Rafale, which is again not easy. So it spots the Rafale. A radar will clearly tell you this Rafale is traveling at what speed and at what distance. Let us say this is the Chinese radar gifted to Pakistan for free. Now the idiots sitting in Pakistan, they will think, oh wow, we are able to spot the Rafale. Let us now put a missile and let us get it killed. Missile will go, it will hit the Rafale. They all start celebrating. Yay, we destroyed Rafale. In reality, what has occurred is, they have only destroyed this X-Guard. Entire electronic system here, using AI, this X-Guard will mimic it. Mimicking it simply means, in the radar, this X-Guard, in the radar, it will show as it is Rafale. In the radar, it will show as Rafale. What would have only happened? The missile only would have gone and hit this. So like this, what we did was, we took all our, not even 10% of our ammunition we used. Alright, not even 10% what we have in our hand we used. So we took our Rafales like this. These people kept on firing their anti-aircraft missile, etc. to all these X-Guards. Once they understood that, okay, all the missiles of Pakistan is over now, then we gave them a taste of the Indian masala. We then took out their radar station, took out their airfield, destroyed their runway one by one. We just picked it up one by one, taking our own sweet time. We just fired it and we came back. Just to give them a taste of what it would be if you go out for a war with India. That's all. We just gave them a taste. Got the point here? Because understand, we are talking about Indian Army, Indian Defense Forces here. If we lose one of our soldier also, we are not Pakistanis to say that nobody died. We will give that person full military honors, we will respect their family and we will support them completely. Even when the opposition is telling how many Rafale we lost, how many Rafale we lost, automatic question should be there now. Okay, if a Rafale is lost means then where is the pilot? Oh, pilot ejected out. Okay, then where did he eject out? Where are the pieces of the Rafale? Do you think if one Rafale also would have fallen on Indian side, or one Rafale would have fallen on Pakistani side, do you think Pakistan would have kept quiet? They would have brought the images and shown, see, this is Rafale, we got Rafale. They were all shown holding pieces of what, maybe a missile or something, correct? Missile parts, like some small missile parts they are found showing. See, this is Rafale, which is not Rafale again. We neither denied it, we neither accepted it. We are like, oh, okay, you got Rafale. Oh, wonderful. Even more better part is Pakistan awarded their air force. But in fact, Shahbaz Sharif was telling, इन्होंने S-400 को destroy किया. Lying through the teeth means, I mean, I don't know, man. What they are eating early morning, God knows. Clear? So this is what we have used. X-Guard fiber optic tow decoy. No surprises here. Developed by Israel. AI enabled. Got the point. Again, Mr. Rahul Gandhi had filed a petition in Supreme Court telling that give all the details of the Rafale. What and all features are there? I want to know. Supreme Court told. These things are not something which you will make public. See, I have this system with me. Because you make it public, your enemy also will get to know what is the system that we have. Got the point here? The PAFs. Chinese J-10C fighters with PL-15E missiles reportedly struggled to differentiate between real Rafales and decoys, with several missiles locking onto the X-Guards. So much for the China technology. China is this, China is that. See, you develop any technology, you should be in a position to test it first. Whether these things work or not. Chinese radars, Chinese missiles, just like any other China product. If it works, it will work. If it won't work, it won't work. But when it comes to a mobile phone or TV remote, we can easily exchange it. There is a buyback offer. Correct? You can exchange and get the new product. In the midst of a war, you cannot tell, your radar is not working. Please take it back and give me a new radar. That will again take time. Got the point here? Chinese media had to portray that Pakistan has won. China-funded news agencies around the world had to portray that India did a shoddy job in Operation Sindoor. Why? Because when you talk about defense equipments there, Chinese defense equipments are produced largely by Chinese-owned companies. That is government-owned companies. Their share market prices will come down. Israeli, French, all these Russian, their value will go up. So China went on marketing very nicely, telling that it was Pakistan who did a great job. China even forced Pakistan to start giving out awards and rewards to your military personnel, so that it should look like they did a great job. Got the picture here? The FOTD weighs around 30 kg. It is retractable, reusable, and mimics a Rafale's radar signature, velocity, and electronic profile. That is, electronic profile simply means the image what you see in the radar screen will be very similar to what an original Rafale is. You will never get to know whether it is Rafale or whether it is an X-Guard. This is the reality. Clear? It can even copy the Rafale's onboard countermeasures, making it look real to both human operators and systems. That is, whatever that is, from the Rafale, if I press a missile, what a missile button or a missile is there inside Rafale, the X-Guard will also show it has a missile. So for a human operator also, if he sees, he will think, okay, it is Rafale only. That sort of a foolproof system they have managed to create. French jet, Israeli system, collaborated together, we have a beauty in our hand. Got the point? It works with the Rafale Spectra electronic warfare suite, forming a layered shield with onboard defenses and trailing decoys. That means the original, the real Rafale's signature means, see, signature can be two things. One is basically what any aircraft when it is flying. All right. It will have what? An infrared radiation. Because it is having heat, it will emit it. That is protected. You cannot sense it. Then what is the next thing? You send in a wave, a radio wave. It will hit the metallic body. It will come back. That also is shielded. That means it will look as if the real Rafale is inside a protective shield. And what is trailing it? The X guard will resemble the Rafale. This one is protected. The missile will come and take it out. Let them take it out. Who cares? After Operation Sindhu, After Operation Sindhu, India is reportedly fast-tracking more purchases of the X guard through emergency procurement. Got it? Moving on. Similar systems include Bright Cloud on Eurofighter Typhoons and Gripens and the AL-50-55 series on the US Super Hornets. Now let me tell you. Specifically, I have kept it like this. Sir, should we remember Bright Cloud on Eurofighter Typhoon and Gripens? Like that we should remember. Remember the name only. That is, what is this associated with? Bright Cloud is the name of what? It is the name of the decoy used. This is the name of the decoy used on Eurofighter Typhoons and Gripens. That is names of two aircrafts. The next one is the ANAL-50-55 series, which is also what? That is also a decoy, just like your X guard. You can easily get question in your prelims. That is, which among these following terms were in news recently? X guard, Bright Cloud, ANAL-50-55 statements. These are terms associated with cyber warfare. 2. These are terms associated with new generic medicines. They can give it like that. UPSC doesn't want you to go deep down into defense technology, but at least at a surface level, you should know what these things are. Got the point here? Some of these systems are also adapted for drones like the Israeli Herons and US MQ-9 Reapers. And even for drones also you can use this. On land, armies have long used decoys like inflatable tanks, fake artillery and heat emitting dummies. Inflatable tank, you know what it is. The original tank is there, right? The original tank, which will be generally green in color. Machine gun here. The long barrel gun here. The same thing, this will be probably in metal. But then what I will do is, I will make a balloon. And I will pump air into it. When it is inflated completely, it will look like a tank only. From very far, the coloring, the texture, I'll make it pakka. So from far, it will look, oh my god, 100 tanks are coming. All are balloons. Got the point here? The purpose of these decoys are basically, I want the enemy to waste their ammunitions on these. So that now I know where your position is and I can take you out one by one. How do I say it in Hindi? Chun chun ke marunga. One by one, I'll pick you. See, you cannot actually stealth technology right now with the Rafale. It has a very low radar signature. It is not that you can, it is not completely non-detectable. No, you can still detect it. Getting the point here? Rafale's wingspan, its overall body, etc. When you see, it is not something which is totally undetectable. You can detect it still, but very, very low. Very, very low. And purposefully, if I want the fighter jets, etc. to get confused, I will use a X guard also behind it. So that even if they are going to detect, they will only detect the X guard. Clear? See, even if the enemy watches the class also, please understand, they are going to use Chinese ammunitions. Understand here one thing. Israel is providing us the technology. You cannot beat Israel in that front. Got the point here? These are Mossad, etc. These people are trained to kill a person without even, informing the world. They are actually capable of that. So forget all that. Enemy can only get to know Israel did this, Israel did that. What is the technology behind it, principle behind it, that never Pakistanis are going to get to know. Please understand, they don't have the brains for it. On land, armies have long used decoys like, fake artillery, heat-emitting dummies to mislead enemy surveillance and waste their precision-guided weapons. Such tactics have been seen in the Gulf War and the Ukraine conflict. With drones and loitering munitions common today, ground decoys have become highly advanced. What does that mean? Loitering munitions. Loitering. Loitering means what? Just hanging in there. You're just standing there and you're just watching only. You're not doing any other job. You're just standing there and watching. You're not doing anything. Or you're just simply moving there. Left, right, center, forward, etc. Why? Again so that the enemies will send in what? Their anti-missile systems. So anti-aircraft or anti-missile systems are there, na? Basically, you have your radar. Alright. Which will be sending signals. I have small drones. A swarm. I send this up. Radar will detect. As the radar detects, what it will do is it will send in missiles to attack these. It is attacked. I will again send another swarm. Again missile goes. Because these all are automatic. Radar will detect them, missiles will go. Then eventually these missiles will become finished. It will get over. Next what? Once it is over, what will I do? Now I will send in the original proper aircraft, which will send in the missile to destroy the radar station. What is the cost of a small drone? Maybe 10,000 rupees, 20,000 rupees, depends. What is the cost of one Rafale jet? Close to $100 billion. Sorry, $100 million. $100 billion. 130, 180 million to 120, $130 million it can be. Along with the systems, everything, easily $130, $150 million. It is untouched. So I will keep sending these drones, these small aircrafts, etc. I am sending it purposefully so that what happens? Enemy systems can be brought down. That is why, henceforth, you will be basically seeing more of drone warfare. Got the point here? So that is what some of my friends, I have already told this earlier also. My friends who are in the military, when I call them, etc., especially my brother also, they were telling, we are launching missiles, we are sending missiles, etc. And they are throwing spoons at us, bartan at us. I am like, what do you mean? They are sending all outdated stuff. All outdated stuff. We are hitting them with a hammer means they are throwing a spoon on us. They are hitting us with a spoon. We are drilling them means they are tickling us. We are scratching and ripping them off. They are doing massage for us. This is how it was. It was a highly unequal war. Highly unequal war because the systems and technologies what we had, just 10% of it we had used. Pakistan immediately started calling. Enough, 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 enough. Stop, 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 stop. That is the reality. Got the point here? Loitering munitions are aerial weapons that combine the features of a drone and a missile. They can loiter or stay airborne over a target area for an extended time before striking. This is the second thing that they can do. One is to stay in the air simply for a very long time. The other is stay, and finally what you know? One or two will be there in this. Who are actually like your kamikaze drones. Kamikaze. Kamikaze was a word that got developed during Second World War. What do you mean by kamikaze drone? They are like suicide drones. That is when the Japanese fighter pilots, when they knew that, okay, their aircraft is damaged, nothing more is there they can do, they'll crash their aircraft into maybe a US battleship or a UK's military station or any one place, any military base of the enemy. Go crash it, blast it, destroy it. US soldiers and pilots were like literally confused. What sort of behavior is this? Because normally what any pilot will do is what? Eject off. Correct? Not the Japanese. Japanese didn't know the meaning of what? Surrender. So what they will straight away do is go crash it. Got the point? Same thing here. That is, among these loitering drones, 1 or 2 will be there which are kamikaze. Missiles will be when busy targeting these means 1, 2, 3 will go over. They'll go targeting this. Imagine. Suddenly these drones were initially staying there, doing that sound, like that. How these insects will make that with that sound, they're standing there, they're standing there. As the missile starts about to lock and fire at them, they make a beeline. Beeline means go straight and attack the radar stations. End game. No radar, how these missiles are going to work then? Radar is destroyed. Now how the missiles will work? No use. Now you'll have to remove the missile, bring a new radar station, integrate the radar with the existing missile, ensure that the softwares will match. All these new headache you have. Got the point here? They are designed to identify, track and destroy targets such as tanks, artillery positions, radars or bunkers with high precision. Unlike conventional missiles that must be launched with a predetermined target, loitering munitions provide real-time flexibility to strike emerging targets. One of the biggest advantage. I have told to you this already. Missiles when we have, missiles when you talk about generally, you have the cruise missiles. Then you have the ballistic missiles. Cruise missiles, like I told you, it is generally for a short distance. Just like the fielder in a cricket field, if you imagine. Inner circle, just outside the circle, fielders are standing. Ball comes. Batsman tries to take a quick run. The fielder grabs the ball, throws the ball. When they throw the ball is going as close to the ground as possible with very high velocity. Because the purpose is what? As fast as possible, it should hit the stumps. The location is perfect. That is, either you throw to the keeper or you throw to the bowler. There is a proper target is there. And with fast precision, you throw it. Correct? As close to the ground. That is your cruise missile again. That means it has a preset target. You have to give the latitude. You have to give the longitude. Both you have to give. Only then it is going to work. Got the point? It stays very close to ground. That means you cannot detect it. Not at all easy. Got the point here? You have to give a location, and then speeds can be very, very high. It can be supersonic. Like your BrahMos. I told this earlier also. We had accidentally test fired a BrahMos missile inside Pakistan. Accidentally. Now how accident it will happen, God Almighty knows. I told this earlier also because it is not possible. You have to give a location for it. That missile which landed inside Pakistan, it landed where? It landed inside an area where there was no human habitation, no animals, nothing. Not even an army post was there, nothing was there. We told that, oh, it was a mistake. Sorry, it was an accident. For people who keep asking, where is the support for India? Where is the support for India? India has done surgical strike inside Pakistan, Air Force strike inside Pakistan, missile strike inside Pakistan, and now Operation Sindoor. Did India face any backlash anywhere? I'm telling you, we will have a full-fledged war. We will have it. But a full-fledged war to the point where Pakistan will become history. Karachi will be taken out. Karachi will be taken out. Lahore will become totally, to rebuild that city, they will have to wait for another 100 years. Because that will be the time they will take the Katori and go about begging. That is pretty much sure. Their airfield, oil field, etc. Basically, we will block it. where not a single ship will be able to enter into Pakistan for export or for import. Indian Navy will be standing there telling whether they can enter or not. That is the future. Take it from me. Got the point here? I don't believe it was a mistake also, because let me tell you, when you read between the lines, you will understand this. We did this test firing, so-called accidental firing. Within a same week, we signed a deal with the Philippines, where Philippines bought a huge consignment of BrahMos missiles from India. Unconfirmed media reports say that before we actually signed the deal, Philippines asked whether BrahMos will be detectable in Chinese radar. Now, what is the best way to know it? Test it. Where to test it? Inside Pakistan, because Pakistan's entire radar system is provided by China. Tested it, game over. Next comes ballistic missile. Ballistic missile is like your fielder who is standing near the boundary line, who throws a ball up high. Why? The distance should be covered. Ball has to reach somewhere near the keeper, somewhere near the bowler. That much is enough. Not necessary that it should reach exactly that spot. What matters is the distance. This is how a ballistic missile will go. And therefore, a ballistic missile, once it gets launched, everybody will get to know. Because most of these ballistic missiles go outside atmosphere to cover the distance. Got the point here? That means if I want to actually, that is India tomorrow decides, okay, Lahore needs to be destroyed. They decide to launch the Agni 3 or Agni 4. Agni 3, Agni 4 is not needed, but still, let us say it is launched. Agni 3 or Agni 4 goes and launch. I don't care whether it falls on Shahbaz Sharif's head, or whether it falls on Munir's head, or whether it falls on ISI's headquarters, or inside the swimming pool of Shahbaz Sharif. We don't care, as long as it lands in Lahore. Because a ballistic missile, generally, if you see when it is launched, it will be having payload. Payload means what is the ammunition that it is carrying, the explosives that it carries. It will have enough payload with it to destroy that entire city. Where it falls doesn't matter. Got the point? But here again, I have to give a location. Still, I have to give a location. Not so precise, but yes, I have to give a location. Here, it should be pakka precision, it should be. No changes. Getting the point here? But why to waste all this? Why? That is why I told you, we didn't even use half of the stuff or 90% of the stuff what we really have. Only few things we used and Pakistan started shivering. Got the point here? They are often called suicide drones because the munition itself is destroyed in the attack when it dives into the target. These systems can be man-portable, vehicle-mounted, launched from larger platforms depending on their size and payload. Means you can launch it from anywhere. You can launch it from a ship. You can launch it from an aircraft. Even I can launch it. Remote. Got the picture here? In India, both state-owned defense organizations and private industry are working to develop indigenous loitering munitions as part of the push for self-reliance in defense. The Defense Research and Development Organization has been developing systems like Alpha-S, air-launched, flexible SH Swarm, and other autonomous platforms with swarm capability. Swarm of bees. Pack of wolves. That is how you describe something. Swarm of bees means when you have more than one bee together, you call it a swarm. Similarly, a swarm of drones means multiple drones. Multiple drones. That is the new trend now. So when you have multiple drones, just like how I've told you in this diagram here, what it means is in these drones, outside it will all look the same. But in that, few will be there, which are actually what? Suicide drones. And how many of such numbers could be there? Well, Humble estimate, maybe 20 to 50 or 100 also it can be. If I want to destroy multiple things, 100 swarm drones, I put it at the top. They are just standing there, making that wee sound. Then without any warning, 25% of them goes in right direction, another goes in the left direction, then another goes down straight. Destruction, total destruction. And because these swarm drones, again, another thing is, they are so small in size, sometimes they can't be detected in the radar. End game. Some Indian loitering munition systems are equipped with electro-optical and infrared sensors for surveillance and target acquisition before attack. Electro-optical sensors. That is basically vision. To see what is there, what is not there. Infrared sensors to find out where these missiles are kept, where the radar is, etc. Because like I told you, any body which has heat will emit infrared. Right now I am standing here. I am emitting infrared. This camera is emitting it. This light is emitting it. This fan here is emitting it. Every electronic equipment which is connected to power and is switched on, all of these will what? Emit radiations. Clear? See again, let them invite, right? Utkarsh. Let them invite. Who cares? Understand, we are yet to come out of this whole Gora complex. If the white man approves, only then we are good. Seriously? We are still in that colonial mindset. White man has not approved. The white man has not approved. Bhaad mein jaane do. They are still yet to figure out that after doing potty, you should wash your back. That they don't know. They still know only to wipe it. You want approval from such people who don't even have this level of cleanliness with them? Do we really need their approval? We can't make our own path or what? Simple. Let them call Munir. Who cares? Let them invite him for dinner or whatever it is. Ultimately, we know what is President Trump's intention. He wants his Nobel Prize. That's it. Nothing else. He wants the credit that he stopped the war, which is not true again. Got the point? Indian Army has inducted limited numbers of loitering munitions through imports, including systems from Israel, but is gradually moving towards indigenous options. All right. In 2021, the Army contracted Indian private firms to supply loitering munitions capable of carrying warheads of around 1 kilo to 5 kilo with endurance ranging from 30 minutes to 2 hours. 30 minutes means they are in the air, loitering there for half an hour, or up to 2 hours just standing there. Vehicle-mounted versions can carry heavier payloads, extend operational range, and support missions against 45 targets. Vehicle-mounted means placed on a vehicle, and you can carry it wherever you want. Loitering munitions can operate individually or in swarms, where multiple units coordinate to overwhelm enemy air defenses. Their advantages include low cost compared to guided missiles, ability to cancel an attack mid-flight if the target is unsuitable, and minimal collateral damage. No human beings will be affected here. Got the point? No human beings will be affected because drones again will be operated by whom? Air Force officials only. They'll be standing, they'll be like, okay, this much damage is enough. Come, let us bring it back. That is also possible. India is testing and refining swarm drone technology integrated with loitering munitions to prepare for future high-intensity conflicts. Again, different systems. Alpha S, developed by DRDO, India. 1 hour it can loiter, small warhead. Range is up to 100 kilometers. Even from an aircraft, you can launch this. Alpha S. Nagastra 1, Solar Industries, India again, 2023. 30 to 60 minutes, 1 to 2 kilo warhead, range is 15 to 20 kilometer, man portable, precision strike with abort capability, can return if not used. Vehicle mounted loitering munition, India private firm, Army 6 contract in 2021. We don't have its details. Getting the point here? We don't have its details. Harop, it's an Israeli drone. Endurance. Now here comes the beauties, the real beauties, where Indians are trying to, struggling to reach 1 hour, struggling to reach 60 minutes. Israelis are like, Bhaiya, tumse na ho paga, hum hai na. And they come. 6 to 9 hours, Harop can just sit there watching you. Range, 1000 plus kilometer. That is easily we can target Shahbaz Sharif, Takla head. Anti-radiation loitering munition designed to destroy enemy radars. It is anti-radiation. What is this anti-radiation? See, if I want to destroy a drone, all I have to do is what? Send in one laser beam to it. Why laser beam? Lasers can increase the heat. And drone technology means inside it has got very delicate circuits it will be having. Little temperature if I increase there, circuit will get burnt, drone will fall down. Not Harop. Alright, not Harop. Sky Striker, Israel, Elbit system, 1 to 2 hours, 5 to 10 kilo warhead, 40 to 100 kilometer. Silent electric propulsion, precision strike, recoverable if attack is aborted. Warmate, which is from Poland. 70 minutes, 1.4 to 5.7 kilogram, 30 kilometer range. Lightweight, man-portable, modular warhead options. Anti-tank fragmentation, used largely to destroy the tank. Alright. Repeat, sir, one. What is there to repeat? Developed by DRDO. Alpha is air-launched flexible asset swarm. Flexible means you can send it, you can bring it back. 1 hour only it can stay there. Maximum in the air. After that, you'll have to bring it back because either its power will not range beyond that. Small warhead 1 to 2 kilo. Range is only up to 100 kilometer maximum. Swarm enabled. That is swarm enabled means like a collection they can go together. Like how bees will come. Honeybees. Can be launched in large numbers from an aircraft. You will have to remember them, Rohit. At least you should know the name, which country it is. These details you can forget. And at least this much you should know. In India, when it comes to range also, maximum is 100. And the others are again, loitering time is also maximum up to 1 hour. That's the way you try to remember. Not that, oh my God, I need to. The tension box, how he will take this up. Oh, I need to buy her told this. I don't know what to do. He will get tensed. That intelligent one fellow will be there. Who is good, but slightly 420. He will look at it and he'll be like, okay, Alpha SS from DRDO, fine. Nagastra vehicle mounted, okay, these are all private, leave. Maximum 1 hour, maximum 100 kilometer. Swarm technology is there. Okay, man portable, precision strike, then up one is swarm. End. He will end it, he will turn the page. You may get a question only with regard to what? Indian assets are all made by DRDO. Wrong. All has endurance capability more than 1 hour. Wrong. They have a range more than 1000 kilometers. Indian. Wrong. Got the point? You look at the data and then try to remember it. See what is the odd one. What is the pattern there? That is called using logical reasoning. Find the pattern. Alright. Here also 40, 100, 1000, 30 kilometer. Again, countries will matter here. Harop is Israel. Sky Striker is Israel. War made Poland. Because that is something which we will not even guess. That from Poland also we have bought a drone. Got the point? Russia systems that simulate entire armored formations. Ukraine has used wooden and 3D printed fakes. And the US has trialed decoy vehicles to fool anti-tank missiles. That is simulate entire armored formations. Armored formations means all your tanks, Battle tank is there, right? All those tanks, it is simulated. Simulated means in the radar screen, it will look, oh my God, so many tanks are the Russian tanks coming in this direction. In real, when you go and check there, nothing will be there. Wooden and 3D printed fakes. Made out of wood, they will paint. Tank, jeeps, etc. 3D print, connect the parts, keep it there. It will look like real tank, real jeep, etc. But only on screen. When you go there and see it only, cardboard tha. 3D printed cardboard it is. No use. Got the point? And what is US doing? Trial decoy vehicles to full anti-tank missiles. Decoy vehicle means, like I told you, they'll be made of metal, everything. They will even resemble a tank, but it won't be a tank. China too has invested heavily in ground camouflage and deception. Ground camouflage. Camouflage is something which a chameleon does. What does a chameleon do? Changes its color depending upon the surrounding. Something similar to that, to gel with your environment. For that, China is developing technologies as well as deception technology, cheating technologies. In April 2025, the Indian Army sought decoys for its Russian origin T-90S SK tanks capable of mimicking real dimensions, thermal and sound signatures to fool drones and missiles. Navies also use decoys like floating shaft, acoustic emitters, and offboard deception systems to protect ships. One of the most effective is the Nulka active missile decoy, developed by, again, Australia and the US, which mimics the radar of a much larger vessel and lures enemy missiles away. It will mimic what? A larger vessel. And it will keep dragging the enemy missiles away from the original target. So you can control it. They are moving based on a control. There is a person. It is almost, you've been to a wedding, right? Any wedding these days, I don't think there is a single wedding where they don't use a drone camera. So children will be running along with it. When the camera goes behind, kids will run. They will run behind. Then again, when it comes forward, again they'll run forward. What is happening there? There is somebody who is sitting there. One fellow will be standing there and he is operating the drone. He is creating all those, shots from the top. The camera will come in a sweeping motion. It will come down and shoot the bride and the groom. All those shots he needs to take. Same way. Only difference is a trained Air Force officer will be behind all these drones. Some can be totally AI enabled. Totally AI enabled. That means no need of a person sitting there also. Maybe one officer will be needed to look actually whether all the systems are working or not. Individually, you need not handle anyone. Clear? Across air, land and sea, decoys have become critical in warfare. For a relatively small cost, they provide highly effective protection. Any doubts here, people? Supreme Court order on regulatory assets. The Supreme Court has given an order. Let us try to see what it is about. Supreme Court has directed SCRCs. What are SCRCs? They are State Electricity Regulatory Commissions. First, so 4 points they gave. Clear. By ideas not yeah, you can correct these shots with this. So if you don't connect it, then how are you going to remember, Mr. Anshul? You want to remember anything, you will never be able to remember things individually. When you connect and study, you will remember it like a story. You can recall it. That is the point. Right and match any offer, sir? Wonderful. No, sir. All clear. Decoys, mobility. Mobility means how they can be mobile. Either they can be battery powered, solar powered, or maybe Largely it will be battery powered only because filling it with fuel and all is not an easy thing. Largely battery powered. That will help them stay airborne for quite some time. Clear existing regulatory assets within 4 years. Liquidate any new regulatory assets within 3 years. Cap regulatory assets at 3% of a DISCOM's ARR. Prepare transparent recovery roadmaps and conduct intensive audits for non-recovery. Many terms and terminologies you will find here. That is, what do you mean by regulatory asset? Then, what do you mean by ARR? Alright, so let us see them. Regulatory assets represent unrecovered revenue gap of DISCOMs. Regulatory assets means what? The unrecovered revenue. That is where you are supposed to collect 100 rupees. I am only collecting 97. What is remaining? 3. That 3 rupees is what? Unregulatory asset. Sorry, regulatory asset, not unregulatory. Regulatory asset. I repeat. 100 rupees you are supposed to collect. But you collected only 97 rupees. What is remaining? It is short of -3, correct? This -3 rupees is called regulatory assets. This gap arises when the average cost of supply exceeds the annual revenue requirement. Cost of supplying electricity is more than the revenue generated. That is what it means. It means what happens because of this? DISCOMs. What are DISCOMs? Distribution companies. That is the companies that distribute electricity. They will be running at loss. ACS is the cost of supplying 1 unit of electricity. ARR is revenue from tariffs and subsidies. Whatever revenue you are generating. Example, if ACS is 7.20 per unit and AR is 7 unit, the gap is 0.2 per unit. On 10 billion units, it will be a shortfall of 2000 crore. People may feel, okay, 7.2 rupees is the cost of supply. You got 7 rupees, so only 0.2 per unit you are losing. That's not a big amount, you may feel. But when you calculate it for 10 billion units, that amount comes to 2000 crore. 10 billion units means maybe you are providing it to a large city like Delhi, Chennai, Mumbai. Instead of raising tariffs immediately, SCRCs allow DISCOMs to record this gap as a regulatory asset, recoverable later with interest. This is what is happening. State Electricity Regulatory Commission. Now, who is managing it? SERCs actually are managed by state government. So, SCRCs will always tell what? Keep the tariff. Tariff means the price of electricity. Less. Why? Vote bank. You increase the electricity price, you are not going to win the next election. Guaranteed. And what are they telling to the DISCOM? Whatever is your gap, show it as a regulatory asset which will be recovered later with interest. Reasons for the ACS ARR gap include tariff not reflecting actual cost. Not reflecting actual cost. Like I told you, you cannot increase the price. DISCOMs, even though these are private companies, they cannot increase the price without the permission of SCRCs. They will not allow prices to be increased. Delays in subsidy payments from state government. So state government actually provides electricity subsidy, right, to farmers. Who should be paying to the distribution companies? State government. Never paid on time. Sudden rises in fuel costs. International prices of coal, natural gas, etc. That can actually, again, increase the cost of supply. Examples of regulatory assets. Punjab, 2003 to 4, 487.10 crore gap, 150 crore converted into regulatory assets. Delhi, 36,057 crore for BSES Rajdhani, 22,040 crore for BSES Yamuna, and 8,226.87 crore for Tata Power Delhi. Tamil Nadu, 89,375 crore. Got the point here? Consumer impact. If Delhi discoms recover their dues in 4 years, they must collect 16,580 crore per year. With Delhi's 30 billion units annual consumption, this adds to 5.5 per unit. Consumers face lower tariffs in the short term, but higher future bills with interest, carrying costs. State, SCRC manages the rates. No others. See, only pick and choose. I am giving these numbers largely because some people maybe they will find this 487 easy. Some people may find 36,000 easy. Some people may find 89,375 crore easy. It depends from person to person. Got the point? If I have given you 3 datas here, 3 examples here, you need to remember only one. Write only one. Because ultimately understand, in a GS paper 2 also, the maximum marks what you have is 15 marks. 15 marks means 250 words. That means 3 pages. Where you will write intro for at least 25 to 30 words. Conclusion also you will write for 25 to 30 words. That is 50 to 60 words. That means easily half of the page is over. Remaining portion only you should give the body. In that body, 1, 2 or 3 points will be associated with data or proper examples. The other will be the analysis and to give solution. Got the point here? And yes, this is not where you read it once and you will remember it. Until and unless you're already practicing yoga and you have just achieved highest state of nirvana or something, where in a single reading you will remember things. For UPSC, there is only one rule. Read and repeat. Keep reading. That is the only thing to do here. Other than that, nothing else to do. It is not about the more number of references. Same thing again and again and again. So basically what will happen now, for Delhi also, if you want to recover this money here, what you saw, this money if you want to recover with interest later, money has to be recovered. From where it will be recovered? From the consumers. So consumers today they may pay short rates. Future they'll have to pay high rates. Absolutely. It is left to you, Adarsh. Discom inquiry. Persistent regulatory assets causes severe cash flow problems, delayed payments to generators, and higher borrowing. So this will lead to borrowing. This will lead to what? Power cuts, load shedding, all of that. These people won't be able to invest in any new technology, any new, efficient form of energy generation. Not mugging up. Harshita, you have to read it again and again. That is what it is. Again and again, you have to read it. What they want to convey majorly. Anshika, that first itself, see, understand UPSC's answer pattern, you won't develop it in a single go. Please understand that. It is only through practice that it will come. And that is why my job becomes important here. Because I have to tell you how this is interconnected. Because now where is this interconnected with? See, if the discoms are all are cash strapped. Cash strapped means what? What is the meaning? No money. Why no money? Because whatever money they should get, they have all been converted to regulatory asset. What will happen because of that? We cannot run powerhouses. We cannot run industrial houses. We cannot run factories. Small, medium sector enterprises, even they won't be able to run. You cannot have storage facilities for your fruits, ice creams, vegetables, juices, They will get spoiled. So overall, what is happening to the economy? Economy will go down. Wastage will increase in the economy. Job opportunities will decrease. This is what you are going to put. This triggers reduced ability to invest in grid modernization, renewables, and better consumer services. This triggers a vicious cycle of debt inefficiency and financial stress. Solutions to bridge the ACS ARR gap: tariffs must be aligned more closely with actual costs. Provide targeted subsidies to protect vulnerable groups. That means blindly don't give subsidy. To everybody, don't give subsidies. Subsidy should be given based on whether they deserve it or not. Ensure timely release of state subsidies. That is, the state is planning to give free for something. State should give the money to the concerned companies on time. Adopt automatic fuel cost adjustment mechanism to reflect price changes quickly. Whenever fuel cost increases, price also should automatically increase. But won't happen here in our country, because if this happens, people will go bonkers. Conduct annual true-up exercises to reconcile projected and actual cost. True-up means whatever is your projected cost and actual cost, what it is. Every year you have to conduct the exercise to find out what is the real cost that is involved in supplying electricity. So true-upping means you would have given projected cost a little lower always. Increase it and match it with the actual cost. Regulators must enforce discipline, transparency, and timeline so regulatory assets remain exceptional, not routine. Supreme Court's intervention emphasizes financial discipline and coordinated reforms to keep electricity both affordable for consumers and sustainable for discoms. Control system, you are too early to start. You please enter into college, then you will understand this. What they will ask in interview. Okay, I will tell you to the concerned team. Biodiversity loss. Species, birds, animals, plants. Nilgiri pipit. Grassland steep decline. Nilgiri sholakili, endemic. Nilgiri laughing thrush, endemic. Malabar lark. Grassland steep decline. Strobiolanthes flowers gives Nilgiri the name Blue Mountains. Answer this, please. Nilgiri pipit, Nilgiri sholakili, Nilgiri laughing thrush, Malabar lark, Strobiolanthes flowers. Agreed. B, only 3. Sheetal Jha 2. Adarsh B. One question may come. Who knows? 4 birds. Answer according to the option here. Arun Kumar. What is the option? Correct answer is actually, I had given a very wrong question. Don't worry. All the four are birds actually. Except the Strobilanthus flowers. This is your Nilgiri pipit. This is your Nilgiri Sholakili. I think this has become very, very rare. To spot it even in Western Ghats, it is very difficult. All these bird species are endemic or rather seen in Western Ghats. Nilgiri Sholakili. Nilgiri laughing thrush because it makes a very peculiar sound actually. This is your Malabar lark. The last one is Strobilanthus flowers. What we call in Malayalam Neela Kurinji. Neela Kurinji. Neela Kurinji maybe in Tamil. So this is the reason from where Nilgiri gets its that blue mountain. Why it looks blue or maybe whatever, bluish purple in color. It is because of this flower. It blooms only once in 12 years. Once in 12 years only it blooms. After that, it doesn't bloom at all. Then again, after 12 years only, it again blooms. Got the point here? Grasslands have shrunk by 80% from 993 square kilometer to 201 square kilometer. So 80%. I always tell you, some numbers with 80%, try to remember them. Say for example, 81 crore people dependent on government of India for food through ration. 86% small and marginal farmers. 80% loss of grasslands. Western Ghats. More than 80% informal sector. Workers. 86% illiteracy at independent. Got the point here? I was able to recollect this, right? Just like that only. If I want now, I'll add one more thing now. More than 80k. K is 1000. So 80,000 crore. Regulatory assets in TN discoms. Now it is difficult to remember. Is it difficult? One number, slowly tinkering with it, but for different heads. Got the point here? This is how you do it. This is called smart preparation. That is the difference between the people who are clearing it and the people who are not clearing it. You should have a very high level of logical reasoning ability. People with very high logical reasoning ability, they will always find a pattern. They will always find out, okay, this one is an odd man. Pull it out. That is what is required. Because like, let me tell you, your job from day one to the last day of your life as a bureaucrat will be to sit with reports. 100 page, 200 page. So these days you are having AI, etc. But imagine in the good old days. Good old days, you again had to read through these documents, quickly see the facts, pull it out, and based on that, you have to give your conclusion. How do you do? Got it? %90 decline in relative abundance of grassland birds. 53% of forest birds relatively stable in the last century. Period studied late 1800s, early 1800s, and late 1800s bird specimens. So basically, biodiversity decline is happening in Western Ghats. That is the conclusion from here. Got it? Data for education and society topics. Just data part. So this is a data given to you. All right. What is data here? Data is how many people are opting for private education. Pre-primary, 2018 it was close to 12%. 2025 also to 12%. That means change is 0. Primary, it was 16 initially, then it became in 25-23. Increase is by plus 7. Middle school level, 22 became 30, plus 8. Secondary, 30 became 38, plus 8. Higher secondary, 27.5 to 37, 9.5. Based on this, can I come to this conclusion that people opting for private education is increasing? Can I come to that grand conclusion? Because look at the data here. 7% increase at primary level, 8% increase at middle level, 8% increase at secondary. Higher secondary level, it is the highest, 9.5%. National Food Security Mission. You think only 21 crore people are having ration card in this country? So that means, according to you, who said that 21 crore ration card holders? So according to you, more than 130 people are not are having eating food well, sleeping well. They don't need ration card at all. Is it so? Do you really think so? 130 crore people are bindas, they are living their life. Think about it. Rural area, 23 became 33. In rural area also the increase is plus 10. Urban area the increase is only by plus 8. That means rural has overtaken urban when it comes to what? Opting for private education. This clearly portrays what? People's trust on government school, government-led education is on fast decline. Even poor people are actually opting for what? Private education today. Got the point here? Now again, rural boys increases by plus 9. Rural girls, it has increased by plus 12. Percentage again. Urban boys, we don't have clear value, but overall it is being said that the increase is plus 6. Urban girls, it is by plus 10. What is the positive impact here? West Bengal, percentage in private tuition 75, Odisha 57, Bihar 52.5, Jharkhand 40, national average is 27, Tripura the highest, 79% actually opt for private education. Manipur, it is around 48. No clear trend we can establish from here other than the fact that now everywhere, even poorest states or states which don't have that high level of income, even they are opting for primary or private education. Clearly shows state-run education's quality is on the downhill. Region or state, percentage in private tuition, Odisha, West Bengal, Tripura, 34. National average is 12. Tamil Nadu, which actually takes pride in its midday meal scheme, its educational parameters, etc. MBBS admits who attended coaching. 99% of the candidates who entered from Tamil Nadu into MBBS course, 99% of them had taken coaching. Repeat candidates, that is exam attempts, people who have given attempts greater than or equal to 2%. 2%. Maximum comes from where? Who have attended coaching. Again, it's because coaching mafia is there. It's nothing to do with coaching mafia or anything. It is just that there are too many youngsters applying for limited seats. So automatically it will be very, very high. Government school are really perfect. Then my private should run. See, that is a point, right? But can everybody afford it? Getting the picture here. See, one of the biggest challenges in our country is education, costly. Why? Private is valued more than government. Health, again costly. People trust private hospitals more than government hospitals. The only thing when it comes to government is other than that, everything that is run or given by the government, nobody trusts it. Getting the point here. Because again, when you join here, you can be part of the same inefficient system.